Mark. How have you been? How was your trip? 70 was in New York. Is that right? Morning. Hi, Jen. Mark Reno, Ambassador Green. Pleasure. Jen, how are you? It's been a busy week. By the way, the trains were stuck in the orange line coming in. That surprised me. Great. Are we? So they were so startled. Oh, I saw them.
Sure, of course.
Oligarch. Yeah. Talk about Fred. Karen's up first. What are you doing? JT, you know. Yes. Any last minute fireworks, or we're okay? Oh, we're also. We're all good. When I get up there, we'll test. I'll try to. What happened, Josh? Always the case, you know, sadly. So, start. The metro is stuck in. So, don't we start with the congressman? How are you? Jay, good to see you. Well, I'm just moderating. I won't be saying much. Thank you. All right, ready. Thanks, Mark. She's really boiled up. Marco, you know that's the great. Well, good to have you here. Aaron, welcome. Good to have you here. Pleasure. Congresswoman, thank you for joining us again. As always, you give life to our efforts. I organized the money.
Testing, testing. Okay. We might need to turn this up a little bit.
Hey, Mark, you got to get this printed on your website. Yes. I mean, really. We will. It's all mainstream. I know, I told him.
Mark knows I'm tweet happy, so.
You get too many guys in bad suits. Liz isn't as great. Delighted. My best. Yeah, this is great. Thanks for doing all this. Appreciate it. Don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. I spoke to him. I had a video conversation. And he's such a fabulous choice. And it's not an easy touch. But he is. Just the election. It will be. It will be okay. Good to see you. We kept things. I mean, you know, it's involved in such. You saw the president. Not only Chicago, but so I think we got exactly to show up.
No, I don't think so.
You know, they have like 2,000 Zimbabwe. Now, historically, there have been a lot of Zimbabwe. They provided a lot of technical. These aren't the same people. So they're years old. And, you know, 2,000 population is 1.8 million. A lot. A lot. Is that right? That's right. Unless you're from Iowa, those people are. Ever met somebody from Iowa? This is somebody who lived in Wisconsin. And we'd always say that about people in Iowa. Never met her from Iowa. Where are you from? No, it's okay. I just heard that. And never met her. Right? Yeah, they don't. New Hampshire doesn't. Well, and we've got family in Vermont, so funny how that works. So this is good for you.
Hello. Honorable Ambassador Mark Green, President of the International Republican Institute, our host, Honorable Karen Bass, Congresswoman Bass, Our Excellency Fatima Asil, Commissioner for Trade and Industry, the African Union, Mr. Bruce Wharton, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, the Department of State, Mr. C.D. Glenn, President of the U.S. Africa Development Foundation, Chief Olabintan Famutimi, the President of the National Nigerian American Chambers of Commerce, AWEP delegates, colleagues from civil society, good morning and welcome to the Civil Society AWEP joint session of the 15th Annual Sub-Saharan Africa Trade and Economic Cooperation Forum. It is my honor to welcome you this morning, and I do have with me this morning our leader from Gabon that hosted the 14th U.S.-Africa Trade and Economic Cooperation, the president of AWEP in Gabon, Ms. Rachel Ebenat, who is here with me this morning. Rachel.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Rachel Ebenat. I am the president of Gabon AWEP chapter. Last year, I had the honor of hosting the 14th AGOA Forum, which took place in Libreville, Gabon. I would like to welcome you all today to the 15th AGOA Forum.
Yes.
Okay. Ambassador McGlynn, President of U.S. Africa Development Foundation, Honorable Karen Bass, Her Excellency Fatima Asil, Commissioner for Trade and Industry, African Union Commission, Honorable Florie Lieser, she's not here, not yet.
Let's go ahead.
Mr. C.D., Ambassador Bruce Wharton, yes, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of African Affairs, U.S. Department of State, Mr. C.D. Glynn, President of U.S. Africa Foundation. Mr. Olabintan Famutimi, President of Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce. Okay. It is for me and for the chapter members of AWEP Gabon accompanying me a pleasure to participate in the Joint Civil Society AWEP Forum held as part of the 15th AGOA Forum, whose theme this year is Maximizing U.S.-Africa Trade and Investment AGOA and Beyond. My country, Gabon, had the honor to host the 14th Forum of the AGOA Forum, the 14th edition of the AGOA Forum, please, within the context of the renewal of the African Growth Opportunity Act for a period of 10 years. During the previous session, the emphasis had been placed on the role of women in development activities and the modernization of societies. Female entrepreneurship in the AGOA countries was strongly encouraged. The obstacles to its development clearly identified and solutions were outlined. In Libreville, where we were pleased to welcome representatives of 15 AWEP chapters, exchanges with His Excellency Michael Froman and the Honorable Bisa William, and the Honorable, Karen Bass, have helped strengthen and rekindle our commitment to successfully meet all the challenges of development and empowerment of entrepreneurial African women under AGOA. Yet, many obstacles of legal, financial, and technological nature remain, and our efforts to contribute more qualitatively and quantitatively to the process of diversification of African economies are far from reaching our targeted goals. The time is therefore propitious to initiate a study that would allow us to have objective data for the evaluation and quantification of the actual impact of women in the creation of national wealth in order to establish better prospects for AGOA. Honorable participants, in this room, 35 women entrepreneurs from 30 countries are attending the forum. They are with us due to the practical training sessions of AWEP that will end in a few days. Soon, they return to their respective countries after a unique American experience. They have acquired the tools to rise to a higher level in their respective fields. But once returned, it is likely that some will not fully execute the teachings received or put them into practice due to a lack of an appropriate regional experience sharing framework. Therefore, I am firmly convinced that African governments, in the interest of consistency of economic policies, must implement on top of a national AGOA strategy, a country-specific strategy for the development of women in entrepreneurship. This tool would better capitalize and boost the potential of women for a greater involvement in the recovery process of global economic growth. This approach will support the actions of the State Department that has multiplied and diversified training programs and strengthened the capacity of several hundred African women since 2010. Ladies, honorable guests, dear sisters, before concluding my remarks, please allow me to express the gratitude of women to members of the State Department, including American embassies abroad, for their dedication and excellence in the organization, conduct, and support of women activities in the US and in our respective countries. Finally, It especially pleases me, on behalf of members of all AWEP chapters and the presidents, there are 6 in the room today, to congratulate and warmly encourage Mrs. Hillary Clinton, who had the vision to create this Pan-African network that continues to grow and is a true economic and social equality tool. Together, we wish her unparalleled success in her future challenges, whatever they may be, so that women's opportunities and activities continue to thrive. Thank you for your kind attention. Now, it's my honor to introduce Ambassador McGreen, President of International Republican Institute, please.
Thank you very much. Rochelle, thank you. Fred, thank you. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, many friends, as we say in African diplomatic circles, all protocols observed. Welcome to the Ronald Reagan Event Center and to the International Republican Institute. I want to have a warm thank you to our organizers for today, the AGOA Civil Society Network and the African Women's Entrepreneurship Program. In particular, I want to welcome my friend Karen Bass. Many of you know Karen is a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House. I think it's fair to say she's a leading thinker on Capitol Hill on Africa, African policy, and U.S. investment in Africa. More importantly, from my perspective, she's on the board of directors of the National Endowment for Democracy, which IRI calls our mothership. So welcome to Karen. And also, earlier I met several Yali fellows who are here, and a warm welcome to you. We're delighted that you are here. IRI is honored to be hosting a session of the 15th AGOA Forum, and we are excited in particular in hosting this session, which rightly celebrates the ways in which local civil society has contributed to AGOA's successes these past 16 years. For those of us gathered here, it is impossible to overstate the importance of civil society to the work that we all do. For the goals of growth, development, and democratic governance, a healthy and robust civil society has always been a powerful force for good. We all agree that African governments in particular can benefit immensely from drawing upon civil society for new ideas and new approaches to lifting lives and building communities through investment, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. As many have noted, Africa is a young continent. I just returned last night from a trip that included a visit to Uganda, the land with the youngest population of all. There are signs everywhere of the need to engage youth and to strengthen youth-oriented civil society organizations so the demographics of Africa will make it not the greatest problem that the continent may have, but in fact its greatest potential and its greatest opportunity, not just for Africa, but for all of the world. As an organization dedicated to advancing citizen-centered, citizen-responsive government, IRI believes civil society has an irreplaceable role in shaping a country's future. Democracy is not something that merely happens every 4 or 5 years at the ballot box. Democracy is an ongoing connection between citizens and their leaders. It is not a spectator sport, but a sport of participation. Citizens, especially young citizens, must leave the stands and go on to the playing field. Whether it is through religious communities, youth groups, women's organizations, political parties, universities, or unions, civil society is the key that makes so much of this possible. It is because of this that IRI has always worked with and in the service of civil society. In Africa especially, we have a long history of supporting civil society organizations. Ahead of Nigeria's 2015 elections, we work with political parties to make them more responsive to their grassroots membership, allowing them to better serve their civil society role. In Ghana, IRI and its local partners recently hosted an Interfaith Peace Summit that brought together religious and community leaders, local government officials, and youth and women's organizations with the common aim of preventing electoral violence. Our Generation Democracy initiative includes over 400 youth organizations, many of them in Africa, in a network aimed at fostering youth political participation in the 75 countries that we have members in. We know programs like this are only possible with the help of civil society. That is why we are very proud to host all of you. This is a great moment for IRI, and it is another great step for the continent and the U.S.-Africa relationship. Again, welcome and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Green, for your opening remarks. We are very grateful to have been able to host this event this year at the Ronald Reagan Event Center here in Washington. Dear colleagues, the current AGOA data that I will share later with you in my remarks exemplifies the purpose of our coming together during the civil society session of the 15th AGOA Forum. Our mission compels us to come up with recommendations and innovative approaches during our 2 days of deliberation on how to reverse current trends and effectively use the remaining 9 years of renewal of AGOA to diversify imports under AGOA from across Africa from all eligible countries, to support creation of sorely needed well-paying jobs, and to create wealth, peace, and prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. As we discuss the role of civil society in maximizing AGOA now while preparing for the future beyond AGOA, please reflect on the information that I will share now with you. AGOA imports for 2013 totaled $26.8 billion, more than 4 times the amount in 2001. Petroleum products continued to account for the largest portion of AGOA imports, with an 86% share of overall AGOA imports. AGOA non-oil imports were $4.8 billion in 2013, more than triple the amount in 2001. Several non-oil sectors experienced sizable increases during this period, including apparel, footwear, vehicles and parts, and fruits and nuts. South Africa is the largest non-oil AGOA beneficiary. Top AGOA suppliers were Nigeria, $11.7 billion, mainly crude oil; Angola, $8.7 billion, mainly crude oil; South Africa, $8.5 billion, mainly vehicles and parts, iron, steel, fruits and nuts; Chad, $2.6 billion, mainly crude oil; and the Congo, $1.2 billion, mainly crude oil. Other leading AGOA beneficiaries included the Gabon, Lesotho, Kenya, Mauritius, and Cameroon. Leading AGOA imports categories were crude oil, $30.1 billion, down 38%, transportation equipment, $2.1 billion, mineral and metals, $865.5 million, down 15%. Textile and apparel, $815.3 million, down 5%. Agricultural products, $520.8 million, up 28%. And chemicals and related products, $428.8 million, down 9%. 1 in 3 Africans are between the age of 10 and 24, and approximately 60% of Africa's total population today is below the age of 35. With the reauthorization of the duty benefits of AGOA, the preferential treatment of apparel articles, and the third country fabric program through 2025, This is the longest extension since AGOA was signed into law in 2000. The United States government, governments in AGOA eligible countries, and the private sector must provide the necessary investment and encouragement required to strengthen civil society organizations' efforts to create the enabling environment for increasing economic activities and trade and investment on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. I am looking forward to us coming up with succinct recommendation during this session of the AGOA Forum to the Ministerial on Monday that would allow us to add our voice and that we will be able to ensure that all the necessary reforms required are fully in place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and my pleasure to introduce to you and to ask Ambassador Bruce Wharton, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of African Affairs, to give his opening remarks. D. Bruce Wharton joined the Africa Bureau as the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary on December 15, 2015. Prior to that, he served as U.S. Ambassador to Zimbabwe from September 2012 to November 2015. He has also served from August 2009 as the Africa Bureau Deputy Assistant Secretary for Public Diplomacy, African Affairs Director of the Office of Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs, and Deputy Coordinator of the State Department Bureaus of International Information Program. It is my pleasure to welcome Bruce to the podium.
Fred, thank you very much for that very kind introduction. What really matters about me, though, is my deep commitment to the relationship between Africa and the United States, and my belief that civil society, business, women, youth play an absolutely vital role in improving that relationship to the benefit of both Americans and Africans. Let me thank the AGOA Civil Society Network and its chairman, Mr. Fred Oladende, for organizing this forum. I'd also like to thank IRI and Ambassador Green for hosting us here. It's always a pleasure to see Congresswoman Bass. Rachel Ibanez, thank you so much for your work leading AWEP. And I will follow in the footsteps and say all protocols observed. We're really thrilled to have civil society leaders from across Africa and the United States here with us today. It's especially exciting to me to have participants from the Young African Leaders Initiative and the State Department's Women's Entrepreneurship Program, AWEP. A special welcome to all of those in Africa and in the United States who are watching this event via live stream. Since 2000, AGOA has been the cornerstone of U.S. economic policy in Africa. The AGOA Civil Society Forum has played a vital role in bringing together civil society leaders to share their ideas and recommendations for strengthening AGOA, and I know that today you all will continue that tradition. A strong and active civil society is the key to a strong democracy. And in Africa, the top U.S. policy priority is working with our African partners to strengthen democratic governance. This has got to be the foundation of a country's success. Ensuring peace, prosperity, and opportunity depends on strong democratic governance. Now, the United States is fully committed to helping our African partners strengthen political institutions, address governance challenges, promote civil society, and uphold human rights. We are also working to support free, fair, and transparent elections. People must have the freedom to choose their own leaders. But what really matters is that these ideas are African priorities, not just U.S. priorities. African citizens are lining up across the continent to vote in elections, and they are demanding more from their governments. Similarly, civil society is becoming stronger. Civil society organizations are promoting free and fair and transparent elections. They are advancing human rights, and they are fighting against corruption. The United States is proud to partner with civil society organizations throughout Africa on these efforts. We recognize the crucial progress that civil society organizations are making in Africa, but we also know that in too many places, civil society is severely restricted. That's why we need to strengthen our partnership with civil society even more. And that's exactly what we're going to do with AGOA. We absolutely must have civil society's participation for AGOA to succeed. We need your assessment of countries' performance in meeting AGOA eligibility criteria, and we need you to encourage greater progress from your countries. When Congress extended AGOA's authorization to 2025, it did so with the goal of increasing transparency and encouraging public participation in the AGOA eligibility review process. As part of this enhanced process, last month, the Office of the United States Trade Representative hosted its first public hearing on AGOA eligibility, and members of civil society had the opportunity to participate. AGOA's annual eligibility review process requires that African countries make progress in establishing the following: a market-based economy, rule of law, political pluralism, due process rights, and equal protection under the law, the elimination of barriers to United States trade and investment, policies to reduce poverty, a system for combating corruption and bribery, and protection of internationally recognized workers' rights. American and African civil society groups have a key role to play in these processes. First, we rely on your knowledge of governance, human rights, and economic conditions in African countries to help us assess whether those countries are making progress on AGOA criteria. And second, we need you as advocates. We need you as our partners to encourage countries to make faster progress in meeting the AGOA criteria. Today's forum will be an excellent opportunity for us all to come together and share ideas on how to maximize AGOA's benefits. And I'm particularly thrilled that today's program includes participants from both YALI and AWEP. On YALI, you all know that this year we brought 1,000 young African leaders to the United States for academic and leadership training through YALI. I've had the chance to meet many of them, and I know that IRI has hosted a YALI fellow as well. These people are an extraordinary group. They are ambitious, enthusiastic, and smart. And they're already playing a key role strengthening civil society and promoting entrepreneurship. On AWEP, through AWEP, we are helping to build networks of African women entrepreneurs. These women will transform societies by operating small and medium businesses and by becoming voices for social advocacy in their communities. Participants in AWEP have created more than 17,000 jobs in the region. So these two programs have been a tremendous success, and they are at the heart of what AGOA is really about, which is creating opportunities for African citizens. So today is a great opportunity for us to discuss with YALI and AWEP participants how we can strengthen the role of these programs in expanding U.S.-Africa trade and investment. In closing, allow me to thank everyone again for their participation today. We have a great day ahead, and I want to encourage everyone not only to share your ideas here today, but also to sustain your engagement throughout the year. You are crucial partners, and AGOA's success depends on your engagement. Thank you all very much.
Honorable participants, now it's my honor to introduce Mr. C.D. Glynn, President of the U.S.-Africa Development Foundation. Mr. C.D. Glynn is the President, CEO of the U.S. African Development Foundation, a U.S. government agency dedicated to supporting African-led, African-driven development solutions via catalytic financial investments in and local technical assistance to African grassroots communities and enterprises. Prior to joining USADF, Mr. Glynn was based in Nairobi, Kenya, as the Associate Director for Africa for the Rockefeller Foundation, and previously served as a presidential appointee in the Obama administration. Mr. Sigdi Glynn, please.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Fred. Good morning to everyone. We're really grateful. USADF, U.S. African Development Foundation, is grateful to be a part of the AGOA Civil Society Forum. We have to give thanks to Mark Green and RI, and obviously are honored to have the presence of our champion for Africa on the Hill, Congresswoman Karen Bass. Like was mentioned, my name is C.D. Glenn. I'm new to USADF. I'm actually 2 weeks on the job. In early September, I was in Nairobi, Kenya with my family, running the Rockefeller Foundation's Africa operations, and 2 weeks later now I'm here with you. So this is a great honor, a great way to have a sort of coming out party to the African community here in DC. But I'm not new. While new to the agency, I'm not new to African development. I'm not new to USADF and the catalytic, country-driven grassroots development model that we implement. So with my time today, I'd like to provide an update and maybe an introduction on some of the impact that USADF is having in our work with civil society and community-based organizations throughout Africa. And I'm also, in the end, going to ask you to join us in an important challenge. The USADF and GE Africa and the White House announced just on Wednesday at the final US-Africa Business Forum a new challenge, a challenge to address one of Africa's most challenging problems, the challenge of energy access. But let me start at the beginning for those of you who are not familiar with USADF. We're the sole government agency directly supporting African-led solutions for vulnerable communities to create their own pathways to prosperity. And I want to say that very clearly, direct support to African organizations to create their own pathways to prosperity. We work with targeted vulnerable populations, whether they be smallholder farmers, communities in conflicts, nomads and pastoralists, ethnic and religious minorities, or people with disabilities. We're a grant-making entity. Our grants are designed to be catalytic. This directly funding 100% African-owned groups, whether they be cooperatives, associations, unions, community groups, and on occasion, African entrepreneurs. And we're really proud of this last edition of African Entrepreneurs because it goes to what Bruce mentioned in terms of some of our greatest champions and some of the greatest support we've provided most recently have been to Yali Fellows, young African leaders, helping them launch, start, and accelerate their businesses on the ground. We support 20 country offices, which isn't that unusual in the development space, but all of our offices are managed and led by local Africans. Together, we oversee a portfolio of approximately $53 million and 350 projects with a wide range of resilience and economic growth activities. From Somalia to South Sudan to northern Nigeria and the Niger Delta, USADF prides itself on being a community-level connector, driving a grassroots participation approach with community groups. This year, USADF has had a lot of success, ranging from agriculture and artisanal work to energy, and most importantly, due to interagency collaboration. That's why I'm glad to be here with the State Department and USTR, and obviously the support from the Hill. Our portfolio is primarily agriculture. It makes up about 70% of our portfolio. We've had tremendous success in creating markets, supporting the full value chain approach from sourcing to processing to, most importantly for us today, to exporting, as catalyzing some key AGOA suppliers. Even in some of the most difficult areas, USADF's investments have been catalytic. Our partners are growing community gardens in Lake Turkana, doing fisheries with youth in Somalia. One project stands out to me. It's a cooperative of women farmers in South Sudan, who, as we all know, who are supporting their families, but who, as we all know, are facing tremendous challenges right now as we speak. Even as the unrest has begun and been consistent, they've still been able to create economic opportunity in their communities as exporters of shea butter to neighboring communities. And a familiar story to all is one of our long-term partners, the ladies of AGOA Links, who are celebrating this year their 10th anniversary of selling beautiful woven baskets to Macy's. Their success started with a simple vision of supporting other widows of the Rwandan genocide to have reliable income, and blossomed with financial planning, seed capital from groups like ADF, and connecting them with the trade hubs and other interagency partners that knew how to build African entrepreneurs with AGOA's promise. USADF is proud to be a partner in these successes, and we're looking for more and more ways to bring unique tools and people power to the interagency table in support of AGOA. Here in Washington, USADF is finding that we are the voice, one of the voices, for community-level Africans at the interagency table, whether it be in Feed the Future, YALI, Power Africa. USADF leads the conversation on how to be inclusive in approaching community challenges and practical in demonstrating how impactful small amounts of financing can have if properly placed. That leads me to the mention of this challenge to you as civil society leaders in the U.S. and particularly your reach-back capability and your partners throughout Africa. Admittedly, USADF is small, but we have a big mission. We're sort of the speedboat in the ocean liners of U.S. foreign assistance. So with those limited resources, we have to be strategic, we have to be focused, and we can focus on quality, not necessarily on quantity, and helping Africans address specific challenges. And the key one that I mentioned most recently is energy poverty. We find that energy poverty means two things. Poor people are the least likely to have access to power, and they are more likely to remain poor if they stay unconnected. With $100,000 in seed capital, we've transformed, grant by grant, project by project, transformed the off-grid energy space, awarding over 70 African energy entrepreneurs with financing to provide energy for their communities beyond the grid. Our approach of targeting energy poverty as a tool to generate more productive energy uses for everyone, from households to hospitals, and other entities and people who will likely never have access to grid energy in the near future, and it's making a tremendous difference. We see our investments in Africa's renewable energy frontier are creating jobs, generating power, and breaking down the development challenges many face as a result of no energy access. So how do we push further and harder in a space that's already considerably challenging? The answer is to call on you, and most importantly, to call on the backbone of African society, Africa's truly most precious resource, to call on African women. I think that deserves a clap or something. African women are going to be key to this newest call, this newest off-grid energy challenge, where we are focusing on and will support African-led, African-managed energy entrepreneurs, women energy entrepreneurs. Again, President Obama announced this challenge on Wednesday at the U.S.-Africa Business Forum, and we're going to take it forward. We'll invest $100,000 in seed capital directly into their business. We'll provide them with technical assistance, financial management support, and we'll highlight their successes to the renewable energy market, to the communities that they're transforming. We want to catalyze other public and private sector actors to support, but we also want to call on you to help spread the word and of this unique opportunity. We'll officially begin accepting applications for the Women in Energy Challenge from October through January. It's our goal that this will be one of the most successful off-grid, beyond-the-grid energy challenges of Power Africa, another interagency initiative. But again, we need you. We need you as civil society leaders to let people know about these opportunities and to be partners with USADF. We need the AWEP network. So that's why I came home to talk directly to you about this. We need the AWEP network of AGOA, leaders in the renewable energy sector, and all those committed to energy poverty on the continent, to alleviating it, but most important, committed to supporting African communities and transforming the Africa energy space, but more importantly, Africa as a whole. So with that, I say thank you. Please look for me. My colleague Aisha House is here as well, but she's in the back taking pictures. We're happy to talk to you about the challenge, but more importantly, we're grateful for the opportunity to join our other interagency colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CD, and welcome back to Washington, D.C. Now it is my honor to present to all, to introduce to very few in this room, the Honorable Karen Bass, Member of Congress from California. Congressmember Karen Bass was re-elected to her third term representing the 37th Congressional District in November of 2014. Congressmember Bass serves as the House Judiciary Committee and the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, where she is ranking member of the Subcommittee on Africa. She was selected by the Democratic leader, Nancy Pelosi, to serve on the prestigious Steering and Policy Committee, which sets the policy direction of the Democratic Caucus as Organization, Study, and Review Chair. Congressmember Bass is also playing a leadership role in the Congressional Black Caucus and has been the champion for AGOA on Capitol Hill. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Honorable Congresswoman Karen Bass.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished officials, AWEP and YALI representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank Fred Allende, president of the AGOA Civil Society Network, and his great team for their hard work on behalf of civil society. I want to thank Ambassador Mark Green. I think Mark Green has left, but I want to thank the ambassador of IRI for the use of these wonderful facilities. I also want to extend special thanks to Annette Smith, who works with the AGOA Civil Society Network for ensuring that great forums such as the one we're in today take place flawlessly. I'm delighted to be with you again for another opening ceremony of the AGOA Civil Society Network in conjunction with AWEP. Many of you will remember that last year we were together in Libreville for what I believe was a dynamic AGOA Civil Society Network and AWEP gathering and a successful AGOA forum. You will also remember that last year we were celebrating the reauthorization of AGOA for a landmark 10 years. The next 9 years can be, that's right, Florrie, can be and must be pivotal for AGOA and for Africa. A great deal of good can happen in one decade, and it is up to you and me and other AGOA stakeholders to ensure that over the remaining period of AGOA that it is implemented effectively. I believe strongly it's in the political, economic, and social interest of the United States to expand our bilateral relations with the nations of Africa, and that the implementation of an effective AGOA has a critical role to play in this regard, as does it have a critical role to play by civil society in the implementation of AGOA. There is also, as all of us know, a key role to be played by women and youth in this process. And I will say that one of the highlights for me in attending last year's Civil Society and AWEP Forum was having the opportunity to meet with the women and young people who are on the cutting edge of business and innovation. I'm also pleased to note that since the reauthorization of AGOA last June, that Congress has passed and is in the process of passing AGOA complementary legislation. When we all started the reauthorization process, we had wide dreams, didn't we, of having this comprehensive AGOA, and at the end of it, we were happy to have AGOA extended. And we understood that there would be many other pieces of legislation that would come down the line. So I've had the pleasure of working with colleagues in the House and the Senate in support of Electrify Africa. And Electrify Africa, and as well as Feed the Future, were opportunities for us to pass legislation to implement initiatives that President Obama started, but could easily have gone away with the end of his presidency. So by passing legislation, that meant that these policies and programs would live beyond his individual presidency. So yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet with the 2016 AWEP representatives, and I think this whole part of the room is the AWEPs. Raise your hands. AWEPs in the house. So we had a very dynamic discussion and exchange yesterday, and the women from AWEP raised several questions, and I'm glad that I'm speaking now because I know following me are several experts, most notably Flory Lesser, who's going to be speaking. And we just heard from the African Development Bank and Development Foundation. And I think several of the questions that were raised by the women yesterday and in our discussion, if you don't mind, I told you yesterday, you asked me certain questions I wasn't sure the answer to. I told you that I would respond today, but I'm also glad that the other experts in the room will have an opportunity to hear, because I'm sure you can add to, correct, or change, my responses. So one of the questions was several of the women raised that they are exporting products that they believe should be AGOA eligible, but yet they continue to pay tariffs. And so my response to them was I wasn't sure if they were on the GSP list. We know that there's certain products that are eligible and certain products that aren't. And so I was going to suggest, one, that you check into that list, but also that you reach out to the USAID Trade Hub in your region to make sure that, you might be eligible or might not, to make sure that if you are able to take advantage of the tariff-free, that your products can be exported and you take advantage of AGOA. Another issue was raised about third country fabric eligibility, and the question was, if it's not a fabric. I believe it was a young woman entrepreneur from Madagascar who makes purses. And so part of the product is imported from another country. So is there a way to take advantage, and using third country fabric as an example, if that is possible? I know that Ambassador Wharton was very specific in going down what makes a country eligible or ineligible to participate in AGOA. And I think you did, you listed all of those, and it was raised with a couple of countries that have fallen out of eligibility, and I described it's one of those dilemmas that we face always when we either introduce sanctions or we pull a country out of AGOA eligibility, and we recognize that there's a lot of people that get hurt in that process. And so I know that in USTR that eligibility is examined every year. And so that might also be spoken to. But then in listening to your presentation talking about the Development Foundation, one of the other issues that came up is there resources for small businesses? And then everybody has talked about who receives benefits from AGOA now, recognizing that oil is huge, but what about some of the grassroots businesses, right? I mean, that's what the AWEP women were raising with me, that it's great that, big companies can take advantage of AGOA, but what about people who are working on a grassroots basis? And it seemed your presentation was perfect for that there might be opportunities. The women also raised what I thought was an excellent example that I want to follow up on, probably not this year because we're getting ready to adjourn, but next year. Yali has a program where entrepreneurs can receive a grant. There's like a contest, a competition. And so the women were raising that, why not have that in AWEP? And I think that's a good idea that we should look at doing. So know that I will follow up on that in the next Congress and see if we can get something like that going for AWEP. And then, of course, what is always raised, and I'm sure will be addressed, I know, in looking at the agenda for today, it comes up, and that is the technical assistance. The technical assistance, we know, comes up all the time, and one of the main ways it comes up is meeting our eligibility standards and requirements. And so one issue that the women raised yesterday was packaging. And, is there an opportunity to have, maybe even it's a U.S. business that, produces packaging in a way that women could work with so that they could meet those eligibility standards. So when you have your panel that comes up a little later talking about technical assistance, I think that was something very concrete that we should look at doing. So I want to thank everybody for your work on AGOA. I'm excited about these next few years. I do have to express a little bit of concern because we are 12 months into 10 years, which is going to go very rapidly. I remember being in Libreville last year, and I remember someone saying, and we were also exhausted after the getting AGOA extended, and someone said, well, what about the next 10 years? And I went, oh my God, I don't want to think about that. But I guess what worries me is that, to me, AGOA is for many countries and many individuals an aspirational document and effort. And I hate for the time to pass and countries and individuals to not take advantage of AGOA. And so I think the part that calls for country strategies is really critical. And every time I have an opportunity to speak with your ambassadors, I always raise this as an issue. Are countries doing individual strategies? And if not countries doing individual strategies, the regional economic communities doing regional strategies. Well, one of the things that I love the most about YALI and AWEP is that every time I've interacted with representatives from both of those programs, what they always say is that one of the benefits they get the most out of it is the relationships with each other that they wouldn't have had the opportunity to have. And so one of the suggestions that I would make is, while we want your governments to move forward and to do national strategies and regional strategies, I think you have the opportunity, and as civil society, as individual entrepreneurs, to do your own strategies. And I mentioned yesterday when I went to the AWEP conference in one of the workshops last year, what most impressed me was the way I saw the women interacting with each other and their willingness to help each other from other countries, the same country, people who were doing the same businesses, because they had to face the challenge of, if they want to do business with the United States, our markets are so big, you can't sell 10 baskets to Target. You know what I mean? I mean, you have to be able to sell, you have to be able to produce to scale. And when women and other businesses work together, there might be the potential to achieve that scale. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Really enjoyed our conversations and look forward to seeing you in your various countries in the future and AGOA's forum next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Karen Bass. Thank you. Allow me to introduce now Her Excellency Fatima Assil, Commissioner for Trade and Industry, African Union. Her Excellency Mrs. Fatima Aram Assil has served as Commissioner for Trade and Industry at the African Union Commission since her election in 2012. As Commissioner, Mrs. Assil has championed key elements of Agenda 2063, including preparing for the launch of the African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA, and establishing the African Minerals Development Center as an AUC institution. She is steadfastly committed to Africa's structural transformation and has worked to advance trade, industry, and responsible mineral resource development as fundamental drivers of that transformation. Dear participants, please welcome to Her Excellency Mrs. Fatima Assil.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Rachel, President AWEP Gabon chapter. Mr. Fred Olandedi, Chairman AGOA Civil Society Network. I want to recognize our host, who's not here now, Ambassador Mark Green, but thank you for hosting us. Of course, the champion for Africa, Honorable Karen Bass, that just left. I think it's important that actually we in Africa recognize her. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Flory Lizer, here with us, Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for Africa. And let me say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and you are beautiful, colorful ladies, and that's the African way. All protocol observed. It's really a pleasure for me to address you today at this opening of this joint session of the civil society AWEP joint session focusing on the role of civil society in maximizing AGOA while preparing for the future behind AGOA. Let me start by congratulating and also thanking the entire AGOA civil society network for their support and effort toward the authorization of AGOA last year. I think it is really factual for me to say that we cannot have achieved the result without them. So please, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. And we also want to continue to urge our effort toward that effective utilization of AGOA. Now, women constitute more than 50% of our population. If we want to achieve Africa Agenda 2063, that means the structural transformation of our continent, prosperity of our continent, a peaceful continent, a beautiful continent, and other continental initiatives such as, boosting intra-African trade, we must carry women alone. The role of the women is critical in all aspects of societies in Africa, in trade and industry, infrastructure, human being, peace and security, etc. So women are all over. And we also know that when a woman is empowered, a whole family is empowered. Basically, when a woman is empowered, actually the money goes really for the family, for the children, and also for the husband. So I think that is very important. It has this multiple effect, multiplying effect. So I think that is very important that we invest on the women in Africa. In Africa, women are the backbone of our economies and also the continent's greatest potential to unlocking economic growth as they provide the majority of labor with the least amount of resources. When we talk about credit, and if you analyze it, I used to be a banker. I used to manage a bank, agricultural bank in Chad. And I know that, basically when you see that the loan goes to women, women repay that money. Basically, they use that money effectively and they repay that money. So I think it's very important that we also put that emphasis on that. We want to also welcome initiatives such as the African Women Entrepreneur Program, AWEP, established by U.S. Department of State to dismantle the obstacle to business opportunities and economic participation that African women face. So thank you for this program. We believe this is a laudable program and it has specific focus on women that has the potential to improve AGOA utilization in our specific countries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to provide some brief remark on how can we do to maximize the benefit of AGOA. Of course, the objective of AGOA is to encourage economic growth in Africa by offering African-based manufacturer duty-free access to American market. So, it's a preference. It's not forever. We must, use AGOA. We must use effectively AGOA. Whenever that we talk about preferences is tenure, we should stop for a minute and say, we have tenure. How do we use it? And we use it effectively before looking forward. What is about the next 10 years and what's about the next 5 years? So again, we must have in mind that this is a preference. So it's not going to be forever. Capacity building is crucial to actually spark broadened development and ensure that gain from trade result in inclusive economic growth. But we also know that we must accompany AGOA by a robust development strategy, whether being from our partner, the US, or also our countries, in investing in building strong democratic institutions. That's AGOA eligibility. I think that strong institutions democratic institutions are very important. Enhancing social protection and also developing needed human and resources capital So it's very important and crucial for us to really look at it that way. We also know that trade capacity development is necessary in order to improve access and awareness on the utilization of AGOA. Training program to help workers, especially women, monitor and to push against many of the problems that plague garment and footwear production, low wages, sexual harassment, discrimination, among others. Also, sharing of experiences are very, very important. All of us are mother, and we know how to translate to our children. We know how to translate to our society. I think we also have a role to play with the grassroots women, the women on the villages. How do we make sure that we can transmit what we know? Basically, you're coming to the United States today, train the trainer program. I think that is very important. We all have a responsibility in Africa. We all have a responsibility in our society, and we really welcome programs such as the one that really announced. Energy is an important factor, and I think that it's very important to address it. Infrastructure, transportation, all of these things. I think these are all important issues that head of state and government, your African Union Commission, and the private sector are really trying to tackle and ensure that these are become the priority of the African Union Commission. The issue of energy, the issue of transportation. Basically, when you talk about Agenda 2063, some of you may think Agenda 2063 is 50 years from now. No, we're talking about now. What do we do with energy? Energy is the most important issue that is hindering us on trade. Energy is life. Energy is electricity. Energy is our health. So I think it's very important that we really tackle this one. We talk about, silencing the gun in Africa by 2020, which is, 4 years from now. You can never silence the gun if you don't address the issue of development, if you don't address the issue of democracy. So we must look at all the issue on a more holistic way, not to really wait until there is conflict and then going for conflict. So it's very important we tackle issues correctly. Technical capacity to understand and also take advantage of a given market is difficult due to inadequate technical capacity, and many African exporters have acute limitation in foreign market knowledge and also export marketing expertise. So in addition to that, the US market requirement is another impediment. So it's very important to understand, what are the requirements for the market? What do I need to produce? And I think that somebody took a simple example. If in the US, a supplier is ordering some boots, it's very important that the boots arrive in the US, from October to maybe February. If the boots arrive in May, it's a problem. What would they do with the boots? It's a problem because, it's going to be a storage problem and all that. So I think that is very important to understand the elementary, the 101 of, what is required to import to America, respecting deadline and so forth. So I think that is very important to understand all the markets so that, we can deal with trading to exporting to the US. Of course, the sanitary and sanitary standard requirement from the US is also important that we understand, and majority limitation to export agricultural product under AGOA. So it's important again to understand the market requirement. And training African exporters in marketing and merchandise skill and meeting of standard is crucial. Now, we can also say that there is no dispute that trade, investment, and access to market are necessary investment element of growth and job creation. And of course, AGOA has enormous potential to pave the way to inclusive, comprehensive development in African countries. However, while empowering women and policy that will build long-term goals and invest in and build up long-term relationship, we must also coordinate. They also must be coordinated, and the US government should create a mechanism for coordinating Africa policy across agencies. So it's very important. We know about agencies, we know about the trade hubs, and I think that we all have AGOA's response strategies. How do we ensure that, we link certain things to the trade hubs, to all the works that the UN agencies, the US agencies are doing in Africa. So I think it's very important that we look across all of that. I want to also talk to you about the Continental Free Trade Area. The Continental Free Trade Area would mean coming together with a population of over 1 billion people and a middle-class consumer group of over 300 million people with a spending capital of 1.3 trillion. Therefore, allowing AGOA to continue its role in supporting the growth of middle class in Africa, in the word of Senator Coons, is a worthy goal, and it's a smart strategy that will also lead to job growth in the US. Finally, AGOA 2.0, is it an opportunity to promote a new vision for an economic and trade agenda that benefit African and address the challenges of a changing global economy, and Africa plays within that framework through an emphasis on shared prosperity. AGOA is, should be oriented away from a narrow focus on tariff and embrace a more comprehensive strategy to promote economic growth and opportunity. Another crucial element to promote equitable growth is to recognize the important role played by informal workers. A lot of women are in the informal sector. Of course, we can't say everything that is the US. What does Africa do? What do we do? What government do to make sure that we capture the informal economy to really that formal economy? Is it a tax problem? What are the problems? I think it's very important today when you talk about intra-African trade and you look at the, about 12%, which is the lowest compared to the whole world. I think it's very important that we find a way to capture the informal economy. Many of these, on the informal economies are women, and we need to ensure that, they have access also to this, benefit, to the AGOA, to understanding, to where they can get the information. So formal job growth in sub-Saharan Africa has remained sluggish, so the informal economy has served a particular vital role in ensuring individual livelihood, particularly for women and also young workers. I want to thank you very much, but I really want, you ladies from Africa, let's use the opportunity, let's share experiences, let's learn, and when we go back, let's say to ourselves, we learned something new, but what should we transmit to our daughter? What should we transmit to our sister? And how do you improve the life of somebody? How that the information that you collected can also, help another woman? Because we know, as I said, when you empower a woman in Africa, the sky is the limit. It has this multiplier effect, and I'm sure that you know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give the commissioner another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I hope everyone is enjoying the opening session. We've been able to present a lot of points that the Secretariat had in mind, and I think all of our speakers have addressed all of those issues very well. Now I will bring to the podium the President of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, Chief Olabintan Famutimi, graduated from the University of Ibadan in 1971 with a second-class upper division degree in social sciences. He worked in various senior management capacities in some multinationals, including UAC of Nigeria, Pfizer, Alto Briscoe Nigeria, and Boots Company. He is currently the president of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, NAC, since October 2014. He currently serves on the board of the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce. Chief Olabintan Famutimi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know where to start because it's been very educative, the 2 days I spent here. I want to thank the chairman of the Civil Society Network, Fred Oladende, who has become my educator for some 2 months now when we started communicating. I think the best place to start is to declare my ignorance of what we are doing, what we should be doing, and to confess the failure of what we have not been doing. Exactly. Because, like everybody knows, Nigeria has 1/5 of the population, of the whole population of black people in the world. We are the largest country in Africa. We claim to have the largest economy in Africa, which is a toss-up because of the structure of what we call our economy. Up till now, Nigeria has lived on exporting crude oil. And so that has made us feel very rich and very important. But since everybody knows the use we've made of the proceeds of our crude oil, we have not been able to develop the way we should be. And when you look at it, that when AGOA came, the first country that should have jumped on the opportunities to use it, not only to increase or improve our income, but to diversify. We never did. And so very little knowledge exists in Nigeria about AGOA. And part of my confession is that it is when the chamber that I lead started to ask questions about AGOA because of our connections with the American Embassy and the consulate in Lagos, that a lot of facts started coming to being. We would have been in Gabon last year if we've known about it. By the time we knew about it, it was too late. And we tried to arrange for our Director General to attend, but by the time she went to Abuja to obtain a visa, we couldn't get anybody in the embassy, and she couldn't come. So that's why we ended not coming. And this year, we determined we were going to come. It was when we were preparing for this, and we started talking to Mr. Oladende and Annette Smith, that we heard about AWEP. I have to confess that we should have been working with AWEP if we knew. It was during yesterday's session that introductions were being made that the president of AWEP Nigeria was said to be in the hall. I, as president of Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce, never met her, never knew about her existence. And the truth is, because of our strategic position, the Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce is so close to the American Embassy and the American Consulate. The head of the commercial section of the American Consulate is a board member of Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce, statutorily. Any service, serving commercial counselor is a board member in NACC. And so we've had some connection and relationship. Within the last 15 to 18 months, the Secretary of Commerce of the United States of America has visited Nigeria twice, and the last one was in January this year, when she came with a 22-member delegation of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Doing Business in Africa. And we, as Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce, had to take the task of welcoming her and her delegation and over 20 members of her own staff of the Commerce Department. And we hosted her to a lunch on the 25th of January, where we were asked to bring 50 leading Nigerian business leading people to meet with this committee, which we did successfully. So when we talk about AGOA, Nigeria cannot claim to be in it, even though our officials have been attending all these fora all this year. Since I started working on this, I haven't seen the effect of those participations to the extent that Nigeria does less in AGOA non-oil production than Lesotho. That's as bad as it is. And you are talking about a country of 180 million people with more population than the other 15 West African countries all added together. Okay? The landmass is big, the resources are many, we could do much better, which we have not been doing. So this is a learning process. I'm enthused by what I've listened to. I've been totally enthused and surprised by people like Commissioner Fatima and her impassioned speech here. The women I've listened to, I'm impressed looking at the array of women in this hall. I think I even feel intimidated with their presence. So I'm not going to depart from my prepared speech. And some of the things I might say might sound revolutionary, but it comes from the heart, and I'm recommending them to the civil society network and AWEP and Mr. Chairman. I think one of the things I would recommend that you carry in your recommendation to the ministerial group is that in talking about AGOA, I think there is need to revisit what you call products under AGOA. I think it is wrong to be putting the numbers of exporting of crude oil as part of AGOA, because it distorts everything. If you say AGOA and you put crude oil there, then Nigeria seems to be doing well, Chad is doing well, Angola is doing well, and all other crude oil producers will seem to be doing well because the numbers are up. But in reality, if you take off crude oil from the list of what we are talking about, then it shows an abysmal picture of performance. And what AGOA is designed to do is not to encourage the export of crude oil, unless you are talking about the products that you can get from processing crude oil into finished or intermediate products for export to America, and that is not happening. So if you go on counting AGOA and saying we are exporting this much and that much and that much, is not reflective of success of AGOA as a program. I think to be able to see the success of AGOA in the remaining period of the extension of it, crude oil must be taken out of the equation. That's one of my recommendations. As a result, another recommendation I'm going to give, as a result of the structure of management of AGOA in my country, we've discovered some unfortunate situation. I've just mentioned officials from Nigeria had been participating in this AGOA virtually from its inception. But what happens? What happens is that all the people that have been coming have been from the government departments. And they come, they participate, they listen to the recommendations, they go back home, nobody knows anything about it. It just goes, they sit down on it in their ministries, in their departments, nobody knows. It was during yesterday's session, and I was already impassioned when I heard people talk about country-specific implementation strategies that have been achieved in other places. And I was wondering, why haven't we been able to get one for Nigeria? I then challenged the lady that is in charge, yes, my dear, I've forgotten the name, that why has the resource hub for West Africa not been able to be active and help us in Nigeria to have a country-specific strategy so that we can work? Because what did I discover in Nigeria? When we took up this challenge, of driving AGOA, we discovered that government agencies that are in charge, from the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment to Nigerian Export-Import Bank, to Nigerian Export Promotion Council, to small, medium-scale enterprises, to central bank, and everything are not working together, okay? So my thought is that the civil society's recommendation to the ministerial group should be that implementation of AGOA, apart from providing the environment, should not be under government agencies. They would not work. So I'm of the opinion that this should be the case and recommended, because the government doesn't do business. It is only the private sector that does business. And we in Nigeria would want to lead, by the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, the implementation of AGOA. And we need the support of civil society to help us do this. I have other comments to give, but I think my time is up. In private discussions, I would say the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Famutumi. It is very nice because we are on time, and I would like to continue with the program. I think we've had a very successful opening session this morning. I am going to bring to the podium now our keynote speaker, and I know everyone here in this room do not need me to read her bio. We all know all what she has done in the last 8 years to ensure that AGOA remain on track. She has traveled extensively all over Africa. I'm sure there is probably no one here in this room that has not met Florie Lizer on the ground, working with their government, working with their AWEP, working with their private sector and their civil society. And I would like, on behalf of the AGOA Civil Society Network, to thank her very much, and to thank Ambassador Froman for some of the opportunity that we've been able to work through our office to impact AGOA in terms of its reform, in terms of the programs that they have. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to read Ms. Florie Lizer's bio because I know you all know her, but I'm going to bring her to the podium and to give us keynote remarks. Florie Lizer.
Good morning, everyone. So I was sitting there debating, do I do the remarks that I've been given that my staff so diligently worked on, or do I use a few minutes to say some things to you from my heart and from the experience that I've had? And I've decided on the latter. So let me apologize right up front to Asa Miller, who's on my staff at USTR, who worked all hours giving me excellent remarks to make. And let me see if I can try to do a decent job. You know, when you speak off the cuff, sometimes you go on longer than you would have with the regular remarks. But let me see if I can try to do a good job. First of all, I just feel a really great honor and privilege to be here with all of you. I think many of you know at the beginning of AGOA, and I was privileged to be around in the early days, there were 3 legs to the AGOA dialogue. One leg is the government. government, the United States government, speaking to African governments and working with African governments. But there was also the private sector. And clearly, governments are put in place to set the environment for business to thrive. Their job is not to do business. Their job, our job, is to set the right framework so that people, the businesses, the entrepreneurs, the hardworking men and women can actually accomplish the things that they need to and want to in their businesses. But the third leg of AGOA, which was actually put in the legislation from the very beginning, was civil society. And I can tell you there were people who at that time didn't really understand, well, what is this civil society leg? What is that about? And let me just say that the stool of the three legs would have fallen over in the last 16 years had it not been for the leg of civil society. Civil society's role in AGOA is so critical. And I just want to thank all of you here who have been a part of that, whether you're new to it, old to it, you know, the commitment of civil society to hold governments accountable, the US government and African governments accountable for the kind of things that they are supposed to be doing. Do you have an environment that is conflict-free? Do you have an environment that makes it easy for businesses, not just foreign businesses, but local businesses to operate? Are you free of corruption? Are you implementing laws and regulations that protect your workers, that make sure that there isn't child labor? What are you doing as governments? And civil society is the heartbeat of that. They are the ones who are making sure that governments are not getting away with not doing their part, our part, to ensure that there is indeed a good environment, a healthy environment for businesses to engage. Let me also say, I was there in the beginning when AWEP was formed. And many of you may not know it, but initially, and I'm thankful that it happened, but initially the A in AWEP was AGOA, AGOA Women's Entrepreneurship Program. A lot of y'all don't know that. However, you know, after a few years of that, we realized that there were a lot of people in Africa who didn't even know what AGOA was. Yeah. And I'll tell you the truth, I've been all over the continent. I've had people come up to me and say, oh, AGOA, I'm so glad I finally got to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm like, wow. Or I have been, you know, for what, more than a decade, going back and forth to Africa, visiting production facilities. I have been in factories with 10 women, and I have been in factories with 10,000. And I can tell you that it may not say AGOA Women's Entrepreneurship Program anymore, but the African Women's Entrepreneurship Program, AWEP, has been so critical because I know for a fact, I have seen it with my own eyes, that the majority of people who have benefited to date, and I know it hasn't done nearly as much as it should. It's had many successes, and we've talked about it, but it hasn't done yet. It's barely scratched the surface. But the majority of those factories and facilities, some of them you really couldn't have even called a factory, to be honest. But they're women, and they are young people. And so what I want to say is AGOA, AWEP, YALI, the three legs of government, private sector, and civil society, this is what this is about. This is about the collaboration that we can all have together, the collective responsibility that all of us have to try to enable the women, the youth, the small micro enterprises of Africa on the African side, and the small minority-owned, women-owned, diaspora-owned businesses, as well as others on the U.S. side, to come together and partner so that we can actually have trade be an engine for economic growth and poverty alleviation. That's why we're all working together. That's why we have the partnership we have. And I thank Congress for its wisdom in the early years of putting that three-legged stool in there. I thank all those in government who have worked. I thank Commissioner Asil has left, the African Union, and other institutions that have played a major role in supporting UNECA, the UN Economic Commission for Africa. And let me just end by saying that Bruce Wharton talked about the eligibility criteria, the annual review. A point that Madam Asil made, my good friend, is, we're now down to less than 9 years. People worked hard, you worked hard, we worked hard. The Obama administration worked hard with Congress to get that extension. It was the longest extension ever. And we pushed for it because we said, we need to give certainty to the businesses in Africa, the people who are producing the products for our market. We need to give certainty to the US buyers, and we need to give certainty to investors. And we wanted to make sure that there was enough time that they could benefit. So we got that, but now, in a blink of an eye, 9 years, we're down to 9 years, now we're down to about 8.5 years. And next thing you know, ladies and gentlemen, we'll blink and AGOA will be over. So I'm gonna make an appeal. I'm gonna appeal that all the stakeholders of AGOA, all of them, government, private sector, civil society, AWEP, YALI, that we all come together and we try to figure out how can we work collectively together so that we can really make the most of AGOA over these next 8.5 years. And I just want to say that whether I am continue to be in this position or not, please know that I have a passion for, I think many of you know, I have a passion for this work. I believe that trade is the foundation for economic development. It has been for every country and every region of the world forever. And I truly believe that it's Africa's time to use trade and business as a platform and a foundation for economic development and poverty alleviation, to raise the level and the living standards for the people of Africa. Thank you.
We would like to thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I would like to ask a picture with that powerful woman. Just here, please, with me. Thank you so much. Les photographes, s'il vous plaît.
We're matched.
Yes!
Where are we looking? Over here? Oh, absolutely.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Florrie. And we enjoyed all our time, and we look forward to working with you.
I didn't do any thanks to anybody at the beginning, but you all know how much we appreciate Fred Oladende and all those who have supported the AGOA CSO. So my apologies for not even saying thank you.
We very appreciate all of your support.
Great.
So,
thank you.
Thank you all very much. I think we've had a very, very, very interesting and rewarding opening session. We're going to now move on to the next session, which is a very important session that is going to be chaired by Mr. Anthony Carroll. I know everyone in this room knows Tony, so I would not read his bio, but he would now take over and present all of our experts that would be on the first panel of this session. So on behalf of Ms. Rachel Ebanet and myself and all of our AWEP and CSO members, we thank you for being part of this opening session. So, Tony Carroll.
Thank you. Angela, you want to come up? Steve? JT? JT is around somewhere, I'm sure. Okay. Hi, Angela. Thank you for making it. You'll go first, and then Steve, and then he'll have to run. So we're going to do the best that we can to get this back on track. Good morning. Dumelang, Sawibona, bienvenidos, Jambu, Karibu. Thank you all. Akabo, Akwaba. I think I've, Salam Alaikum. I think I've touched upon most of the languages in Africa that I've learned pieces of over the 40 years of work that I've done in Africa. My objective here today is to hear a little bit from the Congress's point of view on the most recent amendments to AGOA, perhaps offering some comments on what's next. We'll hear from the State Department, which tends to be the scorekeeper on AGOA and conditions, at least within that department. And then we'll hear a little bit more from a colleague of Ambassador Green, J.T. Tomaszewski, about the important work that IRI does in developing civil society and their contributions to meeting AGOA. I regret to advise you that Minister Joshua Satipa will not be here. He was, as many of us were this week, hung up in New York with the various UNGA meetings and was unable to make it. But the Honorable Minister is a formidable presence in the Africa trade scene. He represents Lesotho, which, as our chairman described earlier, is a very small country that punches well above its weight in terms of its abilities to taking advantage of AGOA. And as a person myself who's worked with the Nigerians on the original application for AGOA and granting of their visas many, many years ago, I regret that Nigeria hasn't done more to take advantage of AGOA. But I'm here only as a scorekeeper and a moderator to keep things moving along. I'd like to introduce our first speaker or panelist, who the passage of trade legislation has awful lot of technical work behind it. It requires a huge commitment from not only members such as Congresswoman Bass earlier today, but also at the staff level. And I can think of no one, having myself been involved with AGOA since before its passage, even from its inception, I can think of no one at the staff level who's done more to help us along the way to not only achieve AGOA in the outset, and we were together in the ceremonies on the passage of AGOA, but also in AGOA's necessary technical modifications, its extension, and most recently, and someone who's been at our side in making AGOA a reality. And I know that in years coming we'll also continue to keep an eye on the interests of Africa that are so beautifully embodied here in this room. I will turn it over to Angela to make some remarks. You can stay seated or you can come up here. It's up to you. And then we'll turn to Steve, who will have to leave shortly after his remarks, but his colleague, Ralph Olson, will be here for the Q&A session. So please join me in welcoming Angela Ellard to the podium or to
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I think I'll stand just so that I can see everyone. I'm so impressed with the fashion today, and that's just the men. The women are especially gorgeous. But it is a great pleasure to be here. As Tony said, we've been working together on AGOA for many years, starting in the late 90s, when AGOA was just kind of a gleam in our members' eyes. And since then, when the legislation passed in 2000 on a very broad bipartisan basis, I'm very happy to say that we have legislated, I think, more on AGOA than any other trade issue. We have every few years either renewed or expanded AGOA. And I know sometimes there was a little frustration that we left it right up to the wire. But this time, we were able to do it for a longer period of time, for 10 years, and as Flory notes, we're down to really about 8.5 years, and time does go fast. But what I'm very, very proud of is to have worked on this issue with so many, not just in government, but also in business and in civil society, to make AGOA a reality, not just the legislation, but to make it operational in practice. And every time I go to Africa, and every time I go to a factory in Africa or a facility in Africa, I'm just amazed to see the opportunities that the legislation has created. And we're all looking to see how we can take it to the next level. I think that, as we know, we have 8.5 years left, and we just don't know what will happen at that time. It's just impossible to predict. I think one thing you can rest assured of is that you will have the bipartisan support of members to work together with Africa to figure out how we're going to approach this together. This is not a question of the legislation ending and then we fall off a cliff. I think there will be a lot of discussion about what comes next. So this is something that we all have to prepare for. But I think frustration, I guess, is the word that I would use. I think it's something that we all experience, is why AGOA isn't utilized more, and what can we do to make sure that there is that opportunity. And I don't mean just in terms of the number of countries that use it. We certainly want to improve that. We also want to improve the number of products that countries export, that they manufacture and export, the niches that they create. We'd love to see more regional integration among the countries so that we can take advantage of each other's expertise, various countries coming together, working together, instead of reinventing the wheel. And we'd like to see, I think, more value added in terms of the types of products, not just merely extractive products. They, of course, have their value, but creating more value added within Africa is also very important. The regional integration that we seek is something that is very significant. And in addition to that, one way to amp up the power of AGOA and of regional integration and diversification and utilization is also through the WTO tools that we have. Our members are quite pleased that so many African countries have now joined the Trade Facilitation Agreement in the WTO. This is just absolutely a win-win. It's an opportunity for African countries to reduce barriers at the border, barriers that prevent them from importing and barriers that prevent them from exporting, not just to the United States, but even to each other. So these are common sense barriers that we're hoping that Africa will embrace the removal of these barriers. And the TF agreement provides all kinds of capacity building to that end. Now, I think as we think about what the next steps are and how to move forward, there are a lot of ideas that are out there on the table. Of course, our ideal in the United States is moving towards free trade agreements. And these are what we find very ambitious agreements that, yes, improve market access for the United States, but there's a lot more to it than that. And a lot of our free trade agreements have been with developing countries. And we have seen the results. When we have these trade agreements in place, countries really are able to accelerate their level of development, poverty alleviation, moving towards capital-intensive industries. These are all very important goals, which of course lead to improved rule of law and various other conditions in which we see the standard of living very much improve in those countries. Now, obviously, a free trade agreement takes some time, but we have a little time now. And it's something, in terms of looking forward at how we can use the building blocks, as USTR has put it in its recent report, the building blocks. Even if we don't end up at an FTA, what are the things that we can do to improve our relationship through, for example, dealing with state-owned enterprises, or dealing with intellectual property issues, dealing with labor and environment conditions. These are all transparency, rule of law, anti-corruption. These are all elements that are part of our trade agreements and things that it seems to me that we should very much start working on. These are policy reforms that really create a tremendous benefit to Africa, and it seems to me that we should start heading in that direction and creating the opportunity for growth in Africa that way. And of course, this is not just a one-sided kind of thing. Recently, just within the last few weeks, the House passed legislation that creates more capacity building tools through our interagency process, not just USTR, but a whole handful of agencies, to work with Africa to be able to take advantage of these building blocks. And this is something, of course, that it's not just government to government. The representative from the Nigerian Chamber, I thought, really made a great point about how important the private sector is. And of course, we all know how important civil society is, both in pushing government, but also in making the commercial economic decisions that are so vital to accelerating where we are now. So this is something that I think in Congress our members feel very strongly about. They all know what AGOA means. You don't have to say the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. You saw on the floor of the House the other day when we passed our legislation, so many of our members came to the floor to talk about this. So this is something that we really look forward to working together with you on, and we've accomplished a lot so far, and we look forward to taking this to the next level. Thanks very much.
Before I introduce Steve, I'd like to acknowledge Christine in the second row here. For those of you who speak Portuguese, and if you have any perguntas, you can ask Christine maybe over lunch for further explanation. So, okay? Okay. Well, obrigado. Ciao. I'd like to now introduce Steve Feldstein to the table. He's the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the State Department's Department of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. That's a big title and a big name, but it's an important organization because it is the agency within the Department of State that really does evaluate the conditions that civil society operate in countries, including in the AGOA eligible countries. Steve brings to us a very rich background, not only in his current role at the State Department, but prior to that, he was in the policy development at USAID, an important implementing agency for AGOA, complementing technical assistance. And before that, he had a very distinguished career working with current Secretary of State John Kerry on the Senate, the U.S. Senate. So Steve will only be able to offer his brief remarks, and then we'll have to run. But his colleague, the director of that department, Ralph Olson, who will be in the front row here, will come up and be able to answer any questions. And Angela, you have a colleague here. Is Josh Sneed here?
Yes, he is. He's in the overflow.
Oh, he's in the overflow room. Well, welcome remotely to Josh in the overflow room. And tell him there's plenty of room in here if he wants to add anything else. So please join me in welcoming Steve to the podium.
Hello. Well, it's an honor to be here. I'm really happy to be able to say a few remarks, and I apologize again for having to depart relatively soon for another AGOA event. But this is a very busy day and busy weekend in terms of AGOA-related activities. And I think that's a really important thing, both in terms of making sure the civil society voices today are heard and also making sure that that's then inputted into the formal government ministerials and the discussions there. I've worked on AGOA issues for a large part of my career. In this position, I've had the opportunity to specifically address several different civil society forums. Most recently, I was in Gabon last year, and I think it's actually very telling right now that as we talk about human rights and labor rights criteria for AGOA. And as we think about the session last year in Gabon, Gabon itself is somewhat at a crossroads right now. And I think even potentially later today, we're all awaiting a decision by the Constitutional Court to determine the electoral outcomes. And so over there, we can see where so many of these issues come to bear, the issues of human rights protections, the issues of free and fair elections, and the notion that to build a positive, strong, prosperous economic foundation, all these different parts, sectors need to work together in sync. And I think that's really why I think the Civil Society Forum is so important, because your voices, it is your reporting, your observations, your engagement is what helps us understand and determine what are the criteria and factors for success, especially when it comes to eligibility. I want to quickly thank the Foundation for Democracy in Africa for inviting me here today and speaking to the forum. What I would like to do very briefly is to talk a little bit about the criteria that are written into AGOA legislation, and then talk a little bit about what that means and how it's been applied successfully in a couple situations. And then I will turn it over to my colleagues for further remarks and questions. I think really that there are a few different criteria that are worth highlighting when it comes to legislation. And for us, what we really pay attention to are a few key things. So first of all, one of the requirements is that countries should have established or be making continual progress towards, one, the rule of law, political pluralism, the right to due process, a fair trial, and equal protection under the law. I think that's a very important criteria, because that is a basis by which, at least if you are a business that's operating, you have an assurance of reliability when you have disputes, when it comes to other issues that come into play. It gives you an understanding and a confidence that there is legitimacy built into the system so that you can operate in the way that you would like. Second is progress towards a system in place to combat corruption and bribery. And I'll talk a little further about that in a moment. Third is the protection of internationally recognized labor rights, including freedom of association, which obviously for us is a key pillar when it comes to making sure that workers are treated in a fair, equitable manner according to internationally recognized standards. And then finally, there is also a requirement that beneficiaries have not engaged in gross violations of human rights, which really, for our Bureau, sits at the core of what we think about, whether it's our broader assistance programs or specific economic engagement programs like AGOA. So two examples of countries that I think have really taken to heart what AGOA has meant to accomplish, and I think have really demonstrated a strong orientation towards these issues. One is Cote d'Ivoire. So in contrast to the post-election crisis in Cote d'Ivoire in 2010 to 2011, President Ouattara was reelected in 2015 in polls that were widely recognized as free, as fair and transparent, and signaling a positive trajectory for political rights. So I think you can automatically, very quickly see the difference between the situation 6 years ago and the situation more recently in 2015. If you look at the business environment in Cote d'Ivoire, it also has shown a lot of indications towards economic growth and improvement, including an IMF forecast of GDP growth of 8.5% for 2016, as well as an active effort to attract FDI, garnering $4.8 billion in investment commitments during the 2014 International Forum for Investments that they held. So while there are significant challenges that do remain when it comes to political rights and human rights, at least according to Freedom House's report on Cote d'Ivoire, I think we are starting to see some real improvements. And I do believe that if the economy in Cote d'Ivoire continues to flourish, this will have a positive, virtuous effect on the civil society environment, on protecting civil liberties, and addressing corruption and protecting the rule of law. A second example is Botswana. It is a strong economy, long tradition of multi-party democracy and respect for human rights. And it's actually classified by the World Bank as an upper middle income country, and has very high marks from Transparency International when it comes to its anti-corruption efforts. There's an interesting demographic profile in Botswana in that over 50% of its population is comprised of youth. So I think AGOA is an example of where diversification of its economy is something that AGOA can help with. Making sure that it is able to provide productive employment to its youth population is another thing that I think AGOA offers potential opportunities. And I think, Botswana has recognized that even though it's receives so much of its revenue from diamonds and other sorts of minerals, that's not something that's going to last forever, and that the need and the ability to harness a population to provide the right kind of education, vocational training skills, and then to allow them to come into a workforce that will do more than just market diamonds is something that I think Botswana is well on its way to do. So I think there's a really interesting example, an illustration with Botswana when it comes to that as well. So very quickly on the corruption front, I think there are, this to us is a big issue, not only when it comes to itself being something that's we view as part of the human rights agenda, but corruption also as being something that I think can have a very damaging and detrimental effect to the economies of countries. Not only does it reduce efficiencies when it comes to properly allocating resources towards particular businesses, but it's unfair in practice. It's unfair to its citizens. It perpetuates a system of inequality where certain segments of the population are continually rewarded and have access to benefits, and it doesn't allow for broader prosperity to flourish in a country. I also believe, and we've seen in many instances, that when it comes to promoting and advancing strong, stable democracies in places that have strong respect for civil society, in places that have a significant amount of corruption, I think those are issues that concurrently also come at risk as well. And you can see this play out, especially in countries that have a long history of resource-rich economies, where there hasn't been the right type of diversification that's taken place. I think in general, it was interesting to me last year in Gabon, the idea of diversification was a particularly salient point. It was one that was talked about throughout, especially because at that moment, I think countries were just starting to recognize the new environment when it came to plunging commodity prices and what that meant for government revenues and for their own prosperity. And I think there was a strong recognition about the need to think beyond just exporting of commodities. So now we're a year later, and prices have remained depressed. I think the continuing sharp questions about how to restructure and encompass the idea of diversification continues. And my strong pitch is to circle this back to some of the issues I talked about on human rights and the rule of law. In order to bring about the kind of diversification that we're mentioning, in order to open up a new economy and to provide the type of jobs that we talked about to the youth populations, whether it's Botswana, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's many other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, protecting and advancing human rights, civil liberties, and rule of law are all key pillars, and I think are very clearly written in place for a reason in AGOA and have been for many years. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, I apologize I won't be able to take questions, but my colleague Rolfo would be happy to do so, and I will turn it back over to Anthony to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, not only for your remarks today, but your ongoing participation and support for Africa. I remember your presence last year in AGOA was noted, and really appreciate your contributions here today. And during the Q&A, we'll have an opportunity, if any of the state-related questions come up, we'll certainly give our chance for his colleague, even if he is wearing an Eagles halyard on. I also want to, as a clarification, note that Angela's earlier remarks were off the record. Just for those of you who are note-taking, know that her remarks are off the record. I'd like to now introduce J.T. Tomaszewski, who not only has been doing a fabulous job in running the Africa program here, but J.T. is a person, as myself, knows Africa well. He's lived in Africa. He's married to an African. Africa is not just a passing fancy for him, it's a part of his life. And I think we are all appreciative of his work in bringing, I think, the tools necessary for civil society to petition government. Aren't we here from the gentleman from Nigeria talking about the idea of having civil society petition government? It's a fundamental concept in our Constitution that we're allowed to petition government. We've institutionalized this in various mechanisms, from everything from the publication of notices on rule changes to legislation to open, even at the town level, having open town halls. And, you know, I think it's important that we empower civil society in Africa to develop the capacity to petition their governments to demand more for civil society and more benefits from trade agreements to flow to the small and medium enterprises that are so ably and so beautifully represented here today. So I'd like to now bring up JT to the podium to talk a little bit about the tools that they work with in trying to empower civil society. And then we'll leave, 10 minutes or so to get back on time, but certainly address some of your Q&A, which I'll moderate. Thank you very much.
So good morning still. Good morning, everyone. Or as we say in Kenya, karibuni. Welcome. We're glad you're here. It is true, I'm married to an African. I'm married to a Kenyan. I have Kenyan children, beautiful children. And I got to tell you before I start, just to say to you that we take very seriously at IRI the role of African women in society. And in my time working in South Sudan, Kenya, and Egypt, Nigeria, Uganda, we have worked very closely with African women, not only in politics, but in civil society, in government, and we continue to put programs together that empower them, not only to vote in elections, which IRI is more known for, or to be a part of a political party, but to actually make changes at the local level to have their governments create better access to markets and more engagement. So AWEP is a great initiative. I have seen this firsthand, the need for more entrepreneurial access, better trade, better relationships with the U.S., not only in my own home, my wife is also an entrepreneur, and her family, but also the women we work with at the ground level. And I'd like to give you just a little bit of an overview of what IRI does. In the subcontinent of sub-Saharan Africa, that's what my division covers at IRI. But just for you to get a little more of a sense, a little more flavor, we've talked a lot about some technical things here, but there's people on the ground. And the important role that you play as civil society is to connect to the ground. You need to bring these great opportunities to the ground, and that is sometimes a very difficult job. IRI can play a role in helping with that. So I'm going to go over a little bit about IRI. First of all, thank you. Welcome here. I want to mirror Ambassador Green's comments. This is a huge opportunity for us. We don't do trade directly. We don't work in business directly. We have a sister organization named CIPE, Center for International Private Enterprise. It works through National Endowment for Democracy. They do more of the American Chamber and business stuff. But IRI does do democracy, and democracy is a critical part of any trade relationship with the United States. Democratic values are critical to ensuring that economies flourish, and that we are having a trade policy as the U.S. that aligns with our values. And so in many ways, what we do is critical. IRI is a mission-driven, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. I know we have the word Republican in our name, but perhaps you can read a little bit about Ronald Reagan as you walk around the room here, and you understand why. Ronald Reagan isn't featured in this room because he's a Republican. He's featured in this room because he gave a speech to the British Parliament back in the 1980s that created these democracy institutes. And Congress, they have to have two of everything. So we've got the International Republican Institute and the National Democratic Institute. But that's where the partisanship ends. In many ways, in Africa, around the world, we are what you call small d, democracy. We work with everyone, and we try very much as member organizations on a number of these issues in democracy. We work together, so it's very critical. Currently, IRI has active programs in more than a dozen countries in pretty much every region in sub-Saharan Africa. We've recently, over the past several years, made some strong inroads into the Sahel region. We've long been in Southern Africa. I myself served as a country director in Kenya running the East Africa program, helping to open up opportunities in Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi. So be happy to talk with some of you to learn a little bit more about what we do locally during the break. We view civil society as a critical partner in nearly all of the countries where we work. In Kenya, we work with civil society particularly to help them conduct social audits of projects. So what you have in a place like Kenya is you have a devolved government where essentially political authority, power, fiscal responsibility has been transferred to the local level. This is an outgrowth of a terrible event that occurred in 2007, 2008 that resulted in thousands of people dying, many displaced. The Kenyans went together, they reformed their constitution, they brought power down to the local level. The problem is you had civil society organizations, you had politicians who weren't equipped to actually take up that power. IRI played the role working with civil society to actually help them now to monitor projects, to increase access to markets and getting women, entrepreneurs, more engaged in the political process. Because if they're not represented in the decision-making that's going on in these countries, they won't have their position put forward. We've seen in many African countries the issue of quotas, getting women represented. It's not enough. We can't just say that we need 20% of women in parliament to get the voice forward. There are women, businessmen, businesswomen in these communities who certainly have a role to play in getting the word out. And then civil society sort of backs that up by helping to engage elected leaders. And that's what we do in a place like Kenya. In a place like Nigeria, we're currently working with civil society to actually help political parties be more transparent and open. And that also has a critical role to play in a lot of the issues that we're talking about here. In many of the electoral systems throughout Africa, you have to be a member of a political party to run as a candidate. If you're not in the party, you can't run as an independent. You're not able to participate. The problem with that is for youth and women, they often suffer in the nomination process, and then when they go to the polls, they often don't have the tools, the skills, and certainly not the money to compete against some of the godfathers who run the political system. So in Nigeria, we do a lot of that, and we really engage. And this is something, again, it has a knock-on effect to a lot of the issues that you're talking about here. It ensures that dialogue is happening in a democratic way, that when elections occur, they have all stakeholders at the table. And as we know in Nigeria, they've just recently had a very, very big election, big change in government. With that has come a lot of uncertainty about the next steps in the future. And IRI is working there, really trying to bring the pieces together. You know, if some of you remember, the Goodluck Jonathan party of PDP sort of fell apart after that election. They're sort of coming back together now. It's critical that they, as APC and President Buhari's government, take over. It's critical that they also are in active opposition, that they're also playing a constructive role in politics. Too often, civil society, opposition politicians, they're not looking at things in a constructive way. They just think, let's take the branches to the streets, let's burn some tires, let's do our protests, and that's how we solve problems. IRI helps to work with those organizations to find constructive ways of engaging constitutionally, through the rule of law, and certainly using all of the institutions that are at the disposal of the citizens. Women and youth are ground level actors. I've already talked about that. You know, when you go to a local market, and you can actually look at Ambassador Green's Twitter feed, he was with me in Kampala about 5 days ago, and we brought him to a market. We were training these youth to actually go out and clean markets as part of a leadership academy. As we walked through this market, we didn't see a lot of mzes, a lot of old men there. We saw women and young people selling their goods, selling their fruit, putting the market stands up, selling phone credit, chasing us down, trying to get the Mzungu to buy some stuff from them, right? And as Mark Green went through and he's sweeping up, helping to sweep up the market, it was interesting to see the role that women and youth are playing in governing that market to make sure that the goods are flowing through it. It's in downtown Kampala. It's an important market. But of course, they suffer heavily in terms of taxes, in terms of duties that they've got to pay. The access of their goods. Oftentimes they complained they weren't getting access. Their fruit wasn't able to move beyond the market to other sellers, wholesalers. They have a lot of challenges, and they felt in many ways that the government wasn't effectively representing their needs. So a lot of the youth and the women in that market came together, and they started to advocate. And they're currently working with IRI to get the word out, to get the tools they need to really engage government constructively, not at the local level, but also the national level, to ensure that there's proper representation of their views when they talk about issues like trade policy, We pay our MPs a lot on the African continent. They get a lot of money. They're probably some of the richest people that you'll find there with their benefits and their housing allowances and everything. It's hard to get them to listen sometimes. In fact, a common thing we do when we deal with MPs on the African continent is they like to run away from their constituents because they know the minute they're elected, they now got to pay back. They've got to pay back what they took. And the problem is they don't often go to the constituency level. So in places like Tanzania, what IRI is doing right now is we're working with MPs, women and youth MPs in particular, to actually go down to their constituencies, many of whom are on trade and business committees, working on budget committees, to ensure that there's proper representation of issues, and to also help them move past some of the stigma of actually talking to constituents, something that they're actually elected to do, but often don't. So it's something that we take very seriously. I'll just finish really quickly with just talking about the U.S.-Africa trade relationship and sort of how we view it as IRI. The relationship is not just about trade or business or economic benefit. It's also about developing relationships between trading partner nations that share strong democratic and free market values while ensuring that workers and consumers are protected. This relationship, if leveraged correctly by civil society, can help impact reforms well beyond trade, the origin of materials, and production standards. It can spur the business community to move beyond their boardrooms and profit margins to take an active role in larger reform issues. We've talked about Gabon and the election judgment coming up. There's a lot of those on the continent right now. And getting all citizens involved in the process. One of the troubles and one of the complications that we have on the ground as IRI is we are often figuring, how do we get business people involved in these larger issues? How do we get them to appreciate that it's not just about keeping quiet? We don't want to make the government mad at us, because if we do, then our business might be, we might be hindered. We might need to bribe somebody. We need to deal with something that we don't want to get involved in. We just want to worry about the bottom line. But the reality is, as we often talk to business leaders on the ground who are working with our civil society partners, you have to work together. You have to be a voice together. So there are women in this room who are businesswomen. There are men in this room who are businessmen. You also have a role not just in your own interests, but in the interests of your nation, to look at the larger picture. And civil society can be a critical role in that. IRI is happy to host today's session. We really look forward to hearing more of this debate and discussion. And we're all available. I have a lot of staff around the room here to certainly talk about specific country programs, from Mali to Zimbabwe. We have programs all over the continent. So let's keep talking, and thank you so much.
Rolf, can I get you up here? We're almost catching up on time. I'm going to take 3 questions, and I'm going to take them in a row before I turn over the next panel to my good friend Robert Mallett. I have no problem with you making a comment, but I want your comment and questions to be brief. And then we'll parse them out to the committee as per, we think, a most relevant respondent. So do we have any questions from the audience? We have a mic here. Sir, please be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. I want to go back to what I spoke about. That's the question of getting the resources that the government of the U.S. provides to help AGOA in Africa, and in particular to Nigeria. One of the areas, for example, that my people are concerned about, it was spoken about yesterday, is actually trying to export to the U.S. and getting the products already loaded and shipped to the U.S. And at the entrance, they are now found not to meet specifications, and they are seized and destroyed. And when that happens, some businessmen get ruined. One shipment might be the whole capital that they have. We have been talking to the chairman of the civil society about the possibility of finding a way of getting the U.S. government and the agencies that we have to work with coming to the source where we actually produce and giving us and training us.
Afternoon in technical assistance. So please, we'll bring that up to the floor later on. These are not technical assistance people. These are people from Congress. We will, in fact, Vanessa Adams, who's standing behind you, former director of the West Africa Trade Hub, will be able to, on her panel, be able to address this issue. So
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Madame. And then in the back, we'll finish up. We want to have women participating particularly. So you're going to get knocked off if I've got another question from a woman. But
Good morning.
Okay, Madame, please.
I'm from Lesotho.
Dumela ma.
Dumela ntate.
Lekai. Lekai.
Le kae?
Ki dumela ho itse.
Yes, I know that AGOA comes with some strict rules and regulations. So I would like to know if it's possible that in those rules, for the women to be able to benefit directly, if it's possible for them to be incorporated in such a way that in the manufacturing of the textile, they can be given some opportunity of buying shares into the, that should be one of the conditions that when these Chinese go there to set up factories, they give some shareholding to the local women entrepreneurs so that it also gives them preference into the market. I would like to know if that is possible. That could be also included. Otherwise, the only benefit that we have as women is women that work in the factories at very, very low wages.
Last question, and then we'll give our panelists an opportunity to respond, and then we'll go to the next panel. Sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Sheikh Fantamadi Kamara, Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce of Guinea. Please to let me express myself in French because it's very easy for me. Donc,
je m'excuse.
Donc, je suis M. Cheikh Fantamadi Kamara, secrétaire général de la Chambre de commerce, d'industrie et d'artisanat de Guinée.
My name is Sheikh Fantamadi Kamara, and I'm the chair of the Chamber of Commerce and Handicrafts of Guinea.
C'est un grand plaisir pour nous et toute la délégation d'être là et d'assister à cette grande rencontre.
It's a great pleasure for me and my delegation to take part in this very important forum.
Je vous informe que c'est à la dernière minute que le ministre a été empêché, sinon la délégation guinéenne devait être conduite par le ministre du Commerce.
In fact, the Minister of Commerce of Guinea was going to be the head of delegation, but at the last minute, he had some other obligations, and in this respect, I had to lead it.
Donc, je profite de l'occasion pour dire qu'il y a non seulement une délégation officielle, mais il y a une délégation du secteur privé composée de la société civile et de AWEP. Nous sommes au nombre de 30.
So you have two delegations, one official delegation and also one delegation representing the private sector, in which you have AWEP and AGOA representative, and there are about 30 members.
Donc, je vous prie d'applaudir et ensuite d'échanger les cartes de visite avec les uns et les autres.
And I invite you to exchange cards, business cards.
Et nous allons profiter pour que prochainement la Guinée soit plus représentée et soit plus dynamique au sein de AGOA.
And we'll make sure that Guinea will even have a stronger representation and stronger participation in AGOA.
Parce que l'essentiel, c'est le résultat. Comment parvenir? Il faut passer par les moyens. Ces moyens, dans le cadre de AGOA, c'est la société civile, c'est AWEP, c'est le centre de ressources AGOA accrédité dans les différents pays.
What matters really is to achieve results. And when we talk about results, it is necessary to have means. And what are the means? It's civil society in general. And having AGOA Center accredited in our respective countries will play a big role.
Donc, s'il n'y a pas une synergie, une coordination jusqu'au sommet, donc le travail devient difficile, on vient en rang dispersé et c'est difficile d'avoir un résultat tangible.
Lack of synergy and lack of cooperation from bottom up will lead only to dispersing our efforts.
Donc, pour cela, j'ai une proposition. Si la société civile envoie une invitation, il faut que le centre de ressources AGOA soit informé. Et si on envoie également une invitation à AWEP, il faut que le centre de ressources soit informé pour que réellement nous puissions prendre des dispositions à temps et que nous puissions utiliser le même langage et défendre nos intérêts.
And my proposal is that AGOA Resource Center really have to be notified when invitations are sent to members of civil societies so that we coordinate and so that we have the best efficiency possible.
D'accord.
Je suis très content d'être là et je vous remercie. Ce n'est que partie remise.
It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you so much.
Merci.
And we have a long way to go.
Je vous en prie. Okay, great. Let me turn those remarks over, those questions and remarks to our panelists. I'll start with Angela, and then I'll work to JT, and then I'll let Ralph finish up. So, Angela?
Thanks very much, Tony. Well, thank you very much for the questions. The question in particular, with respect to how can we make sure that women in Africa get the benefits of AGOA, is definitely a huge goal, because we do know that it's a proven fact that when jobs are created for women, it allows a family to be supported and fed. It allows for very much to improve the situation at the family level. And that's definitely a huge goal that our members have. You mentioned China in particular, and it's enormously frustrating to us to see instances in which China comes in, it doesn't really invest. And instead, what it does is it has these simple cut and sew operations, often on board a ship off the coast, and the wages are terrible. The conditions are horrible, and that is definitely something that we very much want to improve. And the way that we do it in AGOA is by having labor criteria. So in order to benefit under AGOA, the government, and this is at the government level, has to make sure that the investment, that the companies that are benefiting from AGOA are maintaining basic ILO core labor standards, that they are making progress to meeting those standards. The Chinese don't do that. And unfortunately, it creates a disparity in the system. I don't know how we force the Chinese to do better about this. We like to think we lead by example, but I'm not sure how much the Chinese really follow that. But certainly with respect to making sure that our companies, or the companies that, not even US companies, any company that invests in Africa and wants to ship to the US market must abide by these basic conditions. And that is something that our members are always seeking to improve. And I think that, relating to the second question, focuses also the role of civil society in making sure that that countries that invest in Africa but don't really invest in Africa, it's just very surface, just to make money, know that Africa is watching, and that the world is watching, and that civil society will deplore those types of conditions. And I think that's something that in empowering civil society through AGOA, that's where our strength is together.
JT?
Yeah, I would just say that first, we have seen over and over again on the ground in many countries that women are often empowered to a degree that they can participate in an economic generation opportunity, but they don't own it. They can go and work in the factory, but they don't have a share of the business. They can certainly have their chamas and their other groups to work together and pool their resources, but sometimes they're blocked due to specific regulations. I would say the key thing here is, one, yes, we have to continue pushing, and certainly you as women in civil society need to continue pushing to ensure that you have a greater stake at the table. You'll only be able to do that by working together, not apart. So it's important that you take forums like this to make sure that you're developing those networks, you're partnering with organizations like IRI, where we also have further networks, so that we're pooling our resources together. But I would also say that, you know, it's hard sometimes to get national governments to hear you. And you need to realize that, and I'll say this specifically for the women in the room who've asked this question, the men are important too. And sometimes they're the most ignorant ones about the benefits and the things that you need. So you have to play not just an agitation role or a lobbying role, but an educational role, and why it's important as a woman to have a business and to have share in that business to provide for children. We know that women live longer in Africa than men. So who's going to take care of the babies when the man passes away? So it's very important to educate, bring these benefits forward, educate also those women on the ground who have no idea what this thing AGOA is. They think AGOA is some type of foreign language. So you need to go and you need to talk to them and engage them. I would also say, you know, one thing that we see in a lot of countries, places like Tanzania, I certainly saw it in Kenya, where Uhuru Kenyatta claimed we are going to look eastward in our policies. And you need to also understand that sometimes that means that governments are looking for an easy way out. They find the American policies or they find Western policies too cumbersome. We have to deal with the State Department and the embassy and all these regulations, the labor union standards. When we can just go to the Chinese, we get a loan, we build our standard gauge railway, no one asks any questions, oh, and we gave the contract to a Chinese company. You see, you don't benefit from that, and you know that. So it's important that I'm not the spokesman for that, or the U.S. government is not the spokesman for that, but that you, the Africans, you are advocating and showing that there's a need for standards. There's a need for fair and open and transparent trade policy and economic policy in your country. And that working with Western countries that have good standards and good laws are the ones that you want to look for. But you have to speak up about that. So I would say that.
And last word to you, Rolf.
Thank you. JT, spoken like a good husband. Is women help educate us because
Yes.
we really aren't that smart.
I'm also an Eagles fan, so
oh,
that's
good man. Just a couple things to add to what my colleagues have said. One, just to echo on this point about China, and this isn't really meant as a criticism of China, it's simply to observe exactly what JT said is right, that the conditions are in many cases much easier, at least on the surface, for the kinds of things that China can offer. President Obama, of course, has visited Africa a few times, and in July of last year was in Addis and Nairobi. And the close of his visit was his speech to the African people in Addis and at the African Union. And he commented there, and all of you have seen the speech, read the speech, but I think it's worth going back to the portion where he talks about, we recognize that when we come and talk about human rights and good governance, that those are complicated topics, and that we as a country, the United States, haven't always gotten that right. He's the first one to acknowledge that. A lot of Americans, I think, would acknowledge that. But we talk about these things because we believe in them and they're important, and we're going to keep talking about them. Even when it can be sometimes uncomfortable, and even sometimes when it's with our friends. And he said, there are others who don't talk about these things in the same way, and we recognize that that might be easier. But we think fundamentally these are important, not just because they've been important for our development as a country, but that they're important for development of other countries as well. And so the long list of criteria, of eligibility criteria, regarding AGOA specifically, for example, is intended specifically because we believe that these things are important and that they can benefit the countries involved specifically. And in terms of women, many of you may be aware of this, but even the section before the eligibility criteria is the statement of policy, the Congress's statement of policy. And the sixth provision is strengthening and expanding the private sector in sub-Saharan Africa, especially enterprises owned by women and small businesses. So right from the start with AGOA, we've got the notion that this is a priority of the United States, and that this is something we always want to encourage. And then finally, in terms of the comment from our colleague from Guinea, merely the fact that somebody from a government in a country, in this case Guinea, is talking about civil society, I want to commend you for, because that is something that civil society in many countries in Africa is not very well developed. Some countries it is, and there's no reason it can't get better in many countries. But the notion of working together and finding what each of you can bring and offer, civil society has been incredibly important in our development as a nation. It's not something we often talk about in the United States, but it's there, and we also sort of take it for granted. And the idea of working together and letting civil society be helpful to government. Sometimes civil society is critical of government, and that's part of what they do. That's part of being in a democracy. But it's also part of helping government get better. And so if you as a government are talking about the importance of civil society, you've gone 80% of the way to improving the circumstances and to, in this particular case, to improving the ability of your country to advance the benefits that you receive from AGOA and using AGOA properly. So I want to commend you for that and encourage you to do that and talk with your fellow colleagues from other countries, because that's the kind of language and the kind of support for civil society that we really need to help AGOA advance in a significant way and to help African economies benefit from AGOA for the remaining decade. Thanks.
Before I wrap up, I want to make a couple of points. First of all, in 10 years' time, we may be talking about an entirely transformational business climate for Africa. On Monday, I was at the United Nations in a very small setting, listening to Jack Ma talk about the powers of the digital economy and what that can mean for small and medium enterprises to become included, to integrate with global value chains so that the penetration of trade is not captured by a few, but by the many. And I think Jack Ma stunned me with the vision and energy that he brings, to such an extent that he has signed on as a special envoy to UNCTAD to try to use his perch, if you would, as perhaps the most influential business person in the world, to try to accelerate the inclusion of small and medium enterprises into global value chains through the power of the digital economy. It was an extraordinary moment to listen to this man speak, and I urge you all in Africa to get on board, because I think this is going to be an opportunity in 10 years' time that we're going to see transformational change in how Africa does business with the rest of the world. A point that Fred made to me earlier, that this is a trade bill, but there's also a lot of development behind the trade bill. We have Trade Africa, we have Power Africa, we have many other pieces of legislation that complement the AGOA legislation that also should be considered as tools and supplements to this important trade legislation. So I think we need to look at a whole of government and a whole of legislation to find tools that can complement the intent and design of AGOA. A couple sort of administrative things before I bring up my good friend Robert to chair the next panel. Jim McDermott was the first person to think about AGOA, Congressman Jim McDermott. And I remember having a discussion on the balcony of the Canadian Consulate in Seattle in 1996 about the idea of accelerating Africa's inclusion in the global economy, because if you recall back then, the trade data in Africa was very bleak. And Jim McDermott, as much as I am a son and product of so much of his work has been in Africa, certainly showed the vision and the courage to get that at least started. On Saturday, November 12th, the Africa Chamber of Commerce of the Great Pacific Northwest is going to have a day on their annual Africa Forum. We've got two of the representatives here from Seattle who've flown out here today just to be here with us. And they'll be hosting an event that I often have the opportunity to speak at about AGOA. So that will be on November 12th. Fred, you'll talk a little bit more about your activities as well, and I'll give you the opportunity to do that in your own words rather than mine. And this week, on the 28th, we'll be having at CSIS, which is the Center for Strategic International Studies, a spotlight on South Africa, the first of a series of events that will be focusing on the economic and political prospects or conditions of any of the several of African countries. So that will be this week. So I'd like, before I bring up Robert, let's join a panel, give a panel a round of applause. And then let me bring up to the table, you guys can depart, my good friend Robert Mallett. Robert brings a long and distinguished career in civil service and in the private sector. His focus has been on Africa in so many different perspectives. He's now the chairman of an organization that has been at the fore of our economic and political relationship with Africa, AfriCare. And it's my honor to bring up my good friend Robert Mallett, who will be taking us forward in the next panel. Thank you very much for allowing me to moderate this panel. Well, I'm a trial lawyer by training, so, you know, stand up myself.
have want to make sure to see.
Share a bottle of wine.
Hi, how are you? Do you know what? From Nigeria.
Hi there. How are you? Don't you look great? Fabulous. We are twice in 1 week.
So Rod, you know Rod.
We tried to join
Hi, Carrie. Good to see you. How are you doing?
Babatunde. Hi, Robert Ballard. You with the Nigerian Export Promotion.
Robert, that's Orange. Just be one of your speakers.
They all want to hear from you today. Yeah, as good as I'm going to get. Mr. Justin Bailey from the Borderless Alliance. Justin Bailey from the Borderless Alliance.
go ahead and start. Sorry.
Mr. Bailey. Guess he wants to use it. Ladies and gentlemen, does this work? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I know. Oh, did you? Did you? Yeah, yeah. I came there. We are struggling along, and nothing that you all can't help. Yeah, these don't work.
It does, but it's just when everyone
Yeah,
else.
I didn't want. Ladies and gentlemen.
It's on. Just speak loud.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to begin the next panel. We'd like to begin the next panel. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, this doesn't work. Doesn't seem like it's working. Ladies and gentlemen,
Try this one.
ladies and gentlemen, I need some noise making thing here. That's right. Attention, s'il vous plaît. I'll do that. I'll try that. Nothing is working. Ladies and gentlemen. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to begin the next panel. They have much to share with you. They are eager to talk to you about, and we want to hear from you. So the quicker we get our seats, the quicker we can begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to this panel, which is capacity building and technical assistance to support trade facilitation in sub-Saharan Africa. It is a very important component. It is a very important component of AGOA and the way we make AGOA work. So you have to tell me that. Hello. Yes, I have a pretty strong voice. So it's a very important component of how we make AGOA work. And so many of you were asking about trade facilitation and how we build capacity to grow trade between the United States and the 40 countries that are AGOA approved. And this is your opportunity to take advantage of the expertise on this panel to ask those questions. My name is Robert Mallet. I am the president of AfriCare, but I've had a long history in working in trying to open up markets, particularly between the United States and the 54 countries that make up the continent of Africa. AGOA was the brainchild, as Tony Carroll has pointed out, of a very fine Congressman Jim McDermott, but it took a few years to come into fruition. At that time, I was serving as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Commerce under the then administration of Bill Clinton, and very much involved in making certain that AGOA was passed by the U.S. Congress. And we were very lucky. In fact, it was a bipartisan bill, and it was supported on both sides of the aisle here in the United States. Its renewal has taken place, and we're very excited about its 10-year reauthorization and the recent support of Chairman Royce, Chairperson Bass, Mr. Engel, and others who worked very hard to pass the trade capacity component for AGOA. And this panel will explore how we make AGOA come alive for those of you who are entrepreneurs who want to do work, who want to export products to the United States. This is about trade capacity building. Yes, it's the red lights means it's on? Okay. Is there anyone who can't hear me? Okay. All right, we have this, here's how we're going to organize this panel, probably not very different from the way that Tony organized his. I will briefly introduce each of the panelists. They will have a presentation either orally, and I think Mr. Bayili you will do it for about 3 to 5 minutes. And I'm going to try to be a good timekeeper, and I ask my fellow panelists not to be upset with me if I cut them off or ask them to speed up, because what we want to do is to give you an opportunity to ask questions, because these are the people who are supposed to know how to help you take advantage of AGOA. And that's the whole purpose of this panel. So I want to thank all of you for attending this panel. A real shout out to the African Women's Entrepreneur Network who are here today for being present. We want to make this work for you. Our first panelist is no stranger to so many of you. It's Orrin White-Shaw, who is the Deputy Administrator of the Africa Bureau at the U.S. Agency for International Development. And she's the coordinator, the President's coordinator for the Trade Africa Initiative. Ms. White-Shaw is no stranger to Africa at all. She was Vice President for Africa with TechnoServe. She's worked at the African Development Bank. She's been an investment banker at Citibank and JP Morgan, and she's been banking with R.J. Reynolds and Company, and also working at Owens Corning, a manufacturer, glass manufacturer in the United States. She knows a lot about businesses who both want to find resources to participate in trade, and she now is spearheading an effort at USAID to ensure that businesses can take advantage of AGOA, and we welcome her to the panel.
I don't know if my voice is as strong as Robert's. If it isn't, if someone can't hear me, just raise your hand and I'll try to speak louder or bring the microphone closer. It's a pleasure to be here today. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about how one African company or many African companies can take advantage of AGOA. Specifically, I'm going to address trade facilitation and capacity building. And I will let some of my colleagues talk about some of the efforts that are being done through USAID support to facilitate some of these efforts. Trade facilitation, it's a word that's out there now. Everyone talks about it, but what it really means is for those non-tariff barriers, right? How does one get things to move? The World Trade Organization passed the Trade Facilitation Agreement, and it really means cutting down those barriers to move things along, whether it is within Africa, which is part of the AGOA legislation. We are really here to support not only trade between the United States and Africa, but regionally within Africa, which presently has the lowest intra-regional trade of any other continent. So getting those barriers, facilitating the movement of trade across Africa, one, increases employment, quality of life, wages. Two, it allows Africans to to exercise that muscle to be more competitive in the international market. You may not need to have the volumes, the economies of scope and scale that one generally needs to come into the United States. You can build up. Also, with regional integration, companies can work together so that those economies of scope and scale can be reached to have consistent quality as well as delivery of products to not only the United States, but any international market. USAID has been involved since the beginning of the AGOA legislation, providing the capacity building. We created three regional trade hubs, which are now regional trade and investment hubs that are located in Nairobi, in Ghana, and in Southern Africa. And the goal of those hubs are several-fold. One, it takes regulations and reforms of regulations and laws, especially at the regional level, for companies to be able to start to integrate and to take advantage, have the competitiveness to move into regional and international markets. So our hubs work with the regional economic communities to try to facilitate and standardize a lot of the activities, the regulations, the standards across those regional economic communities. We also work at the bilateral level because it's one thing for a REC to pass laws or to pass an agreement among them, but the actual implementation of that is at the bilateral level, at the national level. And so we also work at the national level with the governments to facilitate the implementation. Part of it is AGOA strategies. Part of it is helping governments to set up trade facilitation committees to try to meet the agreements of the World Trade Organization's TFA. We also, which I know everyone here is equally interested in, because that's really the environment in which you operate, but we also work with businesses, with exporter associations. We have actually helped establish a number of them. The Alliance, the Global Shea Alliance, was something that USAID worked with groups across Africa. This is not one country. It is across, it's a Pan-African alliance, which primarily deals with women, right? Because women are really the backbone of shea, to allow them to get to economies of scope and scale, to understand the market in the United States, to reach out, make the connection. So shea is one. Our most recent is mango. We're a number of countries in West Africa, and that's not to say that East Africa doesn't grow mangoes, but in West Africa, there are a number of countries that wanted to start selling mango to the United States. And in our discussions, when we were going through and talking with several of the West African countries' governments, I said, well, the harvest moves from west to east. So you start in Senegal harvests, they want to sell mango. Then it moves on, Guinea, Liberia, they want to sell mango. Might it make sense to have an alliance so that you will have a West Africa brand, which one would allow for a longer delivery period, because as one country drops, another one picks it up. And so as of 2 months ago, it has actually taken root, no pun intended, and there is now a global mango alliance within West Africa. They had their first Mango Week in Dakar about 2 months ago, which brought buyers, producers from across West Africa. The Senegalese government was extremely excited about this, hosting it, and said it was one of the best exporter types of events that had been organized in Senegal. So we're constantly, and there's others. There's cashew, obviously, that's another one. Now those are the export products that I'm going to keep to 5 minutes. Those are the export products, but we also work on consumables because we are partially funded within ARDR hubs, are partially funded by the President's Feed the Future initiative. And their goal is to make sure that there is food security within Africa. And our hubs dovetail perfectly, because if you can move from a country of surplus to a country of deficit without having to bring something in from outside, that also reduces the food insecurity. So we also work with cassava and other types of locally consumed products. So that is really what we do. we have a bureau, and I thought I saw Paul here a few minutes ago. There he is in the back, that fellow who just put his hand up. Our economic, environment, and E3 Bureau, and Education Bureau, is responsible for our global trade policy within USAID. And one of the things that has been recently launched is the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation, which will complement what we have already been doing within the trade hubs. So I'm going to keep it at that for the time being, and I will pass it to Borderless, which is one of our great success stories in trying to make sure that not only are those regulations and reforms passed within, in this case, ECOWAS, but that there is civil society and businesses making sure that those regulations are being implemented when the truckers get to the borders.
Okay.
So, Justin.
No,
Oh,
I'm going
you
to
have to
introduce him. I'm going to introduce
All right.
him. And I appreciate you coming in at 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Okay. Our next speaker is Justin Bayili. He's the Executive Secretary of Borderless Alliance. It's a private sector-led regional development organization that wants to improve regional trade. He has worked for the Ministry of Trade and Industry in Burkina Faso before coming to Border Alliance, and he's served as the Managing Director of Export Promotion in Burkina Faso, and he's been a consultant in quality management for the World Bank, for UN agencies, and for ECOWAS. So, Mr. Bayila.
Thanks, Chairman. I know that some of the Francophone would have liked to see this presentation in French, but we are in an Anglophone environment, so let's go with English. Okay, Borderless Alliance is, as you mentioned, is a private sector-led organization. Actually, we work mainly through advocacy with governments and also the private sector. With governments to make sure that some of the regulations or protocols adopted at the regional level, ECOWAS, which is Economic Community of West African States, 15 countries, 3 official languages, more than 370 million potential consumers. So to make sure that actually these protocols to facilitate trade and transport are fully implemented by the governments. As Oren mentioned it, one thing is to adopt the protocols. Most of the time it's easy for our head of states just to sign a protocol, but unfortunately government agencies fail to implement, these protocols in order to, to facilitate trade and within the region, but also between the region and the rest of the world. So our role is actually to work with the governments, sometimes bilaterally, to bring them to implement fully these protocols. And some of our key stakeholders at the government level, of course, is the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Transport, but also customs. We know that, customs are actually one of the key players in terms of, improving reforms or adopting good reform and even improving some best practices in order to facilitate trade on the corridors within the region. But mostly we work also with the private sector. The same way we say that, the public sector must adopt a positive attitude to support the private sector. We also want the private sector to be professional in order to, to create this confidence between public agencies and the private sector. When you see, for example, people arresting or the road harassment, sometimes people will say the customs and police or immigration or gendarmerie in Francophone countries will tell us, actually it's because your guys are not so professional. What they said is that actually I'm transporting palm oil in my truck. Unfortunately, the information given is not necessarily correct. maybe under the gallons of palm oil, they have other goods, prohibited goods, mainly now that we have these security issues that are rising in the region. That's the reason why actually we say that actually we have to assist also the private sector to be more professional. What do we do? Through sensitization to ask them to comply with the regulations. These regulations may be national regulations on transport, for example, national regulation on trade issues. To be professional also includes ethics in doing business. Now, even among themselves as private sector, but also, as I said, giving the appropriate or right information to the government agencies. We also encourage them to collaborate more than compete. Mainly when we know that most of the time actually the market is more and more bigger, and also they have to comply to they have some constraints in terms of quantity of goods, in terms of regularity to service the market, but also in terms of quality of goods. So there is a need for them, to collaborate. She was mentioning right now the case of mango. When in my former life as a MD of Export Promotion Council, we had a meeting between Ghana and Burkina. Burkina is producing mango. Ghana also is producing mango. But our campaign for the mango is from March up to May, just before the rainy season, because when the rainy season starts with all the flies, unfortunately, we cannot. But when our campaign ends, Ghana starts its own campaign, for 3 months. So we wanted to let them know, can you come together? Instead of serving the market 3 months, each country come together so that at least our consumer must have our products on West African products on the market for 6 months. It was almost impossible. Yeah. One of another example. I thought that she was recording.
You have another minute, Mr. Bayili.
Another example, or not example, something that must be done is access to market information. This is something important. Again, even in West Africa, neighboring countries, they don't understand the market system in the region. I don't speak about the international market system. And this is something that, the Export Promotion Councils can help indeed in building a market information system within the region, but also with the rest of the world. So, a Borderless Alliance, we do it. Most of our activities, advocacy. We are running what we call a network of border information centers to assist business community to cross borders. We are interested in road governance, in trying actually to work with police, immigration, and other stuff actually to eliminate non-tariff barriers, etc., etc. So we'll be ready to answer any other question for more information. Anyway, the presentation actually made initially can be made available for those who are interested in. It's a little bit more longer.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Bayili. I allowed him to go 2 minutes longer
because of language.
Because he was English is not his first language, so we gave him an extra 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The third speaker is David Stanton, who is Director General of Trademark East Africa. Mr. Stanton has a long-standing expertise in regional economic integration and trade and business strategies. Before he was at Trademark East Africa, he served as the Chief Advisor for Enterprise Development and head of the Tanzania program for DFID in the United Kingdom. He has worked for CARE in Africa, and we welcome him to this panel. Mr. Stanton?
Thank you very much, Robert. Very nice to be here. And I noticed that Justin had very cleverly bought a couple of minutes, so I'll see if I can do the same.
No, English is your first language.
If I speak in French, do I get more time? Okay, well, like John, a previous speaker, I'm based in Kenya and have been for several years since the beginning of Trademark in 2010. In that time, to my surprise, I found out the other day we've become the biggest aid for trade organisation in the world, which has been a very exciting ride, and with considerable help from the US and 7 other bilateral donors. But let me explain why we came into existence. As we know, Africa is at a very exciting time in its economic development. There's been a lot of growth, there's huge opportunities for trade, and there's a demographic boom. And countries like Kenya and Uganda, where we work a lot, are seeing a transformation of their economies. And also, regional economic cooperation has improved, with the East Africa community setting up a customs management act and a common market protocol, which is creating a single market of the 6 East African countries. So all this is very exciting. But there are still massive costs and constraints to trade in East Africa, as indeed there are elsewhere in the region. There's been 2 or 3 generations of a complete lack of investment in transport infrastructure, road, rail, lake transport. There are formidable obstacles to traders crossing borders in the form of non-tariff barriers, which we heard already from Oren. There are a complete lack of, or there has been a lack of modernization of trade systems which can drive down costs which at the moment still, despite recent progress, are absolutely punitive. East Africa is the 2nd most expensive region in the world to transport goods over land. But there is signs of real progress, and Trademark has been able, with the support of donors, to invest $560 million over the last 5 years in various different projects of 3 different types. The first type is hard infrastructure, the modernization of ports, the ports of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania and Mombasa. 7 border posts have been converted into one-stop border posts, which have reduced the transit time for traders, especially small traders, by 70 to 80% in some cases. For example, on the Busia border between Uganda and Kenya, it just opened about 2 months ago. And there's also been a lot of work that we've done. We give grants of about $30 million a year to various business member organizations and civil society groups, so that the benefits that we're seeing in the collapse of transit times for cargo don't just accrue to shipping companies and the owners of large capital and transporters, but also to the informal sector and small-scale traders who really need ease of business and unblocking of constraints. So it's been a very exciting ride, and we're still growing. We do work a lot with civil society, and I do have a few pieces of advice that I'll finish with to civil society organizations, whether they want to work with us or whether they want to work elsewhere in the trade space. They are as follows. First would be to specialize in trade, to understand trade, to work with people who trade across borders, whether it's on the advocacy and policy side on how to work with government to remove constraints, or whether it's on practical work with trader groups who are transporting goods across borders. But it's pretty easy to remove barriers to trade if you've got political will. So you have to work with government, and you have to work with both governments on either side of the border. And the other thing I'd say, I'm not quite sure how much time I've got, but we work on a border called the Petite Barrière between Rwanda and the DRC, who are about to work there, and in other borders. Every day, 30,000 women cross that border with their goods on their head or on bicycles. 30,000 women. And you can imagine the leverage benefits you'd get by saving half or 3/4 of their time in crossing those borders and helping them understand that they don't need to pay illegal taxes, helping the customs authorities on both sides of the border to understand that if you encourage this trade, it is for the good of your country and for your economy, and these are not pariahs, they are people who are sustaining the lifeblood of your economy. So relatively simple interventions can achieve massive, massive gains in East Africa, and we have seen the transit times of all goods traveling from Mombasa to Kigali in the last 5 years The transit times have dropped from an average of 18 days in 2013 to 5 days now. We expect them to drop to 2 days in the next 4 to 5 years. That's fine, but we want those benefits to accrue not only to the owners of trucks and ships and transport companies. We want it to accrue to East Africans who can run profitable businesses and massively increase the size of the economy. And I think this will happen. We really are seeing spectacular results. So I'm happy to answer questions later on, but I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanton. The final speaker on the panel to make a presentation is the Nigerian. He's Babatunde Falike. He is with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, and he is with us today and has a brief presentation as well.
Thank you very much. I just assumed the leadership to drive AGOA in Nigeria just about a week ago. And the number one thing I did today was to sign an MOU with some agencies in Nigeria, which includes SMIDAN, Nexim, and ourselves with CSO to drive AGOA properly. We've been doing quite some things to promote AGOA. But unfortunately, Nigeria is big. And I tell you, the resources not there to go around. One of the things we were advised to do was to target the apparel industry. And for the last 3 years, Nigeria has consistently promoted its brand on Source at Magic. We were there this year, and then we got a lot of interest. We promote 10 brands consistently for the last 3 years, and they've been making waves. Our 44 members of the private sector already exporting to Nigeria, to US, and exporting. I understand that Nigerian frozen foods, especially shrimps, is most wanted in US, and we're doing well. And in order to increase the landscape, what NEPC is trying to do is to engage mentorship. What do? We identify those who are doing well already in the market. I want to bring those at the micro level to work under them, because we discovered that the product is not the problem, but sometimes the packaging, the presentation is an issue, especially documentation. And for the last 1 month, what I started doing is to engage the stakeholders on documentation. And we don't do this alone. We work with USAID Next to do that. And at the last meeting, what we engaged to do, we have a 5-point agenda. The number one is to create awareness, because most people said they don't know about AGOA. So we intend to establish in each Ministry of Commerce in every state to have AGOA designated officer who will work with the chamber, with the city chamber, and talk to them. Because in Nigeria, virtually every state has what we call city chamber of commerce. That's number one. Number one, we also want to adopt ICT method to develop step-by-step approach on how to assess AGOA. This we do. We have this agenda, and we are working with USAID Next Trade. And again, we try to develop some capacity in the area of value chain. Most people needed to be certified by FDA. They don't have the wherewithal to do that. It's expensive. So we are looking at creating what we call Export Development Fund to assist the micro level industry so that they could able to do that. And we are trying also to engage them to be cooperative, because to go individual is not the right way to go. But I also, just to write on what my colleague said here, we need our private sector to be more professional. For instance, you can have several chambers of commerce, but on which platform? How active are those members? Because if you're exporting to America, I expect to be a member of Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce. Then I ask question, why are you not there? Perhaps the service is not cheap, or the service is neither there. Because if you are exporting to US, you should belong to an association. And again, I also want to believe that if you have an association, Nigeria, America, there should be America and Nigeria as well. That's the way to go. Because this synergy will develop a platform to relate. I want to come to America, who do I meet? I should meet my colleague. I should talk to my colleague and be more professional. So we also want the private sector to be more professional and also not jump the gun. Because we discovered that most of us too are too fast. There is a process you need to follow. It's a step-by-step case. It's not a lift process. It's a step-by-step. I tell people, don't go by lift. If you go by lift, you drop the same way. Export process is a process. You must get your product right. Your product must be good. Your packaging must be interesting. And everything that has to do with country requests must be met. You can't jump the gun. So we want the private sector to be more professional, and we are ready to assist in terms of building capacity. Again, we have what we call Human Capital Development Center now, where we train, we discover that there is a skill gap in the apparel industry. For example, in Nigeria, somebody wants to take this dress and finish it. That's not the way to go. If it's collar, specialize in collar making. If it's ham, specialize in ham. That is the way to operate in industry. So we're trying to do that. In my office there, we have what we call a cottage industry, so that people will see how it's done. And we engage them. It's free. We don't charge them for it. It costs money. But the cost of not having the knowledge is more expensive than the cost of doing it. So we embrace that, and we are doing that. Those are the platforms we are creating in Nigeria. Okay, I'm here to answer another question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faliki. Excellent. So all of our panelists have had an opportunity to do an introduction, and I'd like to see if I can't get our conversation started. We have about 30 minutes. So I'm going to pose just a framework for you to think about trade facilitation. You will direct your questions to the panelists. If there's any particular one you want to answer it, direct the question to that. If there's no one you particularly want, I'll make that choice for you and see if we can't get our conversation started. First, I think in a panel like this, and people who attend a panel like this, I think this is what people want to know. They want to know, where do you go? They want to know, who do you talk to? And how to get started. And show me the money. They want to know who can help them get started. So that's one way for us to think about this. Secondly, it's very important to say, am I export ready? Being export ready, you've heard quality issues mentioned on this panel. That's a very big issue. So first you got to ask, am I export ready? And you need to find an answer to that question. Third, what are the role of regional trade barriers within the continent? They are very high. Africa has a number of high tariffs on goods. Transport systems are weak in many places. Product quality, huge issues. And transparency, very big issue. Third, where are the product growth areas? What can I export that's not being exported, that I have an expertise in, and it's something I can make money from? I have employees who can do it. What are those product growth areas? We know that the largest export is oil, but excluding oil, excluding apparel, maybe shea butter, maybe nuts, maybe mangoes, but what other product areas? You know, there are thousands of products that can enter the United States duty-free under our general preference standards and under AGOA. You need to pick something. Fourth, what's the role of the facilitating agencies in the United States? You have here a representative of USAID, but then there's the Millennium Challenge Corporation, OPIC, Exim Bank, USTR, and the Foreign Commercial Service officers, about 15 of them on the continent. Those are important agencies to talk to, and these trade hubs, now called trade and investment centers, you want to know how to connect with them. So when we are thinking about trade, those are things we ought to be thinking about. And the last frame that you ought to think about, what's the role of teaming arrangements? You got to crawl before you can walk. Maybe you can partner with a larger organization or an organization who has been trading a long time so that you can learn the rules of the road about trade, avoid disaster, avoid losing a lot of money, and grow your business. So in thinking about trade and thinking about capacity building, I think that's the frame for thinking about this. And with that, I look for your questions. Yes, sir. Would you identify yourself?
Yes. I'm Dr. Abe from Seattle, Washington, chairman of the board of the African Chamber of Commerce of the Pacific Northwest. And we have been operating as a chamber for the last 19 years. First of all, I'd like to ask the panel and you, how many products are there available for AGOA?
Oh, there are several thousand. 7,000? 7,000?
Okay.
Over 7,000 products.
How many have we talked about here so far? No, less than
10.
5.
Yeah.
Less than 5 we have talked about in here. Now, my beef, and as chamber chair, we have led trade missions to Africa on a couple of occasions, and we have had several visits from AWEP representatives in our chamber offices in the last 5-10 years. And every time they come to our office, we explain to them what AGOA is and what the products there are that are available for export to the United States from Africa. And they sit there with their mouth wide open and say, really? Is that right?
There's a question here somewhere.
Yes.
So I got to get you to ask your question.
Right.
You're a minute and 22 seconds into it.
I'm sorry, but this is something which is very dear to me.
No.
And I think it is very important for them to know. Because the products are there, but our biggest problem are the people who should facilitate the grassroots to be able to produce these products to bring into this country. And as somebody mentioned, the ministers come, the secretaries of whatever comes, and when they go back to their offices and drink their beer and forget about what they came for. So what we need is to develop a system of facilitation that would be able to go to the grassroots and bring them up to produce these products.
Thank you,
and also come up with quality control. I know you have set up quality controls in Nairobi, in Ghana, and I think there was a third place.
Johannesburg.
Yeah, Johannesburg, in Southern Africa. So my question is, how have you gone into facilitating this? Women, not only women, there are men. There are also men entrepreneurs. I wish they could also have.
Okay, Dr. Abe, I'm going to
Yeah.
have to ask you to wind up a bit.
Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Should have MAP. Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kiki Ekespiv, and I am here as a representative of the African Business Women Network. I'm based here in Maryland, and I am very happy that the delegates from Nigeria that are here. I heard what you said, Mr. Faleke, about awareness and working with the working with the chambers of commerce. But I am going to tell you that that will not work. Nigeria is a country that you have to build your house by yourself, provide the road for yourself, provide water for yourself, provide electricity for yourself. I have received calls from businesswomen in Nigeria about AGOA, and that's why I'm here. And I'm telling you, I sent somebody to Lagos They went there 3 times, and they said that the person responsible for AGOA is only one person that is responsible for AGOA, and we have to get that person to get the information we need. We just needed information because we are planning a workshop in Nigeria for the women. I have been everywhere looking for information. I sent an email to the West African Hub. I have not received any response. So all these things that we are saying, I'm going to be here next year as a businesswoman. And what I want is, who are we going to deal with? Because we are going to put these things at the ministries. And you go there, it's as if you are begging them for information. They hoard the information, and I don't understand. So please, I am coming from Maryland to Nigeria for AGOA workshop, organizing it for a group of educated women like me. We are 1,500 in number. We want answers. Who do we go to? And please don't send me to any ministry, because I'm not going to go there.
Thank you, Ms. Iki. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Mr. Faliki? Yeah, why don't you respond?
Thank you. Thank you. I have the floor, please. Well, I don't know when last that happened. Maybe we'll talk later. Wait. On a Sunday, which Nigerians rarely go out, I was with AWEP in Lagos. I was with AWEP. Yeah, quote me. I was with AWEP. They invited me for a discourse on a Sunday, which is private to me. I was there with them, and I gave them one challenge. You are so many. Can you please do me a favor, break down to sector, and let me identify your needs gap. And based on that needs gap, I address it. Ask the president, one Mrs. Ora. Yeah. So she works with me. So I will be surprised. Send me even 3 days ago, send me an email. So if you want to do a workshop, what I encourage in Lagos is partnership, because I don't have the fund. But if you want to partner with me in terms of technical support, I'll do that. I'll give you my office free. It takes 200 people at the time, 500. I promise you here, come to my office. That is not of recent.
Okay,
No.
Mr. Faliki, I know that Ms.
No.
White Shark, I think it's important to say, we know this system is quite imperfect. And we also know that we are just learning to do this. So there will be some unhappiness involved, shall I say. But we'll get there. Ms. Renshaw?
Yes. What I wanted to say, and in some ways it'll encapsulate the two questions. One is information on AGOA. In addition to there being a website, and we'll make sure, one of the things we're trying to do in terms of trade, diaspora, et cetera, is to come up with at least a portal that'll be much easier to navigate for people to see what we're doing in this area. But in addition to the sort of searching it, which makes it a little difficult, we also have had AGOA information centers across Africa. So it is not just the 3 trade and investment hubs. In some cases, there are always budget constraints, right? So we've looked at chambers of commerce to see if they would host it. We've looked at ministries that are active to see if they would host these AGOA information centers. In the case of Nigeria, in fact, you have taken in the AGOA Information Center and has been absorbed into the organization that is now there. The one thing I would say is that we're looking at how we can bump up the action, okay, in terms of getting it out, but we do have those AGOA information centers. Secondly, with respect specifically to, I'm sorry, what was your name? Kiki. Okay, Kiki. You're having a meeting with women in Nigeria, right? One of the things that I rarely make truly commitments because I'm a bureaucrat. But in this case, because Nigeria is one of our important countries, I can pretty much 95% guarantee that we will make sure that someone from the hub will be at your conference if you provide the information. And Carrie is in the back. Raise your hand, Carrie. Give Carrie the information, and we will make sure that happens.
I'm going to sort of just pause here. I know there are many questions, but I'm going to ask a question that Mr. Bayili and Mr. Stanton could help. I mean, I think the sentiment expressed by the woman from Nigeria, Ms. Kiki, is a sentiment that many people feel. So I want to give you an opportunity to talk about how you address that special frustration. But before I do that, I do want to ask Ms. White-Shaw whether or not grants are being made to small civil society organizations in many of the AGOA countries in order to help them understand how to reach your agencies and get that information.
Now we come to the hard.
We come to the money.
We come to the money.
We
yes,
come to the money.
Been on your thing. With respect to trade specifically, we generally do not. We work with, but we don't give grants to civil society organizations, specifically as it relates to trade. And there are a number of things as we talk about trade facilitation that civil society should be engaged in. We've talked about crossing borders, regulatory, but in the business environment, there is a huge place for a civil society to be dealing with gender inclusiveness in business and in environment, that the trade, the manufacturing is environmentally sound, in disadvantaged youth and other populations. Now, the reason I'm raising some of these is because while we in the Trade Africa do not have grants specifically for civil society, there is a broad role. And AID is not obviously just in trade. So we do have health programs, environmental programs. And so looking to see how civil societies, and those programs do work very strongly with civil society, how we can mesh those so that it can reinforce with the private sector with trade. So what I 2 minutes, 1 minute.
No, you don't have a minute.
I have a minute.
Sure.
So Trade Africa, which is the initiative, the president's initiative, we're going to be looking at trade. I would call it Trade Africa 2.0, but whoever comes in, they'll have perhaps another name for it. But how do we expand Trade Africa? How do we get more private sector involved in Trade Africa, U.S. private sector, to support these activities? How do we get them to support civil society in the trade arena? So it's not here yet, but it's certainly on my horizon.
Okay, Mr. Bayili?
Yes, I understand your frustration, and most of the time, every Monday when I read the reports of our trade advisors at the borders, those who are managing our border information centers. So I found out that they are, providing services that are not related to their scope of work, actually. They are doing what government agencies were supposed to do in order to help the business community. But it means that actually something doesn't work somewhere. That's the reason why actually they are going to the trade advisors at the border information centers. So I understand the situation. What we do actually is to make sure that whenever a business man or woman comes to our border information center, to make sure that actually the trade advisor take care of this person. And I'm happy that, as I said, most of the time when we have these reports, with some of the indicators that we are monitoring in terms of assistance, quality of assistance, and number of trucks that cross the border, indeed, assistance to the business community is always present in the reports. Okay. So that's one thing. Well, let's say the financing things is not how we don't provide. Sure. But actually, the problem
I hear you. I do think there are lots of people in the room in the overflow rooms with questions about, well, where do they go for money? So where can you direct people to go for some support? Mr. Stanton?
Yeah, I can explain our experience a little bit in Trademark, and we've been on a bit of a journey. We do fund a lot of business and civil society organizations. And we started off funding those with support for technical interventions and capacity building support to strengthen their organizations. And we had mixed results with that. We found that over time, instead of funding a large number of small organizations, we found we got better results funding intensively a small number of larger organizations who already had some financial capacity to manage grants, who had a clear strategic direction on what they wanted to do, who had proven and ideally innovative technologies, and we refinanced them twice, even 3 times or even 4 times, because they gave us really good results. So this is going to sound a bit tough, because there's a large number of small organizations who do good work on a small scale level, but who didn't quite match our profile. We wanted to fund organizations that could do transformational work on the borders and with women's trading groups, and who could influence very large numbers of informal level traders. And with that commitment came a request, or a demand, if you like, for organizational size and maturity that some institutions don't have. So it's tough, and we had to learn the hard way. But we've now got several women's trading groups, especially in Uganda and Kenya, who are absolutely first class. They're superb. They do advocacy work. They mobilize subsector groups in the coffee and tea sectors. They work with we have a tourism platform that does advocacy work in tourism to try to create a single market for tourists, so that tourists come to all 5 countries and not just to Kenya or to Tanzania. And we followed that route, but we are just one donor. So we tend to go now with the larger, more established agencies. And there are other donors, particularly, I think, the bilateral donors, who are still funding a lot of value chain work with smaller agencies.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Staff. Thank you. Yes. Microphone here.
Thank you so much. I'm Kevin from Rwanda. I'm in footwear manufacturing. I know that the Trade Hub, East African Trade Hub, is doing a great job in terms of helping companies to export. But most of the time, they are looking at the already established companies to be able to export because they want results. I want to know, what are you doing, Trademark and USAID, what are you doing to help these companies like mine, who have maybe 35 employees and just trying to export to the market, and be ready, fully ready, not partially ready? Because if we invest and be partially ready, then we are losing a lot of money. What are you doing to help such companies?
Got a couple of more questions in before this gentleman here with the red tie, pink tie, orange tie. I'm colorblind.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Fido Okpala. I'm from Nigeria. I want to address my question to USAID. If we look at it thoroughly, the major challenge small businesses are facing in Nigeria in particular, and in Africa in general, is access to funds, access to finance. It's very crucial. I work with SMID, and it's an agency that relates very well with small businesses in Nigeria. And I work with AWEB too. The bottom line is this: I think there should be a window to help these women in terms of grants and soft loan. USAID should look at this thoroughly. Thank you very much.
Over here with...
Oui, j'ai déjà le micro.
Here. Yeah, no. Yep. No, that's the lady who stood up.
Okay, after...
No, not after her. Her, the lady.
Good morning. I spoke yesterday at the hotel, but I'll just introduce myself again. My name is Rahima. I'm from Atlanta. Originally, I'm from Kenya. And I would like to represent the African women in the diaspora who are trying to bridge the gap between the women who are in Africa and trying to do business with either our family members or communities that we come from. And my first question is how can AGOA and the civil network help somebody like me who's trying to bridge that gap? Because I don't represent any of the NGOs. I don't represent a government as such. I'm just a small, business person who's trying to do something either to directly affect my immediate community or my family members. That's my first question. My second question is...
I got to give you one, because there are questions in the overflow room, and in fairness to them, we should read their questions. Then I'm going to pause and have the panel respond to the 3 questions that have been asked and these 2. There's one question from the overflow room. Can the organization, the organizers of AGOA, create a database as a one-stop shop for entrepreneurs to assess information on exportable products and organizations and time that need these individual products to avoid bottlenecks? That's from a questioner from Nigeria. A Cameroonian has sent in the following question. Has AGOA thought about the creation of a center of exchange, a type of platform to put Africans and Americans together as partners for the financing and settlement of business joint venture companies? If this exists already, where can they find that information? And the last question from the overflow room is from a nonprofit organization called Open International. They have a focus on education, and they want to provide a pipeline for students who are interested in trade and business, and what may be any resources that might be available, particularly in Senegal in this case, to connect a civil society partner with an AGOA partner so they can start training students as early as possible. So I'm going to stop there. You've heard several questions. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Philippe, with the response to any of the questions that were asked. Or if you have no response, give it to Mr. Stan. Okay, Mr. Stan?
Yeah, I'd like to answer the lady's question. The lady who came from Rwanda. In Trademark, we funded an organization called Trade Links. You might have heard about. It's an organization based in Rwanda and in Uganda, and it was in Burundi before the political crisis. We found them very useful, and they got good results with a small number of export-ready firms that they work with, providing technical assistance with external consultants from the region and from abroad, and advice on SPS, phytosanitary and sanitary standards, packaging, marketing, advertising, and technical assistance of that sort. We got good results because they did generate a lot of new export opportunities, but the demand in Rwanda is huge because it's a country with limited natural resources and a desperate need to export because of balance of payment deficits and the need to satisfy that big market to the west in DRC. So I know there's huge demand that we can't meet. And we've only managed to work with, as I explained earlier, that tier of firms that are a little bit better developed and are nearly ready for export. The really hard group to meet, the needs that are really hard to meet, I think, are the firms that are just starting up and that may not have the systems or the products or the markets yet as well developed as the ones we've been working with. And I don't really have an answer to how to work with those firms, but I think it's a very good question you asked. One other quick point is that somebody in the next room asked a question about information to facilitate cross-border trade. One of the things we did with the governments of Tanzania and Kenya is to set up export centres at border posts at Namanga between Tanzania and Kenya, and at Busia, the one I mentioned before, between Uganda and Kenya. That's been hugely popular, and they are overwhelmed with requests for support on how to facilitate cross-border trade, which they're already doing, but which they're doing in an inefficient way because of the lack of good information. So I think this is a good model to improve the prospects of those people who do want to export across borders. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, regarding the availability of funding for the women, small businesses, I think that instead of requesting USAID support maybe individually, what USAID can explore is to see the possibility of setting up with other partners, for example, a kind of guarantee fund, with some of the banks. I know that in Burkina, the Trade Up West Africa is working with one of the local bank, Coris Bank, to set up this kind of fund in order to guarantee some of the loans that the SMEs are taking from mostly in the transport sector. So this is something that if it succeeded, we can explore the possibility of extending this possibility to other countries.
Okay. There's a very important question that actually may answer some of the hands I see that came from the overflow room. And I'm actually going to ask Tony Carroll if he can help with an answer to this question. This question is, there's a challenge of transportation costs on shipping goods to the United States, and they are very high. And they're asking whether or not it's possible to facilitate a connection with larger companies for transport purposes, such as FedEx, UPS, DHL, to African countries so that they can get the cost of transport to go down? It's a very practical question about how do you facilitate trade.
The answer is there's a lot of very ambitious and bright logistics companies actually doing this very thing. There's a alliance which CSIS has hosted of the logistics companies that are getting together to try to create more efficient and cost-effective transportation. If you take a look at the global trade in the last 10 years, you've seen an enormous shift away from seabound or seaborne traffic to air traffic. And many of the high value goods that some of you in this room would be producing could very well be sent on air cargo because the costs of air cargo are going down dramatically. So I think shipping is going to always be a challenge because shipping is about getting goods into a large vessel and getting that vessel, when it has enough goods, to a port. You're not going to make 28-day delivery requirements, which is what U.S. companies require by virtue of shipping. But if you can make products that are higher value and lower weight, you can avail yourselves now much greater cost savings by using air transportation than you could 10 or 15 years ago.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Yes.
I just want to piggyback on what he said. And my name is Bridget Harrington. I'm with Harrington Dorsey, Inc. When it comes to shipping, one of the things that I found can be instrumental is that you talk to your freight forwarders and you ask them about consolidated shipments. And so what that's going to do is that's going to bring your economies of scale down. Basically what that means is that instead of you shipping it at, say, $12 a kilo, if there are 5 others of you that are shipping as well and it's going to the same port in the US, then what happens is that cost might come down to $6 a kilo, which now brings the price of your goods down and it makes it easier for you to be able to facilitate trade. Now, what happens on the other end to this is you'll have a freight forwarder either on this end or a receiving agent on this end who would be responsible for doing local shipment. And that local shipment, if it comes into, let's say, New York, JFK, and let's say you've got one person that's going to Atlanta and one person that's going to California's goods. So what happens is the local freight inside of the United States becomes less. So it brings your price down and it helps to facilitate that transportation.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Ms. Weiss-Shaw has a question someone has asked about Angola.
Angola. Why is not Angola part of Sub-Saharan African Trade Hub? Why is not Angola part of Sub-Saharan trade hubs, and whether it is possible to have an AGOA representative in the country? That is a question that we have been grappling with for several years. We don't have trade hubs by country, we have them by region. Right now we have 3 regions, as I indicated, East, West, and Southern. Angola actually fits into Southern. We have had several questions raised by various Central African countries about the establishment of a Central Africa Trade and Investment Hub. We have had dialogue discussions with both representatives of Gabon as well as with Cameroon to discuss how we would establish a trade hub. This is something that we're still in the process of discussing. We certainly would be willing to facilitate and support the establishment of a Central Africa Trade and Investment Hub. We unfortunately do not have the funding to set up one, but what we have been discussing with both Cameroon and with Gabon is if, what is it? I can't remember. The REC. No, I know what it means. I was talking about. No, but CIMAC, exactly. Talking to see if members of CIMAC would be willing to provide funding, and we would provide technical assistance to set up and help run, and that's Central Africa Trade and Investment Hub would become affiliated with our other hubs. We just, quite honestly, don't have the budget. And so this is something we provided. I mean, this has gone quite far. We provided what an operating budget would be. So it is not something that we have just ignored Angola or the Central African region. We just don't have the budget, but we are definitely willing to help support that. I just wanted to ask, and sort of in response to you, since you threw something at me on the funding, we are looking at, and we do have at USAID, we do have what we call a DCA, a Development Credit Authority, which allows us to provide guarantees to banks for loans, ongoing loans. And so we will be exploring, we've used it some, but we will be exploring how we might be able to use it again. In terms of the matchmaking and diaspora, I have been, my team, not just me, my team has been tasked by our administrator to come up with a Africa diaspora strategy, which we are working on. And so that will take into account some of this matchmaking. One, we do recognize that for diaspora, and I've been to many diaspora meetings, conferences where, people will say, so how do I get either grants, right, where you're working to support one of our development activities in a country, or you're a company that wants to do business, like you have a consulting firm and you want to do business with us. And so working with our Office of Small and Disadvantaged Businesses, OSTIBU, and the Africa Bureau, which I am in, we're working on a strategy to try to come up with a platform, which will be, as I said, much simpler to navigate, to understand what we're doing in countries. We don't do everything in every country. And so we are budgeted, the way the funding goes is really based upon the development strategy of countries we are in. That's where our funding is sort of constrained. So being able to understand what we do in the countries we are in, so you'll understand, and I use this example all the time, you may have a great business idea to franchise paintball, franchises where you go in and do paintball, like shooting paintball. Might be a great one, but in most of our countries, we don't have funding to support however great that paintball idea might be. So that's again, helping the diaspora broadly and small businesses broadly to understand what we do in countries, what we're receptive to in countries. And then two, we'll be moving forward with some more specific targeted engagements using either our Development Credit Authority or, as I also indicated, bringing in more private sector and coming up with a GDA, a Global Development Alliance, where we may be able to provide some small grant funding for some CSOs if they align with the strategy. So at the end of this period, I and my team are in the process of really assessing, based upon the experiences we've had with the Trade and Investment Hubs, with Trade Africa Initiative, with Diaspora, how do we make this a more effective and targeted and impactful activity going forward?
Thank you very much. I have the unhappiest job of all, and that is to bring this discussion to a close. I know that there are many, many questions that remain, but this panel is standing between you and lunch. And we are just slightly over our time. I think, Fred, this shows that there's a lot of interest that people have in how to make this work. We've got to actually have some clear workshops that actually show people how to do this and connect them with people who do have money, who can help them build their trade capacity. And if we want this to work, those of us who are in the United States, if we want this to work, the answer can't be we can't find the money to help people figure out how to make AGOA work. And I think civil society is in a position to press our government and African governments to figure out a way for us to have a success of AGOA in making this work. Thank you for your attendance today. We appreciate it very much.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. No. You know, but you can see
Yes.
Everyone, attention, some guidance for lunch.
Please proceed through that door, pick up a lunchbox, a drink, and then exit the kitchen and come back through the main door. Like, go through that door here, pick up a lunchbox, and then come back through that main door here for the next session.
I'll send you a photo of it.
Attention s'il vous plaît, pour ceux qui parlent français, pour le déjeuner, passez par cette porte-là au fond de la salle, prenez une boîte de déjeuner et revenez par la sortie et re-rentrez par la porte principale. Parce que le déjeuner a lieu pendant une session. Donc prenez votre boîte, une boisson et revenez par la porte principale. Go through that door, pick up a lunchbox and a drink, then exit the kitchen and come back here.
Sorry. I mean, I didn't even mention that the most recent success is Namibian beef being allowed in the United States. It got by USDA. So there's lots of stuff going on.
I was just joking.
Sorry.
Still, great opportunity.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Matthew, okay, nice meeting you. Oh, that was the question? Ah, okay. I will send you my, if you have an email, I'll send you my email. I'm from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, okay, hello.
Sorry.
I don't have any more cards, but you can give me yours, and I'll send you a photo of my card. I have no more cards.
This is the Gabon catalog. Inside our products a card. So you need try to have in Gabon. And this
okay, oh, some of the products.
Yes.
Okay.
And she wants a picture.
A picture?
Please, madam.
Please, ma'am.
Very nice to meet you. We would love to have a talk at some stage in the USA offering our services to West Africa.
I know you guys, I know you guys have been talking about that. Okay.
Can I have your contact,
Talk with
please?
Harry. Let's see if we can sort out.
Okay. That would be great. Thank you.
I don't have any cards. I'll send you emails.
Okay.
You have one. How are you? You're trying to be. Ah, no. No. Since the last
we can.
As I said, you don't want to make exactly. 1, 2, we're still so, right, exactly. So, once the decision board, but we never get right.
Maybe from the back, kidogo. That was very close, eh? Ah, that's.
trying to pass some announcement.
You have a personal announcement?
Yeah, the email is concerning another concerning our events at AFCON on the 30th.
I think you can ask the next presenter once everybody is
From Nigeria. Never been there. I work at I'll send you an email. Are you in this? Are you in so what do you do in Togo? I have a cousin who does the same. Yeah, that's okay. Going to lunch, you have your lunch? Now, no sitting out here. Going to lunch, have to go to the back door right here. So you're not going to lunch, so you all will leave. Have a lunch. Here? Here? Oh, pick up your lunch and come back. How are you? Right off the back door, right there. Please go back. Have to go back to where you put my stuff so I don't.
Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Looks like we're going to one big circle. Who wants to hear it? Yes? Oh, I said, does it sound interesting? Oh, yes, yes. I was both new and not new at the same time. Going forward this afternoon, there are several people from Sierra Leone going to be here. And they weren't doing anything up to a few months ago, so I'm glad to see them. Not a big surprise to the other people. Just one representative, besides ourselves, there was one representative from South Africa, from England, but he doesn't really know what he's doing. The South Africa is the biggest non-oil person in AGOA. You can see that it's how big it is. Europe, by and large, is a small handful of people who know that are benefiting from AGOA in South Africa. Well, there should be here. Information is so hard to get. Oh, yeah, I'm going to start working with these people here. Now I have my name. rank and file seem to benefit from it. African-connected business people. So, anyway, so I'm going to start finding where I can get database.
They wouldn't let you take food for you.
I'm easily pleased.
Sadly, I didn't do enough painting.
Sure, help you now. You help me. A team effort, eh? Sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying. Oh, he's a professor.
Excuse me?
I just asked to take a look, to look after these things. That's one of the.
Where are you? We could go. Why not? Way up.
Your experience is exactly what the rest of us is running into. That's so? Yes, that is so. Where are you from? Which one are you? Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone? Yes, I was really surprised to see the minister because I haven't been able to get one to work yet. But that's they talk to government. Government has no interest, has no clue what to do. So not that. The information here, I'm a former college professor. I know the research. I know a lot of research. Find it. You go, I went to state department. They didn't know what I was talking about. It's unbelievable. They don't deal with the private sector. That's right. And the private sector is the owner. They're going to make the choice. Private sector is going to make a roll. The private sector is the one that can show you the money that makes it work. That's right. Try to explain to my friends in government and politics, every penny you get from a grant or whatever it is you do the business, somebody made a dime. I'm determined that AGOA CSO Secretariat and American company should direct that relationship in managing AGOA Africa be focused on the private sector.
Good afternoon. We're getting ready. Mike. We're getting ready to start our luncheon panel. Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me now? Closer? Tell me, can you hear now? It was on. Okay, so okay. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Ribbon Smith. I'm the president of the U.S. Africa Sister Cities. They can't hear in this room at all. Hello? Hello? Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Ribbon Smith. I'm president of the U.S. Africa Sister Cities. Sister Cities is a twinning organization. It's been in the United States since 1956. President Eisenhower thought it was very important to make exchanges with ambassadors as they return home to America. And what he started was the Sister City program, the twinning program. It is not a women's program, it's a twinning program with Africa and all the countries and cities across the United States and the world. What we've done for the last 30 years is coordinate effort of understanding, for me personally and our board, is to educate ourselves about Black people around the world. And basically to understand and know about Africa and Africans, to know about Americans, especially African Americans. So what I would like to do today is I introduce our speaker, and I just was very proud of the fact that my first trip to Africa was with Crossroads Africa. And when Crossroads Africa, I went to Freetown in 1972. So that gives me an opportunity, and today my speaker is from Sierra Leone. And I would like to introduce His Highness, His Excellency, Mr. Mamadou Patso. He is the Minister of Trade for Sierra Leone, but he's only been for 4 months. So he has a history of being a minister. He was the Minister of Transportation and Aviation. He's been the Minister of Land, Country Development, Planning, and Environment. He's also been a Minister for Forestry and Fishery and Maritime Resources. He's also lives in the United States, has lived in the United States in Maryland. He's been the kind of friend for us as Africans and African Americans who have been able to go back and forth and know both cultures. He has been in the government for years. He won't say how many, so I figure as young as he is, probably just a couple years. But it's been the kind of person that will be able to talk about the future of AGOA and how we all can work together collectively with the civil society to go forward. I now present to you His Excellency, Mr. Patso. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. To me, my name is not quite easy to call. It's an African name. I want to welcome all participants and everybody who is in this room towards a session which is the future of U.S. African Economic Cooperation. To me, I wonder whether we are all living in the same planet when I come to discuss this matter. Because more African countries have not come forward. There are, sometimes you wonder they have gone backwards within this cooperation. For example, the African countries, most of us are here for the AGOA session. But since the year 2000, when it came to the fathers of the United States for us to have what we call AGOA, and we look at how many African countries have come out of poverty. Are there many? I would say no, because of the situations of which the AGOA have gone. But we want still yet to thank the United States and the European communities for the efforts that they have made. Sometimes, let us look at ourselves. Have we been doing what we have to do in order to facilitate growth for our people? Maybe we must look at what we are doing. The liberalization of African communities. Today, we've come out with what, for us in the West Coast, we call the ECOWAS communities. Now, we are going to negotiate AGOA with a lead in the future with the economic communities of African nations, sub-Saharan. Is that what we are going to do? But let us within Africa look at the future. Because this is the topic here today. We must look at the future. And where, if you cannot do good in the present, how can you manage the future? We have talented Africans today living in the United States. Like myself, I lived in the United States for so many years. I studied in Germany as the first Sierra Leonean sea captain and the first black captain in that country. During those days, we have what we call West Germany and East Germany. I was in the West. So my idea is from the West. I sailed, so I know the difficulties that African countries are facing. This is not new to me because I'm close to 70 years, just 1 year to go. Okay. You are older, yes. And now, in this forum, we must look at the present. What is AGOA doing for us? And some countries have benefited, particularly the oil countries. They have benefited because they can export oil. Oil commodity is so essential to United States and the big powers. So they are doing well. But what about the commodities that we cannot face the quality in terms of quantity? Our farmers are not there because of wars in African countries. Some of us have suffered for the last 3 years with a virus called Ebola, whereby many Sierra Leoneans, many Guineans and Liberians left their homeland. But for us, we stood firm for us to execute and face the danger of Ebola. I was running after Ebola, not Ebola running after me. I stayed in Sierra Leone for over 3 years. I was unable to visit my kids in England. I said, oh, you stay off. At my age, I can go. But I would get rid of Ebola in our country. And let us say thanks to the United States, for Liberia in particular. And let us say thank you to France, for Guinea in particular, and Britain for Sierra Leone in particular. But let us say thank you to all and the rest of the world. Because all African, you are so close to us that we could have passed that disease or virus to every African country. AGOA have done a lot. The United States have invested a lot within the African countries. They built up a cooperation between the two continents. But that is not enough. And I will repeat this, that is not enough. Because the market is not open to us properly. But we have ourselves to blame. You cannot even, today we have the ETLS, whereby in the economic West African countries, if you are good in doing something, you can bring that to Sierra Leone without any trade tariff, without no custom duty. And we can do the same within the economic community of ECOWAS. And that is where we are going. We must do the same within the southern region. We must do the same within the eastern region. And then we must allow the ECOWAS to go into the southern states free of charge and allow our products to go there. But I would implore the United States to look at the third world countries and the developing countries in Africa, for them to bring the expertise, to train us properly so that when we are doing agriculture, we'll then be in a better position to export the produce that we have. Like in Sierra Leone, we have the cacao, we have coffee, we have enormous palm kernels, and so on and so forth. But one day they will tell us the quality is not quite good. And we don't have the expertise here. And those that are experts here, who are Africans, are refusing to return to their homelands, like some of us. Because if you don't go and build your country, who is going to build your country for you? And this is our problem. We blame America for not participating properly. But what are we doing as Africans ourselves? So that's why some of us left and went back home. When I had the beckon call from His Excellency, Dr. Ernest Bai Koroma, to become the Minister of Transport and Aviation. That's my training is from transport. And I made it quite easy. And in fact, the next airport will be built. And so many development for those that have visited Sierra Leone. I was sent to another difficult ministry, which is land. Land was also a problem in Sierra Leone. But I brought land roundabout. And then came fisheries and marine resources. Our fish cannot be exported to any country like the United States, EU countries. But they come with boats from the back door, took our fish and take them back to their countries. But this trade facilitation must exist between those countries. And how can we do that? We must come together as African countries. We must come together in order for us to work together with the United States. And then the regulations must change in the future. We must harmonize our regulations. We have today the ECOWAS regulations based on the EU regulations. But AGOA has its own regulations. And there are so many regulations. The South African has their own regulations. The East Africans have their own regulations. We in Africa cannot have one, despite we have the AU regulations. But everybody is diversifying to certain areas. We must come with one, if you want to look beyond AGOA. We must come with one regulation and try to harmonize what we have with the EU and America together. With one regulation. That's the way I see the future going. Ladies and gentlemen, there are areas that we have to look at. For example, the EPA, the Economic Partnership Agreement. It's between the EU and ECOWAS and sub-Saharan countries. It is being regulated between the regional European communities, for example, Southern, Eastern, and Central economic communities. It's not working. It has failed us. And therefore, we must look at something better for the future. ECOWAS cannot take the advantages because of the weak structures, lack of capacities, industrial base and productivity capacities, and more development of infrastructure, and we must have a level playing field. If we don't have a level playing field, how do we want to go forward as African countries? How do we see the future? Those are the questions we as Africans have to ask ourselves. In view of that, the European offered development assistance package. They told us to submit a budget. We submitted the budget. For example, Sierra Leone submitted a budget of 9 million. And the European community turns around and says, we can give you 2 million. And do you know what we said to them? You can take that 2 million. Because if you're not going to meet that 9 million, how do you convince us that we can come forward and harmonize what you have to us? And it was the same with Nigeria. It was the same with Ghana. It was the same with Togo and all the economic countries in West Coast. ECOWAS budget is above the package offered to our countries. We are told to cut down on our own budget. Because what happened, the AU communities made African countries from a continental free trade agreement. And that has not helped. We must go forward with what we are doing. Our aim is in all that African communities to take trade among themselves. This is where we should build today and the future. We have now started trading between ourselves. And that is very important. We have a bigger country like Nigeria. They have oil. They have all the big produce and other commodities. In Sierra Leone, for example, because I would always come to Sierra Leone as one of the weakest countries in doing business. And the future is the lesson learned from this. How do we overcome these challenges? Now that the African countries and through the regional communities, the ETLS, ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme, allowing free trade among themselves in West Africa. Regional communities will replicate this to boost the African trade. And if we do the same with the United States, that's where I see the future. We must do it with the United States of America, the European community, the Chinese, and everybody that wants to do trade with Africa. Yes, people would say, be careful of the Chinese. That is quite good. But a world is a global world. The world is global. And for us that sits in position know the advantages and disadvantages of every community or nations in the world. Let me tell you something. We have benefited from the West. We're a Western colony. But how fast are we moving? That's the question you ask yourself. And you said just now, be careful of Chinese. We are not here to praise the Chinese, nor we are here on AGOA. But we must open our doors to everybody in Africa. Let us be clear with this. We cannot say we choose trading with the United States and you don't trade with others. If I have something that the United States cannot buy, I then have the opportunity, if the Chinese are buying, for me to trade. Now, with the United States of America, some of us are from the West. We've stood firm with the West. We have the advantages with the West. But some that have learned their lessons from the East trade with the East. So you cannot say you forsake one side to the other. The advantages of trading with the West is that they have helped us and they would continue to help us. But there are things that they have done that we can harmonize, we can talk about, and that's why we're here today, to put our case across and to where the future is going. And where is the future going? The future is going for us to harmonize our regulations and for us to have access into certain markets. For us, as an example, we as a country known for diamonds over the years. What have we benefited from diamonds? What have we benefited? Because we do not fix the price. The prices are not fixed by us. What have we benefited from the cacao trade? Those prices are not fixed by us. They are fixed by the external market. And that is where the future would come, where we are going to debate, where we are going to put things together and say to you, this is where. But we must, in our discussion, allow African countries to work within our own trade markets. If we do that, then we are going to help ourselves. We are not going to dictate to the world. But as a community, we can say this would benefit us in the future. And that is how we are looking at the future. The future of USA-African trade and economic cooperation would have objectives. Creation of a free trade area. That is very important. We are talking about the barriers. Sometimes when you want to ship things to the United States, you would know the cost. And when they are exporting to African countries, we know the cost. And you look at just having a visa, we know what we charge under the visa scheme. But if you want to come to the United States, you know what they charge. So we must harmonize these things so that we can have a balance of trade, which is beneficial to all countries. So harmonizing the rules of origin, criteria to enable us create a free trade agreement and a level playing field with a view to boost USA and African trade, to boost African trade and economic cooperation. That's where we are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pat So. I think our luncheon speaker has addressed some very critical points on what is the future cooperation between the United States and Africa. These are succinct points. The issues of ensuring that the diaspora play its important role in terms of investing and contributing to development in Africa, those who are here in the United States and who are abroad. The issue of capacity building was also underscored in his speech. The fact that it's the responsibility of not only the United States, but also of the private sector here and the civil society to support the harmonization of trade regimes between Africa and the United States under AGOA. Standards and sanitary and phytosanitary are also issues and areas that we have to work collectively between countries that are AGOA eligible, like Sierra Leone, and also within the ECOWAS region, within the continental free trade area that is being expected to be in place by 2017. There are no questions that in the area of cooperation that Africa should open its market and be ready to harmonize relationships. AGOA continue to be the important focal point of the AGOA civil society network in terms of trying to promote trade and economic cooperation between sub-Saharan African countries and the United States. But however, according to Honorable Patso, there are also advantages for countries in Africa, like Sierra Leone, for building relationship with other trading partners, and that could always enhance the relationship between the United States and in Africa. And as some of us know, even the rules of origin and the textile and apparel allows for certain cooperation and certain areas of investment that will still allow products coming from Africa to come into the United States under AGOA. The continental free trade area is an important one that I think was underscored and over-underscored in his speech, working through regional community and trying to build the continental free trade area, which we are expecting, and I think was mentioned this morning by the Commissioner for Trade and Industry of the African Union. This platform is supposed to be up and running by 2017. This would allow us to be able to optimize the changes and the amendment in the rules of origin, where a country like Sierra Leone will be able to work with producers in Sierra Leone can work with producers in Nigeria and other areas within the ECOWAS region, within the supply chain, and be able to bring their products more competitively into the United States under AGOA. There is no question that your experience, Honorable Patso, as being an expert in transportation, also underscored the point that has been repeated over and over in terms of creating, if you may, logistic hubs that would allow products from Africa to come into the United States more competitive than we are now. At this point in time, the cost of transportation remains a major impediment to the competitiveness of African products here in the United States. The intra-Africa trade point on your discussion has been an important point that the civil society network has discussed. How do we trade more with Africa? How does Africa trade more with itself so that we can trade more with the United States and also utilize other platforms, trading platforms that are available? We are very honored to have you here with us today. I remember I met with Honorable Patso about 3 years ago when he was the Minister for Fisheries. We had a trade mission, a trade delegation, and I was very impressed with his knowledge of United States-Africa trade relations, and also the fact that he has been able to transfer his experience from the diaspora back to Sierra Leone and in helping to build the new government in Sierra Leone. So ladies and gentlemen, please let us give him another round of applause. We will now open these up for questions and answer, and we do have time, and and uh, and our mistress of ceremony, Miss Smith, will handle the question and answer session. Please introduce yourself and let us also provide our affiliation and be very brief and direct to the question.
My name is Mrs. Ismin Ahamine from Benin. And what I would like to pledge for is that I realize that as much as the United States nation has taken the AGOA to help we African countries to export to United States, as much they have taken some strategies and some agency to help us achieve those targets. But still, since about 10 years, we are realizing that our country are still unable to reach the full potential of exporting to United States. So what I would like to pledge for is that the United States should consider a kind of, punishment for those countries who maybe within 3 years are unable to export a certain quota of product to the United States. I think that one will wake our leaders up, because the problem we are facing is the problem of the leaders. They don't feel that they should support the private sector as much as it is possible to reach that full potential. So I will pledge that the United States to look for a kind of punishment. And if yes, of course, a kind of punishment, and within 3 years, if there is a country which don't reach that full potential, that country will be removed from the AGOA Act. That will wake our leaders up, and then you will see the result. That is my pledging. Thank you.
Okay, don't laugh at my English. I wanted to try, wait.
Hold on. Thank you very much, Madam. In your statement, you want United States to punish, so you are going to kill everybody there. Madam, that's not the answer here. To punish, United States is bigger than that. What we have to do is the change. There are countries that does not have the infrastructure, as I have told you just now. They don't even have the capacity. So what we have to do in those weak countries, we need to talk to the United States so that they can facilitate developing, bringing technical people to assist that nation or that country. You don't say punishing an African country because they don't meet. There are reasons why they don't meet. There can be farming, there could be something else. All you can do is that to develop the capacity of that country. If you don't develop the infrastructure and the capacity, and sometimes it's lack of funding for those countries. As I have told you just now, if I have a budget of 9 million and you go and give me 2 million, how do you expect me to meet what is required? But for us to sit here and say, let us punish them, I think, Madam, I think you have to change your mind. Because we need to improve and help ourselves. And that's why the bigger countries in Africa, those that have the potential in helping the weaker countries, the technical experts from those countries should go. We should not even just wait for America to come and do everything for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The minister talked just now. We can do something for ourselves. I am sure of that. But the question is what? China not developed without America. For why the investors of America cannot go to Africa? What kind of difficulty face? You don't understand the question? Okay, but I speak French. Là, ouais. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Bon, je dis, le panéliste vient de dire que nous pouvons nous développer de nous-mêmes. Je suis d'accord et nous avons la volonté. Peut-être il y a les moyens, mais le talent fait défaut. Bon, mais de l'autre côté, c'est que la Chine ne s'est pas développée en dehors des investisseurs américains. Pourquoi les investisseurs américains ont des difficultés pour aller en Afrique et investir? C'est la question. Et deuxièmement,
one of the panelists indicated that we have to develop ourselves. That is true, and that requires talents. But on the other hand, if you look at the relationship between the US and China, US investors went to China and helped China. Why investors don't go to Africa? Thank you.
It is sad that this question should be directed to the investors. I wonder why you want me to answer it, but I'll do my best. Sometimes we are not too friendly in our regulations, and sometimes our incentives are not calling people to come to our countries. And sometimes our regulations are not fair enough for investors. Because if I'm going to invest 1 million into a particular country in Africa, first of all, I must know that that country is war-free, it's not in a war zone, because I need that money back to be taken to an investor is there to make profit. And sometimes we ourselves should look at our own regulations in order for us to have investors come to our part of the world. And that is where we are talking about, that our regulations within the African continent, if your neighbors cannot even invest in your own country, then it's such a problem. We must, like us, we have within the 3 countries, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia, we have the Mano River Union. And the Mano River Union, we have within those 3 countries or 4 countries today, 2 are French. I cannot even, when he was speaking just now, I don't have a medium where both of us can. Okay, he speaks French and I speak English. But then maybe in the translations, when you translate, you don't even get the real answer to that, what is meant by somebody else. But all we can do, we must make our countries investment friendly. You want to compare China to the African continent. What the Chinese have done over the last 30 years. I went to China in 1972, taking cotton from San Salvador to China. We came to Shanghai. There was only 1 or 2 vehicles you can see. All you can see were bicycles all over the place. But today you go to Shanghai, you think you are in a different world. You think you are not in the same planet. And that is true. We must change the way we do things as Africans. And until we as Africans come and help ourselves, nobody's going to help us. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Doctor. My name is Prince Edwin Chofwa. I work for U.S. Office of International Trade. My question goes directly to Mr. Paso. I want to first of all thank you for this wonderful forum. I want to thank the U.S. government and other public-private partnership for this forum. But the first thing is, what in your capacity are you doing for the youth? Last time we have Yali, we're talking now about AGOA, and we even tired of, statements, meetings. We should be talking about implementation. And what I cry every day is my farmers back home, people who are in the field. When we look at some of the ethics that we put here, like you're coming here on a mission to participate in a meeting, we don't even take results back home. We come even for the conferences or the meeting, we don't even pay attention to what we are taking back. And when we even reach back home, the results are not even transmitted to our leaders. And even when some of those results are sent to our leaders, we have a delay in the reactions. For example, we have about 3 speakers this morning. The commissioner spoke about how a letter addressed to CEMAC took 3 years, a letter that was sent to CEMAC 2013 against the creation of our own center. We heard about the regional centers in Ghana, in Kenya, and in Southern Africa. We don't have any in center. But what are we doing? So please, can you just help some of the youth to see how some of the protocols that we put in place in enhancing our local farmers to get access to this AGOA directly? Thank you. Sorry for your time. And thank our mothers.
My name is Cornel Nyingay.
No, it's me, please. Sorry.
Then we'll finish. One more question, please. And then
I want to directly ask the minister. He's been Minister of Transport for several years for Sierra Leone. I want to find out the impact he had in the trade relationships with the west coast of Africa. Because when you're passing through the west coast of Africa, trade is very difficult for goods to pass through because there are so many barriers. People have been complaining. I want to know the impact of the minister on that, our axis of South Africa.
Okay, so mine isn't a question, it's an answer. And the answer is there was a, just
well,
2
let's
seconds.
get the questions, please. Let's get questions.
Okay, well, no, this is very important.
We will deal with the answers. The minister will answer and then you may answer. Let's get the question.
Yeah, my name is Cornel Nyingay. I'm a businessman from Cameroon. I think 16 years have passed. We are talking about AGOA today as it's something that started yesterday. And I think that it's because AGOA is addressing it to the wrong person. When you talk about trading with Africa, who are traders in this room? How many traders do we have in this room? I don't think that we can have 5% of these people who are traders. I'll say why. Because when you talk about a web, you talk about civil society network and so all these. Most of the time, I can say 95% of the people in this room have been financed by the government of those organizations. And the right business people are not even aware of AGOA. And if you don't change the way of doing things, after 60 years, we'll be at the same level. Politicians are always looking at problems. Business people look at solutions. Here, you are talking about we are talking about what US has to do to improve the trade. We are talking about what we need. But I challenge you people, if in this room we had 10% of traders only, before next year, things will be different. And I'll come up with something like a proposal to challenge you and show you that for the past 16 years, things were not being done the right way.
Please, we would have to get your question so we can go to the next
It's not
panel.
a question.
We thank you very much for your intervention. We appreciate your statement, but we have a panel that is coming right after this.
If you don't take a comment from the people that are ready to make AGOA work, how will you do to improve the AGOA movement?
Its comments will come later.
This is the, please, I'll allow you to give me 1 more minute.
We give you 1 more minute and then we can round it up. Please, we have a minister here waiting for the next panel and he has to go out for that commitment. So we do have time constraint. We appreciate your contribution, but we have limited time. So we know every point is very important.
So let me answer the question.
Yes, can you please?
Thank you very much from my colleague here. He spoke about the youth. The youths of the future, youths, when I was a youth in Sierra Leone, when I was going to school, they said the youths are the future. Today, the youths are the present and future of our country. In our government, we have youths that are below 35 years who are ministers in our government because we believe in the youth. And in fact, when you spoke about agriculture, if it were not Ebola, our country should have been up there, but Ebola affected us. You talk about transport. The network in Africa today, particularly in the west coast of Africa, where we have the economic communities of the West African countries, we have come together. Today, I could drive my vehicle from Freetown through to Nigeria without no problems. And now we are working on electricity so that we can electrify that part of the continent. That cooperation is there. Transportation. When I went to Sierra Leone from the United States, we had only 1 airport. But today we have started what we call the Mamama, and I signed that contract when I was Minister of Transport to have the 2nd airport in Sierra Leone based in Freetown, because the old airport or the current airport is at Lunge. You have so much time. When you get to Lunge, it will take you almost about 6 hours before you get to the other side. But today, with what we have done, we have created a ring road within Lunge and Freetown. You can be in Freetown within 1 hour. We are so aware with the terms of transportation in transporting our goods in terms of trade, with the free trade that we have. Our borders are open. Okay, he is quite correct. But Sierra Leone has not done it wrong. I have 8-man delegation. They're all traders. I am the only minister. We have the Sierra Leone. You can stand there. The executive director of the Sierra Leone Produce Marketing Company is sitting here. We came with all traders here. And you don't know who are here. Maybe they too are most traders. This is a trade issue. And we must not take it lightly. We're only traders. But you will never do anything without the politicians. Because in governance here too, you have Obama is a politician. And Espai Koroma, His Excellency, is my president. That's how you lead a country. If you go to England, you have before Cameron, and today you have the other lady, I've just not got the name here yet. Theresa May and others. And maybe you will have a woman tomorrow to deal with in the United States. The women are very, very important. Can you clap for me, the women?
Win.
I can't hear you. A double clap, please. My wife was trained in the United States. Of blessed memory. I lost her 2 years ago. I know the importance of a woman. And I'm so glad that I see so many faces of women around. I want to welcome you, and I thank you very much for your support that you give to us men.
Thank you very much, Honorable Patso. We are very grateful for your presence here. And
quickly, quickly.
Last one.
Foreign direct investment. The issue with investing in Africa, and I'm a small business who invested in Africa, ran a business quickly, is the laws in the country. When small businesses come over, the laws that are in the country relate to large businesses, and the taxation relates to large businesses. So when I come in as a small business owner or medium-sized business owner, and you say that my expat has to make $100,000 a year so that I can pay you $25,000 a year, well, I don't have an expat. that I'm paying $100,000 a year to. So the laws in these individual countries have to change so that the small to medium-sized enterprises can come in. This is why we don't invest more money in Africa.
Recommendations, comments that are being given is being taken down by a rapporteur, and we have a session. The last session would be to address our recommendation to the ministerial. I would now give the floor to the Mr. of Ceremony to now call on our guest who will give the vote of thanks.
It's okay. Is it okay? Yeah. Is it alive now? Okay. At this time, we'd like to thank and have the voice of thanks from Margaret Caddy from Sierra Leone. And she would bring us, she's an entrepreneur and owner and Panagi? Pangia. At this time, Margaret.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, our host, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Margaret Caddy, and I am from Sierra Leone. I'm a business owner, and I own a store called Pangia, where we specialize in made in Sierra Leone goods. We specialize in furniture, home decor, and fashion accessories. And we work with a team of artisans that produce everything for us locally. On behalf of AWEP 2016, I would like to say thank you to the guest speakers for honoring the invitation to speak on behalf of civil society organizations and AWEP today. You have given us a great insight into what you all do, and we cannot thank you enough for being here with us. We as women entrepreneurs understand how pivotal civil societies are in our respective countries. We applaud the great strides civil societies have taken in ensuring that women business owners get involved in AGOA. Now that it has been reauthorized for another 10 years, we urge that we all work more closely together so that more of us can really take advantage, reap the actual benefits of AGOA. AGOA stimulates economic growth in Africa, and most of our deprived countries in Africa would benefit from this tremendously. The general consensus of this year's AWEP participants is that majority had not heard of AGOA, and I think that has been said a few times today. Most people heard of AGOA whilst getting ready for this program to the United States. There's so many women across Africa doing extraordinary work, and we are doing a disservice to them by not giving them information they need to grow. I live in a capital city, Freetown, and I found out about AGOA through my own curiosity and research online. And it shouldn't be that way. And I feel privileged that I have access to research online. What are we doing about the women in rural villages that do not have that access? And they're doing so much more than we're doing in the capital. So we have to make sure we do not leave them behind. Women in rural villages do not have the luxury of using a computer. So perhaps civil societies can address this problem by arranging town halls in villages where field officers can disseminate the information they need. Interpreting the acts into various local languages would also help women everywhere to understand the opportunities on offer to them. To understand the opportunities on offer to them is imperative. Whilst we're all going to be ambassadors in our countries as we go back shortly, there's a need to mobilize funds so that civil society organizations in our various countries are further able to ensure that women fully understand and grasp the full benefits of AGOA. For AGOA to continue to move forward, it requires civil societies to mobilize. By this, I mean reaching out to women in the community who are looking to start up businesses or are in business. The success of AGOA rests on all of our shoulders, but we must work together to ensure that it benefits the people who it's actually meant for, i.e. the women. All the OWEP ladies here today have such drive, passion, determination, and knowledge about their respective businesses. And we're all playing our part in ensuring and empowering other women and shining a positive light on our countries. We will urge civil societies to continue the good work that they do and to guide us by providing us with the necessary information needed for our businesses to grow nationally and internationally. When we grow, Africa grows and the world prospers. I think it's a win-win situation for everybody. I thank you all once again for being here and sharing with us, and I'm truly humbled to be here with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for the vote of thanks. We appreciate that. We will now bring this session to an end so that we could move on to the next session. And thank you very much, Honorable Pat. So can we please give the Honorable Pat So another round of applause? Yeah. Good afternoon. Uh, please, can we have our seats so we can start on the next session? This session, excuse me, can we please have our seats so that we can start the next session? Is this on? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have our seats so we can start the next session? Good afternoon. The next session that we are starting now is addressing enhancing Africa's regional integration. Have the mic. Good afternoon. Can we please have our seats, please?
Never officially. You know how it is. One can keep talking about it. There's another one.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Uh, we, our next panel, which is panel number 3, yeah. Good afternoon. We are now starting on panel 3, and we will be addressing Africa's regional integration to support US-Africa trade and investment. And I think this particular panel will address a lot of the questions that have been asked during prior question regarding full integration, utilizing policy within Africa to support regional integration and also to support the Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is supposed to be fully in place by 2017 under the leadership of the African Union. To maximize AGOA's effectiveness, we all agree that trade facilitation and transportation linkages, best practices, including the integration of technology, capacity building, legal and regulatory reforms within Africa should be implemented to strengthen regional integration and promote smooth flow of goods and services, as required to enhance and increase intra-Africa trade and investment, and to also improve the competitiveness of African goods and services globally, and particularly in under AGOA. This panel that we will be spending the next 40 minutes on will underscore a number of approaches that are currently being undertaken to support Africa's regional and continental integration in support of US-Africa trade and investment. I do have a distinguished panel here, and we will start our discussion with the remarks from the Honorable Alion Sa, the Minister of Trade, Informal Sector, Consumption, Promotion of Local Products and SMEs of the Republic of Senegal. As most of us know, Senegal is critical in the development of a regional logistic facilitation of products from Africa to the United States. Since 2001, efforts have been put in place to work with the government of Senegal and the United States, working with the FAA, working with the Ministry of Trade here in the United States, the Ministry of Trade in Senegal, and also working with the Miami-Dade County government in terms of facilitating logistic and transportation linkages between Africa and the United States. This effort, we hope, and many people who have been supporters of the US-Africa Air Transportation Summit, an initiative that started in 2005, believes that would help address some of the transportation issues, some of the logistic issues, and those impediments that have limited the competitiveness of African products here in the United States under AGOA. The strategic location of Dakar, Senegal, to the Port of Miami and the airport in Miami provides ECOWAS, and it provides Senegal, and it provides Africa the opportunity to address the issues of transportation linkages and also the competitiveness that we badly need to make sure that we can get African goods into the United States in a very competitive environment. So this afternoon, we have invited the Honorable Alioune Sarr, the Minister of Trade, to address this issue, and he will give us an opening remarks, and after which I will then ask each of my panelists, who will speak for 4 minutes each, and then we'll be able to open this discussion for questions and answer. I will introduce each of my panelists as they speak, but I am sorry we would have to be as short and as precise as we have to be because we have two other panels, two very important panels that will be coming right behind this panel that will address the issues of AWEP and also YALI. And these are very important issues to the Secretariat that would want to make sure that we have enough time for their discussion. So it is my privilege, it is my honor. I am very happy that Honorable Alioune Sarr accepted our invitation and that he would address those issues. Honorable Sarr, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Fred. I would like to say good morning or good afternoon to everybody and to tell my pleasure I have to be here to share some ideas. I'm sure in this room we have some experts which will develop more deepful some ideas. Excuse me also about my English. I am a French people. I would like to ask to everybody to understand sometimes if some words are lost during my speech. Fred, thank you for the invitation, and we'd like to congratulate you for all the initiatives you take to promote African economy, African integration, and also civil society. I don't like the idea to distinguish civil society and political society. We have an only society, a world society, in which we have politicians, economists, producer, civil people, and each actor have a place, have a role to play in this economy. And together, we can undertake initiative to bring growth and sustainable development. In this panel, I would like to share some ideas. I think we have now the proof that trade can bring us growth and sustainable development. The global value chain actually now is a reality. Yesterday, in a panel in the Ministry of Trade in the United States. He was with some big firm who take some product from Africa. The industries are sometimes in Bangladesh, and the products are around the world. The question now, particularly for Africa, because we will talk about integration, African integration. The question is not for Africa if we are connected or not on global value chain. The question is, are we connected in the good place in the global value chain? What I would like to say, each value chain you take in the world, in oil, agriculture, services, Africa have a place. But the question is the good place, the place in which the African producer can play a winning play. The second thing I would like to share with you is we need in Africa to have a trade industrialization policy. Because the better way to be at the good place on the global value chain is to transform, to process the product, and not to export only basis product like oil or mineral and so on. The challenge now for Africa is to add value on all the product from Africa. If you take a case of the example in Senegal, we have undertaken a new economic plan named Senegal Plan Emergent. In this plan, we identify some sector in which we take the decision to transform and to reduce imports from the world. Because we can't create job for the youngest. It is not useful, I think, to recall the population of Africa. 60% of the people are under of 30 years. The only way to create job is to transform the product, is to industrialize African economy. That's why I fully advocate for a trade industrialization policy, not trade only. Because during many, many years, our technical partner, our economic partner, try to learn us, to learn at the world that Africa don't need some product to produce them. Africa, it is better for him to import and not to produce. The result is a trade deficit. The result is no job. The result is to export basis product. And each time you are exporting basis product, you are exporting your job because the job is created ahead. That's why, Fred, I think it is now the time for us to leave the road of ideology. We must be practical. We must give the idea, and we must give a policy with impact. If you take our continent, thank you for giving me the floor at the beginning of the panel. I don't. It is not what I am preparing. I would like to hear the experts, the panelists, and from the idea to learn something and to share with them. But I want to share some ideas on. I think the word I believe strongly. I say Africa is a land of opportunity. Africa is not a land of eternal discussion, a land of war. Africa now, we have country with strong democracy, institution. We don't have lesson to learn about democracy now in the world. We don't have. It is now, it is a past. In the last year, people coming in Africa to learn them what to do election, what to do a democracy, what to have a strong institution. It's true. We need strong institution. But you have some continent, some country in Africa in which the institutions are very, very strong. For example, in Senegal, we vote until 160 years. People are voting in Senegal. Here in the United States, you have some people who voting until before one century. The idea, the problem is not here. The problem now is to have a win-win partnership with the international firms, win-win partnership in the economic partner with the big country, and to have in the negotiation win-win agreement. Mr. Fred, I would like to conclude on some statistics. If you look at Africa from 2000 and 2040, we have the processing activity in Africa GDP decreased from 12% to 9% from 2000 and 2040. Processing decreased from 12% to 9%. It means the level of transformation, the level of industrialization is decreasing in Africa. And it is a responsibility for the politician to undertake economic program in which the role and the place of industrialization, of transformation is a very good role. Africa needs skills. Africa needs human capital. Africa needs training, because the way to have a people, the way to have these youngers has a capital, a human capital, and not a bomber capital. The youngers must be human capital, and the only way, I think, is on training. To end my words, this free level, I think, are very important for each country in Africa to increase integration and to put sustainable development, to put a well-being for the people. The first is the business environment, is the macroeconomic management for the economy, about debt. The second is on infrastructure, economic and social infrastructure, on the university, on the schools. The second and the third is about enterprise. All we must do for increasing the level of intra-trade must be focused on enterprise. When we can facilitate the trade intra-regional trade in Africa between 12% and 6%, it is to facilitate the movement, to build infrastructure, to sign the international agreement, FTA, facilitated trade agreement with the WTO. And I think we must focus on private sector. We must focus on the SMEs. We must focus on the informal sector to modernize the informal sector so that the women, the youngest who are in the informal sector can be transformed in good entrepreneurs, in good people who are adding value in the economy. Thank you very much for attention, and excuse me for my bad English.
Thank you for your remarks, and the points are well taken in terms of ensuring that there is transformation of products so that we would not export our jobs and be able to provide employment for our youth. And the issues on global value chain, Africa finding its rightful place so that also we'll be able to industrialize and be able to use economic activities within our countries to create wealth. These are very important points, and we would come back for questions and answer. But meanwhile, I'd like to introduce our first presenter, Mr. Paul Fekete, of Senior International Trade Advisor, U.S. Agency for International Development. Paul is a Senior International Trade Advisor for USAID's Economic Growth, Education and Environment Bureau, E3, focusing on the development of trade-related technical assistance program to assist USAID missions in building public and private sector trade capacity and promote developing countries' participation in the international trade system. He has an MA in International Affairs from Johns Hopkins University and has done a lot of work on WTO. In fact, Paul's agency, Paul's development department is responsible for the work that USAID does on WTO. So, Paul.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. With only 4 minutes to speak, I'm going to dispense, I'm going to jettison the presentation that I had prepared and try to perhaps just offer some highlights or some points of the work that USAID is doing in support of regional integration. When Fred invited me to this panel, I had asked him about how we were going to differentiate between our conversation about trade facilitation and about regional integration more broadly. And as you'll see at the end of my presentation, the two really are one and the same in many ways. Just very quickly, you've heard some of these sort of points made by other speakers earlier today. USAID has supported regional trade hubs in Africa since the start of the AGOA legislation. Most of them really were AGOA centers, if you will, or AGOA hubs, focusing on promoting the preference programs. Since then, they have really become much broader in terms of the regional platforms that they offer for a variety of work. They are really the nexus of our activities, whether it relates to Power Africa or Trade Africa. There's regional missions associated with each of these trade hubs that are staffed by USAID professionals, and they're the platforms from which we undertake our health programs and our agriculture Feed the Future efforts and a variety of other regional initiatives that are intended to focus not on individual countries, but on the regions in which they're located. We also, of course, have a number of bilateral programs for countries where that benefit from greater attention from USAID, with having bilateral missions in Cote d'Ivoire, in Nigeria, in Mali, and a number of other places in East Africa, obviously, and Kenya and Uganda and many others. So there's a combination of regional and bilateral efforts, and increasingly over the course of the last few years, we have found that we really can't separate our bilateral initiatives from the regional initiatives, because they are really part and parcel of moving forward and expanding economic growth in the region. The other initiative that you have also heard about, which is a more recent one initiated in 2013, has been something called the Trade Africa Initiative. My colleague Oren Waike-Shaw, who was here at the earlier panel, she is leading that effort, and that really is a more targeted effort, both among the East African community countries, but also more recently expanded to 5 countries, 3 in West Africa and 2 in Southern Africa, where we're really focusing much more intensively on implementation of trade facilitation provisions, and also helping countries address some of the agreements in the international and regional spheres that focus on technical barriers to trade or standards and quality issues, sanitary and phytosanitary issues, or SPS issues as they're often called. And then there are elements of Trade Africa which are really focused more on broader sort of competitiveness efforts that my colleague from East Africa will be talking about in a little more detail. Earlier on, I heard a comment about where's the money. It's just worth mentioning that in the last 15 years or so, we've spent in sub-Saharan Africa for trade capacity building approximately $5.6 billion. So it's a sizable amount of dollars that we have invested in a variety of efforts on the continent. With respect to regional integration, each of these regional offices and the trade hubs that are affiliated with them are working with their counterparts, the regional economic communities that we interact with. So in East Africa, we're obviously working very intensively with the East African community. In Southern Africa with SADC, and in West Africa, we have increasingly expanded our engagement with ECOWAS. We also work with COMESA. We have also been supportive of the tripartite process, which is the process of trying to merge or harmonize among a number of these regional economic communities. And in Addis, we have quite a significant engagement with the African Union, where we have been working with the Trade Directorate there, most recently, for example, undertaking a project on trade and services, an area which hasn't really generated a lot of discussion here this morning, but which is an enormously important component of Africa's GDP. and I would also say is a very important component of trade facilitation, because what often isn't suggested in these conversations is that for the movement of goods to take place, you have to have transportation services and logistical services and legal services and so on. And again, when there are constraints or barriers to those services among African countries, you don't really reap the benefits of scale that you would be able to otherwise were some of these barriers to be eliminated. I was going to get into some more significant discussion about some of the Africa trade hubs and the specific work that they're doing. I don't think we have time for that, but suffice to say that each of the hubs is trying to sort of take account of the environment in which they work. It differs from West Africa to Southern Africa to East Africa. But nonetheless, I think there are also some common themes or common threads of activities that we undertake in all of these three. One of them is obviously promotion of AGOA in terms of utilization and helping to expand AGOA exports to the United States. Increasingly, we've also been working more with the hubs in terms of intra-African trade. I mean, that's another element that I think deserves a lot more attention, which is that while AGOA is intended to promote exports to the United States, the fact of the matter is that Africa has an enormously large market on the continent itself, which needs to be expanded very extensively, and it obviously has a long and strong relationship with the EU as well. And so there are many elements to expanding trade that should be addressed that are not only solely focused on the United States. So I won't get into any of the details of what the trade hubs are doing, but I will want to touch again on this trade facilitation area in which, in the last few minutes that I have available to me. We know that AGOA is a preference program, and it has very significant advantages for those who are able to take their products to the U.S. market. But in our conversations with businesses, whether small, medium, or large, one really very quickly discovers that the margin of preference or the value of the AGOA benefit is sometimes overwhelmed by the increased costs that Africans face in terms of their transportation costs, in terms of the delays at the border that they experience because of inefficient border functions, whether it be by the Customs Service or by the Agricultural Ministry and the others that have border control responsibilities. So, in terms of comparison, if you look at some of the indicators that the World Bank has put out and others have put out, while, it's in Singapore, you can clear products in about 12 hours. In sub-Saharan Africa, the average is about 108 hours. And that's time is money, as they say. And so these are the kinds of issues that are really sort of overwhelming the benefits that AGOA offers to exporters and that really need to be addressed. Anecdotally, there are many people who tell us that, it's 60 or 70% of the business costs are associated with not tariff costs, but with transportation and logistics and what have you. So no matter how generous AGOA benefits are, and they are becoming lower in value over time as tariffs decrease across the board, it becomes so much more important, therefore, to, in fact, touch on this trade facilitation issue. So I just wanted to come back to you on that, because I think many people's eyes sort of glaze over when you talk about the WTO trade facilitation issue. But I think it would be different if it was called the Agreement to Promote Investment in Africa, or if it was called the Agreement to Promote Trade Among African Countries. That's exactly what the trade facilitation agreement is, in fact, all about, because businesses are not going to come to countries that don't have a good trade facilitation environment. Markets are developed first and foremost among adjacent countries. I grew up in Canada, and I know that small businesses, by and large, will start to trade with the United States before they move to markets overseas. And I would suggest that that's exactly the same situation for many African businesses, and therefore it's important for you to be able to penetrate your neighbors' markets before you're looking at markets overseas. And here again, the trade facilitation agreement is an essential component of being able to do that. I've heard also conversations over the course of this morning and during lunch about the lack of information. If you look at some of the specific provisions of the trade facilitation agreement, something which I suspect most people have not, you'll find that there are provisions that call for transparency. It really calls on each and every government to make available information to their trading community on import regulations, export regulations, also with respect to the regulations in the countries with which they trade. So a lot of the issues that you raise, a lot of the frustrations that you have can in fact be addressed by implementation of the WTO's trade facilitation agreement. Now, I've worked long enough in Africa to know that most people think of the WTO as something far away in Geneva and of relatively limited relevance to your day-to-day business and your day-to-day operations. But I would argue and I would hope that you would recognize that this is an enormously crucial element for your success moving forward. It's not only important because of the issues I've already referenced, but it's also important because in the regional organizations, whether it's ECOWAS, whether it's SADC, whether it's the EAC, there are very similar and parallel sorts of provisions that have been negotiated among these regional groupings that really are part and parcel of the WTO agreement. So by implementing the WTO agreement, you are also moving forward with your regional integration. You are also addressing the border issues, the areas in which you are encountering some significant constraints that will, I think, have value to business and economic growth going forward. I've run out of time, and so I will conclude by simply saying that USAID has, in fact, made a very significant commitment to helping implement the trade facilitation agreement. Oren Waikisha this morning mentioned in passing a public-private partnership called the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation, which I would simply draw to your attention because here again, it will be active in those countries which want to undertake these kinds of reforms. So there is a very significant amount of support that is going to be available, that is already available, in fact. But there is a need for political will. There is a need for there to be a commitment to undertake these kinds of reforms. And I would encourage you all, as you go back to your countries, to start engaging in this conversation with your respective governments and recognize that the WTO and this agreement is not some esoteric thing that has been negotiated in Geneva, but has real bottom line impact for your businesses and for your economic growth going forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul. And I think you've underscored a lot of very important points that has been mentioned earlier. The issue of the whole trade facilitation was underscored by our luncheon speaker. That intra-Africa trade is going to be very critical. And I think you'll have more time during question and answer to be able to address some of the issues that you may not be able to address now. I'll now move on to our next presenter, Finn Holmes Olsen. Finn is an international trade expert with 20 years of professional experience working in Africa. He is the director of the USAID Trade Hub in East Africa, Trade and Investment Hub in East Africa, and he is responsible for AGOA. So I present Finn for his presentation.
Thank you, Fred. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm also going to follow Paul's lead and jettison my presentation due to lack of time. I don't want to risk the ire of Fred. But again, I'm the Director of Trade Promotion in AGOA at the East Africa Trade and Investment Hub. I just wanted to basically share that my project's broken up into 4 components, but we have a very simple mandate, which is to increase the competitiveness of countries in East Africa. We work with the 5 countries of the East African community, plus Ethiopia, plus the island countries of Madagascar and Mauritius. So our mandate is to increase the competitiveness of countries in East Africa, and we do that through basically 4 components. Trade promotion in AGOA, which is the one that I manage, and our priority really is to increase exports to the U.S. under AGOA. I won't talk about that too much today. We did have a session, hopefully many of you participated yesterday, where we talked about some of those specific activities and particularly our work with governments in the region to establish national AGOA strategies. And certainly with the long-term extension of AGOA, countries are taking a critical look at, why haven't we taken advantage of AGOA over the last 15 years? But more importantly, how are we going to use the next 9 years to benefit from AGOA? The second component under my project is agriculture and agribusiness. And this is basically increasing intra-regional trade in staple foods, moving food from areas of food surplus to areas of food deficit. And this comes under the Feed the Future initiative of USAID. Thirdly, and it hasn't really been probably highlighted enough, really for the first time, USAID is engaging through the trade hubs in attracting investments. So this is really a new area for the trade hubs. The trade hubs are now trade and investment hubs. And indeed, we have a program of, we have a goal of increasing or attracting $100 million of new investment to East Africa. And finally, trade policy and regulatory reform. And that's really what I'm going to spend the few minutes that I have during this presentation to talk about, because it's really cross-cutting. When you talk about regional integration, investors, you can't increase investment in the region without regional integration. Companies that are looking to source from East Africa, regional integration is a critical aspect of what they're looking for. So much of the work that's done under the trade policy and regulatory reform component is very much cross-cutting. It's creating an enabling environment for the region, basically. So I want to talk about some of those specific areas that we're working in the region with regard to regional integration. So we're working closely with the East African community, and we're really trying to help the EAC promote a more predictable, transparent, and facilitative policy and regulatory environment. We're also looking to support the EAC to make regional integration a practical reality. So just to review, the current status of the East African community, it goes from basically a customs union, which has already been achieved, to ultimately a political federation. So there are steps along the way. And the critical point now is working towards basically a common market protocol, working with the East African community. What does that mean? It means free movement of capital, free movement of persons, free movement of workers, right of establishment, right of residence, liberation of services. These are all key annexes to the East African Community Common Market Protocol. So what are some of the specific things that we're doing? We're partnering with national private sector apex bodies like chambers of commerce to accelerate implementation of the East African Community Common Market Protocol. In Kenya, for instance, we're working with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and specifically we're working on policy support to achieve the protocol's provisions for free movement of goods, services, and capital in the EAC. So in addition to the work that we're doing on the actual protocol, we're working in a couple of other areas as well, and I'd just like to mention those. Pull that one up. So we're supporting the implementation of the Common Market Protocol, but we're also working with entities in the region to enhance sanitary and phytosanitary capacity in the East African Community region, and also to support implementation of the US EAC Cooperation Agreement. We have the hub working on very specific activities in the region, but you also have the USAID mission that has directly funded the EAC. And the work in this area is particularly in areas of TBT, or technical barriers to trade, or non-tariff barriers, as well as sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So basically, we feel to establish an effective East African community, partner states are committing to roll back measures and avoid enacting new laws that prevent market integration. So we have a team of professionals under the Trade Policy Unit that are working very closely with governments in the region and also with the EAC directly to monitor the policy landscape in East Africa, to determine impacts of new laws that are coming into play, and to look at progress towards achieving a fully integrated market. Some of the other things that we're doing very specifically, we're looking to strengthen the legal and regulatory environment in East Africa. And this means things like identifying measures that negatively affect trade to prevent them from becoming law, training private and public sector actors on rights and obligations in relation to the Common Market Protocol. We're also providing very specific technical assistance to EAC partner states to accelerate implementation of key elements of the Common Market Protocol. So basically, as I said, I'll just go back to how I started my comments, is that our mandate to increase competitiveness within the region is predicated on a strong regional market. Regional integration in East Africa is the key to further job-creating investments in the region, for increased ability of companies to source from Africa under AGOA. Regional integration is really the key for the East African communities to advance to the next level of their development. So thank you very much.
Definitely sure we'll have quite a few questions directed at you after we finish our presentation. Our last presenter is Caroline Mugala. She's the Executive Secretary of the East African Trade Union Confederation, a sub-regional trade union that represents more than 2.8 million workers in East Africa. And she's been involved in the labor movement in Kenya, and we are delighted to have you here today. And she would have a 4 minutes presentation because we still have one more presenter before we go to questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The two previous speakers have actually spoken all I would have spoken in terms of East Africa, because that's where I come from. So my intervention will be more specific from a labor perspective. We've had, I've been following in the overflow rooms the discussions that have been going on, and I can't help, get out of my mind what is the vision of the East African community. The vision of the East African community is a people-centered and business-driven integration. But I'm sorry to say that since I came here yesterday, I've had more of the business-centered part. Where are the people in all this discussion? And I think just before the closure of the discussion earlier on today, someone was trying to ask where are the traders in this room who know exactly what is happening on the ground. And I work on the ground. In terms of the East African regional integration and AGOA offers a lot in terms of what I would say. It provides for a well-structured support in terms of development of regional value chains. And it also allows for, it rules of origin also allows beneficiary countries to qualify for the minimum local input processing requirements using inputs from other AGOA beneficiaries. All the 5 East African countries, if I'm not wrong, are eligible under, the AGOA. Therefore, in terms of, a practical example, it means that, components purchased from Uganda, for example, count as part of the local input of a Kenyan farm exporting to the US in the textile and clothing third-party fabric allowances, which makes it easier for AGOA countries to procure low-cost input from one another. So to some extent, it offers the opportunity to strengthen regional integration. However, coming from a labor, background, the assumption of economic growth translates into significant growth, let alone decent work, is increasingly being questioned. It does not work. East African community is one of that community in Africa that has recorded, some of the highest economic growth, with countries having economic growth, as high as 7%. But this has been, side by side in terms of, joblessness growth, with increasing working poor. We have people who wake up in the morning, go to the economic processing zones that were set out as part of the AGOA agreement, in a country like Kenya. And within this export processing zone, a majority or 70% of the people working there are young people. So there has been high income inequalities in terms of provision. In Africa, we are told any job is a good job. But is that the kind of discussion we should be having? Any job is not just a good job. We also want a decent job. So in terms of trying to strengthen the AGOA, we would therefore like to look at, rather than prioritizing economic growth strategies that see employment as a side effect, because as I said, I've been listening to some of the discussion since yesterday, but I haven't had any strong discussion in regards to employment, which is a problem in Africa, and a continent that has more than 70% coming from East Africa, operating in the informal economy. How are we going to move from the informal economy to the formal economy? And this can only happen if we provide people with a decent job. I would also just like to finish my intervention by saying that capacity building programs related to preference programs should go beyond the narrow trade facilitation. I've heard a lot about trade facilitation today, yesterday, and the previous, days in terms of what trade facilitation is. But for us as trade unions, we feel that trade facilitation should, go beyond the approach which limits itself to trade authorities. We know that East African Trade Hub, the trademark East Africa, is doing a lot in terms of building one border post point, in terms of building roads, in terms of, supporting ministries of trade, institutions, enterprises. It should also include capacity building, of labor rights and enforcement, trade capacity building for labor rights, which embrace all labor market actors such as ministries of labor, workers' organization, and the civil society at large, with an aim to build the labor market institution systems, which are such as collective bargaining, social dialogue, wage setting mechanism, because you cannot be talking about decent work in a country like Uganda that has a minimum wage of $1.7. So how are you going to provide decent jobs to a country that doesn't even have a minimum wage? And also which enable workers to access the benefits from the potential of economic gains from trade. If trade is to contribute to the building of inclusive economy, it must create decent work, not exploitative, dangerous, or low-wage jobs. Thank you.
And for your input regarding issues of labor. And as you all know, in terms of compliance, labor is one of the critical elements in terms of countries being able to meet AGOA compliance. I look forward to quite a few questions from our audience on that. Now, we have one more presenter who joined us from the Africa Development Bank, who will speak very briefly on some of what they are doing. That's Mono Moputola. She's the director of NEPAD Regional Integration and Trade Department at the Africa Development Bank. Our portfolio includes project preparation, development of the bank's sub-regional strategies, cross-border soft infrastructure intervention, trade, and the prioritization and use of the African Development Fund regional envelope. She works closely with the African Union Commission, UNECA, and all the RECs, and is a bank trade representative with regional and global partners. So with that, Mono, you have 4 minutes to tell us what your bank does. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. I'll try to be very quick in my intervention. 2 points that I'm going to raise and how we intervene in trying to promote regional integration on the continent. As you know, we are one of the continental bodies together with Africa Union, UNECA, and ourselves. So we actually implement the decisions that are made by heads of states. And how we do this is first we work through regional, what we call sub-regional strategies, where we work very closely with the countries, the civil society, the private sector, and also help sub-regional and the regional economic communities, and in particular, helping them develop some of their sub-regional strategies. So for example, we work very closely with ECOWAS, and we're helping them redefine their ECOWAS migration policy to update it. They already have a policy, but we would like, they came to us and we are updating the migration policy for them. And then through our concessional funding, we then support regional projects. Our focus has been mostly on infrastructure, because we believe the problem that competitiveness is a major problem for African countries, and infrastructure plays a major role, and in particular that we have 16 countries on the continent that do not have access to the sea and are landlocked, so their transport costs and other costs are very high. So we've zeroed in, and what we are now doing is putting together what we call smart corridors. And by smart corridors, I mean, instead of just building the infrastructure, which we've been doing a lot in the past couple of years, we now, in our projects, when we start developing roads, we start looking at the other areas like economic activity, movement of people across borders, and also trying to see how, how we can work with private sector actors. So for example, we have a project looking at ECOWAS, the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, which looks at what are the impediments, the soft issues that are affecting movement of goods and people across the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, but most importantly, also working with the private sector. So we find that there are certain actors who would like to import or source their raw materials from another country but can't do it. So the question is, how do we facilitate that? And our focus as we go forward is really for the industrialization of the continent, and also looking at the promotion of regional value chain. Likewise, somebody was talking about, what do you do with traders? We do work very closely. We have several projects in Southern Africa at the border between DR Congo and Zambia. We have information desks for SMEs, and we provide them with information so that they know the type of goods that they need to trade across the borders, and those goods that are not eligible to be taxed by customs duties. So quickly, this is what we're doing, and I'm open to questions. But just to conclude that as the bank, we also provide a lot of grant funding for well-developed projects. But these projects have to come through the country, because the country is the member of the bank. So if for SME development, it's something that we encourage, but it has to come through the country, and then we try and see as we have some grant funding and resources available under the ADF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mono. I think we've had very rich presentation here on regional integration, starting from Honorable Sa, who told us what his country is looking to do in terms of ensuring competitiveness of Senegal, and all through our speakers. We're going to open this up for questions and answers. We have very limited time. Please, we have very limited time. I'm going to ask each person to please stand up and be straight to the question, because we are very distinguished panelists here, and we have to end this in 5 minutes. But I also have somebody here from the African Union who will just share with us some of what the African Union is doing. So please let me give the mic to our representative from the African Union, Mr. Babajide Shodipo. He represents the African Union and he works on these issues. And then we'll open this up for questions from 4 people. Our panelists will be here, and if you have more questions, you could always ask them. Please, Babajide.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a very quick, very brief remarks on the African integration agenda at the moment. Yes, thank you very much. So at the moment, within the context of the African Union member states are negotiating the Continental Free Trade Area. The idea behind the Continental Free Trade Area is to create at least a single market for goods and services across the continent among African countries. The rationale is quite clear, and it has quite some history. As we're all aware that the intentions of the Abuja Treaty is towards the overall aim of having an African economic community. The purpose of the Continental Free Trade Area is to build towards this. As we're all aware that the majority of African countries are quite small, they are quite fragmented. As such, very often they do not have the necessary economies of scale to be competitive. Neither do they have the necessary economies of scale to attract transformative investments. And of course, we're all quite aware of the much quoted figures about the low level of intra-African trade. So the whole idea of the Continental Free Trade Area is to eliminate tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade among African countries and to create the single market in the hope that, of course, it will make African producers more competitive, there will be increased trade, and so on and so forth. We see a clear relationship or a clear interaction with AGOA in the sense that, yes, there are opportunities for developing regional and in certain extent cross-regional value chains for the U.S. market, and also to the extent that for firms to properly benefit from the AGOA advantages, sometimes they just have to grow large enough to be able to have the scale to be competitive. And to that extent, having the benefit of a larger domestic market, so to say, will help their competitiveness. And as such, it creates opportunities for everyone all around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Ngawaira Jadata from Malawi. Listening from even the morning sessions, I get a feeling at first, coming from Malawi, I felt we are left out, but I realize it's the whole SADC region. The concentration is more on the East and Western Africa. It's as if Africa is synonymous to East and Western region. What is happening? You said, yes, you touched on Southern region hub, but the substantiality of the programs that are happening there, I'm not impressed, I'm worried. I would like to express that on behalf of the SADC region.
Yeah, I'm the commissioner of ECOWAS, and I'm in charge of trade. I would like to thank American officials for inviting us as ECOWAS and also for inviting African women here. I won't be long, but I would like to underscore that really we are witnessing the emergence of a true entrepreneurship strength in Africa among female entrepreneurs.
Je voudrais informer les femmes africaines que si j'ai remercié les autorités américaines, c'est parce qu'en plus des appuis que la coopération américaine apporte aux États membres, aux organisations du secteur privé et aux organisations de la société civile africaine, cette coopération apporte aussi à la CEDEAO un certain nombre d'appuis pour faciliter le déroulement de leurs activités en Afrique
I would like
de l'Ouest.
to inform African women here that in addition to the support that the US government is providing to the private sector and to civil society in Africa, they do also support ECOWAS, and under this cooperation with ECOWAS, we have the possibilities to support the activities of female entrepreneurs in West Africa.
Naturellement, j'appuie les réflexions pertinentes que les ministres et les différents experts ont apportées. Je dois informer seulement pour aller vite les femmes entrepreneurs que la coopération américaine nous appuie sur la résolution d'un problème important, c'est celui des tracasseries le long des corridors. Parce qu'en Afrique, surtout en Afrique de l'Ouest, après avoir pris les mesures pour faciliter la circulation des personnes et des biens, puisqu'en Afrique de l'Ouest, par exemple, on ne prend plus de visa entre les États membres, ce qui n'est pas le cas partout. Et on est en train d'appliquer un tarif extérieur commun entre les différents États membres pour que la fiscalité soit la même dans les différents pays. Mais le problème principal aujourd'hui, c'est...
And I would also like to say that in West Africa, we have resolved the issue. We have made progress because now it is a reality that we have the free movement of goods and services in people. People don't need visa to move, and also the United States, under its cooperation, has helped us through its corridors to get rid of all the bureaucracies and the harassment that people are suffering, and so that's noted in the region. But now,
on a par exemple les mêmes passeports au niveau de l'ensemble de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, tous les pays. On est en train de mettre en place une carte d'identité biométrique, mais le problème c'est que le long de nos corridors, quand vous prenez par exemple le corridor à partir de Lagos, vous voulez partir au le corridor Lagos, Cotonou, Lomé, Accra, si vous allez à Dakar, vous avez l'impression que en fait rien n'a été fait. C'est pour cela que nous avons sollicité et obtenu l'appui de la coopération américaine pour mettre en place une task force pour réduire ces problèmes-là. On espère que d'ici 2 ans, ça va changer.
We have requested the support of the United States to put in place a task force that will help get rid of the harassment that we find in the corridors. Because although we have common national, common identity documents for ECOWAS, and we have a common passport for ECOWAS, today, if you try to travel from Accra to Dakar, going through Lomé, and the West African countries, and Lagos, you're going to find out that, in fact, it seems that nothing has been achieved in this area.
Donc nous les remercions et nous comptons aussi sur les femmes entrepreneurs de l'Afrique de l'Ouest pour qu'elles apportent leur contribution à la résolution de ces problèmes-là. Je vous les remercie.
So I would like to commend the American government for the efforts it has deployed in this area, and I would also like to invite African women entrepreneurs to contribute to the solutioning of these problems. Thank you.
Longue vie à la coopération américano-africaine avec les femmes entrepreneurs comme acteurs principaux.
Long life to the cooperation between the US and Africa with African women entrepreneurs at the heart of the process. Thank you.
We appreciate it, and we would definitely include that in our recommendation from ECOWAS. We have one more question here, and then we have to end this session. The next session is 10 minutes behind. So please, if there's no question, please do not make any comments, because we still would have time in the last session for a lot of comments when we have our discussion on recommendations. So please be very direct about the question, because we must end this session now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question I would have asked during the session chaired by Robert Mallet, but unfortunately, I was not called to something. And since 2 of the USAID people are here again, I will go back to my question. The question is that we have a situation where what I've seen since I got here yesterday and what I've been reading, there are a lot of support and capacity building that is available. But I come from a country of 180 million people who don't know what is going on in AGOA, mostly. I'm the president of Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce. We've been trying to drive the process since the renewal of the AGOA something. Your messages are not getting to us because you deal with only government people. and government agencies, and they are here. SMEDAN, Nexim, ICPC, and all of them, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, okay? They come to these conferences every year and they go away. We don't have the type of things that is happening in the East African hub about the support that we're getting. How do you do it? Because I said during my speech this morning that you need to be engaging with the civil society and the private sector to let know what's happening. I heard for the first time yesterday that in Nigeria we have the AGOA implementation something drawn up since 2013 and sitting down at the Ministry of Trade and Investment, and we don't know about it outside. We don't know it at the Chamber of Commerce. So what can you do to change statistics that a country like Nigeria that should be a showcase of what is happening doesn't have anything to prove? I was able to grab Mrs. Wacha or something right at this contact, and she said that there is a thought in USAID to have an AGOA something in Nigeria, specifically for Nigeria, that is already being thought about. I said that's a thought in the right direction, but we can't wait. We are already so many years already late in implementing that. We are not benefiting from AGOA, and if we are doing it, the rest of West Africa will be able to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The Nigerian American Chambers, we appreciate the intervention, and I think now there will be collaboration between the AGOA Civil Society Network and the Chamber, and we will be able to pass some of those information while we work. Now we would have to end this session. I am sorry. No, we get a chance to respond to the questions we have, and then we'll have to end this session. We have a question, and then there are two comments. So would you please address those questions?
There's a lot of issues here, and obviously within the limited amount of time that we have, I can't respond to all of them. Let me just try to respond very quickly to a few comments. With respect to Malawi, first of all, we do have a bilateral mission in Malawi. Second of all, I have some of my colleagues here from our Southern Africa regional mission, which I'm happy to introduce you to. I will confess that we have, in the last number of months, had an interregnum of the regional trade hub in Southern Africa due to some procurement issues that have arisen. So I know that we have not had a hub operating there, at least for a few months. That will hopefully be rectified in the not too distant future. But I would also suggest to you that we have a very large Feed the Future program in Malawi, and Feed the Future, even though it is focused on food security, does have a very significant trade component to it. So I think there's more going on that you may be aware of, but I'm certainly happy to follow up with you and have a longer conversation about that particular issue. I appreciate the comments from the gentleman from ECOWAS. I didn't have a chance during my remarks to comment on the fact that, for example, our engagement with ECOWAS is expanding as a function of the Trade Africa initiative. As I think you may know, we are just about to be embedding two full-time advisors at ECOWAS, one who will be there to support trade facilitation issues, and the other one who will be there to provide support to focus very specifically on issues related to standards, to quality and TBT related issues, and SPS issues are also a part of the mix. So I think that is further evidence, if you will, that our engagement with ECOWAS is expanding in West Africa. Finally, with respect to Nigeria, I will both be sympathetic, but I will also be provocative and say, is it the U.S. government's role to be the intermediary between you and your government? We certainly are there to be of assistance. We're certainly there to try to provide whatever support we can. We do have a trade project in Nigeria in Abuja called the Next Project, and I'd be more than happy to put you... Well, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in Nigeria, and why don't we take that conversation offline?
Well played.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like just to thank all the people. To say a last thing is a crucial role of trade in regional integration. I think it will be mentioned. And excuse me, you heard me? I'm telling just to emphasize the crucial role of trade in integration. I think people talk about it, and the crucial role of integration in trade. It means when people do trade between them, integration is better. We have trust between people, and integration go faster. In the same way, when this political decisions are taken to facilitate integration, like the movement of the workers, for example, it is done in ECOWAS is a good example. A same passport for each country, for each people in all ECOWAS is a great way to increase the level of trade. I would like to insist on the crucial role of integration and the crucial role of trade in the integration. The second thing is about trade facilitation. Senegal is one country who ratifies the WTO trade facilitation. I invite all African countries to ratify the trade facilitation agreement because it's also an instrument to increase the level of trade between Africa. And one thing also to mention in the trade between African countries is $2 in 3 of trade is on manufacturer trade. It means people win better to trade between intra-regional trade that with the rest of the world. I would like also to mention. And the last thing I would like to tell is about regional value chain. In West Africa, with the Trade Africa initiative, we take a new initiative about mango regional value chain. And we create a regional alliance of mango in West Africa. The aim is to undertake all the action for the value chain from the producer, the transformation, the factory will be good winning player. And I would like to thank the United States of America for this initiative. We're doing a very, very good result, and I think it is also something to mention in the hand of the meeting. In Africa, we have also Union Monetaire West Africa, in which we have Chambre Régionale Consulaire. It is the Chamber of Commerce of where we have the Chamber of Commerce, but also the private sector and the enterprise. It is a good place to discuss and to take initiative to promote SMEs, to promote trade between African continent. I think all these initiatives take together will be very, 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 very good instrument to increase the level of trade, because the only way to have well-being for people is to create job, and the only way to create job is to transform, to industrialize, and to be connected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To an end, I want to thank everyone for your participation. There are some changes that I would like to announce. Our next session, we have 2 concurrent sessions that should come right after this. We would bring those 2 sessions together, which is a web discussion on the future of U.S.-Africa trade and investment, and also the panel that is addressing YALI's role in strengthening U.S.-Africa trade and investment. The first session would start right after this panel, and we would start at 3:10, which is about when we are ending now, and we'll have the full period for those 2 panels as we had planned. So we'll not be cutting into those times. And I would like to please ask everyone to give a round of applause to the Honorable Sir and all of our experts. And now to please welcome Miss Christina Hathaway, who will chair the AWEB session. Christina, please.
I'm ready, yes. All right, good afternoon. We're gonna start now because we're running behind. Is it on? Okay. Good afternoon. Oh. All right, we're gonna start now. Keep up with the time. Okay. All right. Just to introduce myself, I'm Christina Hardaway. I'm in the Economic and Regional Affairs Office of the Bureau of African Affairs in the State Department. So we coordinate all the economic issues throughout the Bureau and also throughout the State Department and through the interagency. I cover gender and entrepreneurship, which is right in the alley of African Women's Entrepreneurship Program. I started in July. I'm a diplomat. I'm coming from the Netherlands where I worked on energy issues. So the focus of this panel is going to be on concrete ways, concrete recommendations that we can put forward in terms of promoting women's empowerment, women's economic empowerment into AGOA. Given the context that we've heard earlier this morning, that we have 8.5 years to go, and that we really want to accomplish something. Also, I'm a goal-oriented person. So when I come back next year, I want to have something to say that we accomplished this. So I will introduce our panelists. They are fellow women entrepreneurs, and also some of them are AWEP members. So this also want to focus on hearing from you and what you need, and not from the broader big picture perspective. Zora is our chairperson from AWEP Kenya. She is a director of Mohazo Exports Importations, which is a Kenyan handicraft company. And since the late 80s, she's a successful trading of authentic handicrafts, global and the local market. So she has quite a bit of experience on exporting her products locally and to the United States. Our next panelist is Tematope Iluyemi. She's the Associate Director of Global Government Relations in the Sub-Saharan Africa Department at Procter & Gamble. And she is responsible for improving P&G's new investment viability across the region. So she's going to talk about women's economic empowerment and entrepreneurship from the private sector's perspective. And then Josiane Mbakop is our Humphrey Fellow at Boston University. She's currently studying at Boston University on credit union management, financing of startups, and management of nonprofit organizations. She's had various roles in the public sector to promote women's economic empowerment. So I'm going to let you guys each speak for 3 minutes each, and then we want to hear from the audience in Q&A. All right?
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Zora Baraka. I'm a businesswoman like most of you for the last 29 years, exporting to different countries, and the US is my major market. And I'm also the chairperson of, or the president of AWEP Kenya chapter, one of the strongest chapters that we have. We have over 50,000 women. And I'm also a wife, a mother, and a new grandmother.
Congratulations.
Now, many things have been said. And what I can say is that we all have to step up ourselves so that we can make this animal called AGOA work. Because not many people know about AGOA, and we'll talk and talk. And the last 4 or 5 years, we've been struggling about renewing AGOA. It's a high time that we make it happen, so that in the next 9 years, we are not caught pants down. And then we start talking about renewing our AGOA. Now, my attention will go to different sectors. Number one, the private sector they have to know what people want to see. Quality, quality, quality is what the American buyer would like to see. AWEP was formed to empower women in Africa through AGOA. So we have to make it, we have to follow the mandate. Now, we have to know the 5 Ps, that is the product, the price, the people, the place, and who we are selling to. We have to do research on the market so that we can have our products sold so that they are not returned or rejected. For our governments, what I can suggest is that we don't wait until when we hear that another AGOA meeting is coming, then we start meeting, like the national committees on AGOA. It should be an ongoing process for it to happen, and the government should help the SMEs in trying to look for the market, do business development, and also have mapping of products that are able to be sold to this market. We have over 7,000 products, and yet we have not even utilized 30 of them. So it's a high time that each government should work with the members or with the women or the citizens to make AGOA work. Now, for the diaspora, we need to involve the diaspora very much in the sense that they know what their countries can offer, and they're the ones who are going to be our representatives here. And with that, I suggest that as much as the American government is helping us in trying to look for the market, our ambassadors here in Washington, D.C., commercial attaches, should also be working towards promoting AGOA. And if need be, there should be an AGOA desk in our embassies. The US government. As much as we are trying to sensitize our people on AGOA, the US government should also help us in sensitizing the US citizens in knowing what AGOA means and how they can help, especially when it comes to their CSR. Because I even have clients who don't even know about AGOA. AWEP should bring the members together. And this is something that I've always talked, we are not together. We are not together. We are not together in the sense that as we are talking, there is another AWEP Pan-Afric which is going on in New York. We have members who are not here right now. So I'm thinking that we should work together so that at least if it means all going to New York, we should all go together. If it means DC, we all come together. Now, branding AWEP so that we are singing the same song, especially the chapter mandate, should be channeled to all the chapters so that all the chapters should know what is expected out of AWEP. For example, when you look at the logo of AWEP Kenya is different from the one of AWEP Liberia, etc. So we should have one uniform identity. And we should strengthen AWEP by the government, the US government should try to strengthen the AWEP chapters through the strong chapters to help the chapters that are not very strong so that we are moving together. And lastly, we can have trading blocks, for example, the Eastern, Southern, Western, so that we can trade within ourselves before we start exporting. And this is something that I have been longing to do, and not forgetting that access to finance has been a challenge because of the interest rates, due diligence, etc., by the banks. Why don't we have women saving so that we can even have our own cooperative or an AWEP bank so that women can source finances? When it comes to the marketing is a challenge. Thank African Indo is helping in trying to get the market for our members. But I suggest that we should work together towards having a trade fair and exhibition here in the US, and we can dub it an AGOA trade fair and exhibition so that it is known all over the world. So that we know every, like let's say every March or every July, we have that exhibition, and at least AWEP can support the members to come and showcase their products because it's very expensive. And my last question is my question to the to the AWEP chapters is that, do we have to wait for the American government to organize for this forum, AGOA, every year? Can't we do it? Because they don't need us, but we need them. We need the American government, but in fact, it's a favor that the American government is doing to us. And I think with that, maybe I'll be ready to listen to the to the questions thereafter.
Thank you. Let's move. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you for inviting me as a private sector contributor to this discussion on growing women entrepreneurship via AGOA and the future of trade and investment. For those who do not know Procter & Gamble, just by way of introduction, we're a manufacturing company and we manufacture the brands that you all use, brands like Pampers diapers, Always sanitary pads, Gillette, Pantene, Olay. I'm sure if I go on the list, you will recognize a few of these. We have been present in Africa for about 25 years, contributing both socially and economically. And I just want to share a few pointers on what we do as the private sector in terms of promoting women empowerment, and probably share a few pointers that AWEP can also incorporate into their own programs. So as a company, for instance, we do have a credo where we believe very strongly in gender parity, and we have a saying where we want everyone involved, everyone included, and everyone performing at their peak. It is no gainsaying to say that involving women in the global value chain will help to strengthen and develop any economy. I think in a latest study by McKinsey, they did calculate that involving women in the global value chain could add about $28 trillion to the economy. This by 2025. This in itself is a combination of US and China GDP combined. So you see yourself, for instance, as a powerful bunch that can actually catapult global economy, and that's the way we need to go about this. Now, P&G, we manufacture in Africa for the African market. We are not direct beneficiaries of AGOA, but we promote AGOA because when you have inclusive development in any society, then we can benefit as a third party. We will operate much more efficiently in a productive and a diversified and a strongly developed economy. So this is the way we view it. So we have direct policies that promote women empowerment. So for instance, we do work with a number of female-owned businesses. We actually track this globally. We promote and encourage them to join our global value chains. Of course, they need to meet certain standards, as you all know. And these are some of the things that we do. A number of our key distributors are women. I think in Nigeria, for instance, and I'm not talking just the market women, key distributors make about 35% of our operations on the ground. So we believe that Strengthening the trade lanes is also very important. I'm glad to hear everyone here today has been talking about regional integration. Strengthening and deepening integration in Africa is crucial. We've also been talking about growing intra-Africa trade. Definitely, if we do not grow intra-Africa trade, it will be very difficult to actually have global companies invest in Africa and join the success story. So it is important. I know a number of countries are represented here. How much business are we doing across each country? I think it's a precursor to the development and growth of any economy in Africa, and we fully support and we promote this as well. I'm very glad to see the inclusion of women empowerment in this new chapter of AGOA reauthorization. And I want to say that, I think it's a welcome idea. We fully support it, and we're set to find ways to continue to support and ensure that this continues to grow.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. As a Humphrey Fellow, I want to say a word about the Humphrey Fellow. It's a Fulbright program for the state government, and the program bring in United States during 10 months mid-career professional in developing country to study in American university and enhance their skills in their own environment or field. And this program, this year, I'm representing Cameroon in that program. And what I want to say is that my intervention will be about the AWEP, because I'm an alumni of AWEP. I was here in 2014, and I'm really involving in a Cameroonian AWEP chapter, even though I'm here as a Humphrey Fellow. And what I want to mention is that the first thing that we have to do, according to AWEP, and to help women to export to United States, is first of all the training. We have to put more emphasis on training. We have a lot of women, they are involving in many activities, but what we have to know is that the American market is very demanded. So in terms of quality of product, we have to be sure that the product that we will bring here will be in the good quality product. And to do that is to train those women on the field for the packaging and so on, because this is the main problem. We have a lot of goods, very interesting for American market, but we cannot export because they are not in a good presentation. So first of all, the training. And this training will go through our web chapter. I think that every our web chapter must put in place a training program for those women, put them in a network according to their activities, and then give them some skills to let them produce very well, packaging very well, to be able to reach the exportation. If not, we'll be on the same place. We cannot move without this training, first of all. Another point is for the different ministry, they are involving in AGOA. I think in my country, there is a interministerial commission. We have many ministers involving in the AGOA. So I think that it should be very interesting to put the AWEB chapter in all the country into such of commission, because AWEB chapter is close to women on the field and they know the problem very well. They could be in that ministerial commission and give some input for them to carry out AGOA activities. If not, they will continue to talk, but women will not be really on the right place to take the decision with them. That's the point. Another point is that what we notice is the fact that, and I think that Zora has highlighted, we are not united. Women on the field, we should talk the same language. That's the first point. So the civil society or our web chapter should work very hard to bring other women associations together, and then we can put in place a plan. And for that, I think that we are lucky to have Christina now. Maybe we can have a guideline, like a plan, as Zora was talking about the logo, we should be the same logo, and we can have an annual plan, just say the key part of the plan. And each chapter should focus and fit his action plan into that main plan, which is like a guideline for all of our chapter, so we can go together. And it's not a matter what I'm seeing on the field. It's not a matter of every country to try to send here. I think that first of all, we have to be organized in the Africa area and make sure that maybe one country is specialized in this good, do it very well, so the other can learn from that other country and put people together in Africa first before trying to bring things in US. I think if you are united in the Africa level, we should be able to reach the American market. But if we want to go one by one, chapter by chapter, or one lady do his own on his part, we will not succeed. The third point is about our Chamber of Commerce. Our Chamber of Commerce in our various countries, they have to put in place a section of women entrepreneurs. And that section will work hard with the AWEB chapter to bring problems of women entrepreneurs. Now we are talking about norms. All the product, the international norms, we have to reach them to be sure that our product will be accepted on the international market. If not, we cannot. But how can we do it if our Chamber of Commerce in our country is not looking for women problem? That's another point. So I think that we have to be organized in Africa level, first of all, country levels, Africa level, and then we can target the American market and put emphasis on training. Put emphasis on training. Many women are going into business with no qualification. They are really succeed, but they need to be trained. And if they have more skill, they will be performing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're opening it up to question and answer now. Start with Judith. What I'll do 3 questions at a time, and then we'll see how
I'll
much
try
time.
to be very, very fast to
All
cover
right.
whatever I have to say. So first of all, training, what my sister has said, and I want to congratulate the panel. I think you've brought out all the necessary issues. For AWEP to succeed, we need the 3 major arms of development. So one is the civil society itself, the community contacts, AWEP being one of them. Second is the government, where you talk about the trade organizations or the arms of the government. Then, of course, the corporate partners, our sister there in the middle, the commercial aspect. But all these 3, they have to see some seriousness in AWEP for them to get totally involved. So yes, I agree with my sister from Kenya that it is very unacceptable that AWEP should work in segmentation. We need to address that. It's our baby. I think that the US department can do that for us. Secondly, I think that the issue of training. In my country, Zambia, and I'm vice chairperson of AWEP, I have seen that very few women who have actually graduated to a certain level, they're not paying attention to the women on the ground. So the mentorship program is literally struggling. So we are not passing on the knowledge effectively. And if we can't pass on the knowledge effectively, we can't get the numbers to satisfy the supplies that we are looking for. And even if America told us today that they wanted billions of tons of even just groundnuts, if we are not building the capacity on the ground, we can't do it. So I think the starting point is that after this conference, maybe I think those of us who are in leadership here, we should sit down and agree. How do we move this leadership crisis ahead? Otherwise, it is what everybody thinks, that women pull each other down. And that's not what we want. We want to change the perspective of the African women so that they can become true and, cleaned up entrepreneurs. We have to do it. And then I think that the corporate sector will be very happy to jump on board. They are making money and they need to use the women because everybody's talking women. The US government wants to show that they have got an obligation to the African women, but they need an organized women movement. So yes, I think we just have to clean our house. So I want to encourage every woman here. And another thing is that even those women who think that they're left behind, they should stop thinking that they're left behind. Pull yourself up and demand your position. Because if there's 5 women on top there and there's 10 down there, 10 can pull down 5. So why can't you move up so that we have got more on top there? So let's just support each other. Let's stop thinking that one is more powerful, or that one has more money, or that one has more degrees. There's nothing like that. I think intellect is just everybody else's. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. She wants to say something right here. Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I have to congratulate the panel for the brilliant presentation. I am the Vice President, American Chamber of Commerce of the Gambia, and the American Embassy in the Gambia did establish the chamber, and we have about 300 members. But we don't know much about AWEP, and they have been sending, I think this is the 5th year they have been sending a representative from AWEP, but they are not getting the information to the members. And we have, I am also part of Women Federation in the Gambia, which consists 500,000 women. And we are doing very well, but none of us have any information about AWEP. So I was thinking that whether the Chamber of Commerce, in collaboration with our embassies, work together and establish a chapter. There have been, in fact, there is a representative from the Gambia. It's right here, and every year we have 1 or 2 representatives, but up till now they cannot launch a chapter, no information. So as the Vice President of American Chamber of Commerce, I thought that I should at least take the lead and make sure that, as one of the presenters just rightly mentioned, the Chamber of Commerce should take the lead, bring up all the women entrepreneurs. Of course, we have men entrepreneurs, but this is AWEP is about women. We take the lead, bring them together, inform them. What is the, we are not benefiting. What is the incentive we have in AWEP? There are many chapters that have launched, but Gambia, up till now, we haven't done anything. Okay. I know, unfortunately, we're out of AGOA for temporarily, and I know books will be threatened. I know the reason why. But the private sector, when it comes to women, they are doing very well and they are not benefiting. I even spoke to one of the presidents of Gabon chapter about it, and also the chairperson, Kenya, the president, about it in between. It's very important that other countries have the information. What can we do, especially US government, to see how best we can have desk in our chambers, especially American Chamber of Commerce, that you know that our trade, our mission is to facilitate trade between Gambia, or between African countries and the United States. So this is my contribution, and I would want really the exhibition. We should have African exhibition, ECOWAS, where most of us are all members of ECOWAS, or even every sub-Saharan, everybody, just Africa, whoever is part of AWEP, we should have our own exhibition, not only yearly AGOA conferences. We should have our own African women AWEP programs. US are giving us ideas to come together every year, but we should make ourselves, whoever is the president of the AWEP, we have presidents in different states, different countries, but we should have a president of the whole AWEP. I don't know whether it's existing, but she should be organizing annual exhibitions, annual conferences, women to network with each other. This is my contribution. Thank you very much.
We have time for one more question.
Okay.
I'll move to this side of the room.
Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dabota, and I'm from Nigeria. Just like my friend from the Gambia, it actually took her, because talking about networking and maximizing platforms like this, I met her right here in Washington. We've been here for about a month, and we got connected, women lifting each other. And I go everywhere with her, and she goes everywhere with me.
But it had to take my Gambian friend for me to know about AGOA and AWEP. But it doesn't matter how long, it's how well what we make of this meeting. I've met the president of AWEP for Nigeria, Zainab, and my sister Spiff, and I tell you, with the duo, I think we can do things more in Nigeria, because I'm willing to work with you. I've already seen myself as part of AWEP anyway. But my question goes to Temi Tope. My privilege to meet you. I represent the interests of the grassroots women back home, apart from the fact that I have a business venture. And you've just talked about women being your key distributors. Do you have any special incentives to encourage more women to come on your business ventures or plan? I know you're a profit-making institution, but if truly you want to work for the interests of women, or you have interests at heart, I think you should have some special incentives, and I want you to tell this house, because I need to go back home with information for those who are not privileged as we are to be here at this time. Talking about entrepreneurship, I haven't gone to the website. Like I said, I just got to know about AWEP very recently, so I haven't gone to the website. But I do hope you have a program, and if you don't, maybe you should think about it, that will encourage the young ones to think about entrepreneurship. I don't know if you have it. If you don't, it might be something to consider, to make the young ones, especially the women, to think about being entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'll let Temi Tope respond, and then we'll conclude this panel. How much time we have? 5 minutes? Okay. Okay. Well, I'll let Temi Tope respond, and then we'll go back to the contribution here.
Thank you for your. Is this working?
I think that works better.
Thank you for your contribution as well as your question. And, like I said earlier on, we definitely focus on women empowerment. Even my being here is one of the testimonies as to the kind of value that Procter & Gamble plays on women in leadership. So the same thing we extend to the communities in which we live and work. There are several programs that target specifically women entrepreneurs, women at all levels. We have women programs for promoting women empowerment, girl empowerment. Now, in terms of, we have a number of women suppliers, distributors, agencies. Now, we operate on certain standards, okay? And we encourage all our suppliers, men and women, to meet these standards. However, we go one step further. We've partnered with the governments in many countries to provide this critical aspect of training and capability building, specifically focused on women entrepreneurs. We have provided soft business skills. I don't know if you were aware of the Growing Women Initiative in Nigeria, the GWIN. So we partnered with them as well as the government to actually encourage and build these women up with the soft business skills. We recently also have a program with UNESCO, which then cuts across all levels. So there's the Girl and the Women program, where we are educating over 110,000 Nigerian women and girls, providing basic literacy skills, business skills, as well as vocational skills to women. So we believe it's a process. A lot of women have been left behind based on history, and we need to build right from the grassroots, like you did mention, and bring them up. But globally, we also actually have a defined strategy and a target to actually have a certain number of women. So actually, the ball is in your court. Can you meet the standards? Are you up to the challenge? Thank you.
Thank you. You want a contribution? Okay.
I will speak in French, and I will be brief so you can translate. This is just a contribution. Je fais un constat. Les gouvernements. OK. Mon constat, après tous ces travaux, est le suivant.
After listening to everybody, I notice
que les gouvernements africains nous accordent quand même moins d'intérêt que l'AGOA. Accordent moins d'intérêt à la web, aux activités de la web, que l'AGOA.
that African governments really pay less attention to AWEP than AGOA.
Bon, notre objectif ici, c'est de créer un secteur privé féminin d'excellence sous AGOA.
Like to bring excellency to women entrepreneurship under the auspices of AGOA.
Nous devons donc réfléchir ensemble à comment trouver, quel type de réseau mettre en place.
So we have to think about networks to put in place.
Comment mettre en place une base de données sur les femmes à web qui exportent aujourd'hui sous AGOA.
Set up a database about women who export already under AGOA.
Quels sont les produits?
Think about the products.
Et comment identifier le marché au niveau des États-Unis?
And how to go about the market in the US.
Comment organiser le renforcement des capacités?
How to build the capacities.
Et comment insérer l'innovation et la valeur ajoutée dans nos productions?
And how to include innovation and value added in our exportations.
Et enfin, comment faciliter l'exportation de nos produits aux États-Unis?
Also, how to facilitate export of our products to the US market.
En ma qualité de président d'AWEB Gabon, je suis disposé à participer dans le cadre d'un groupe de travail qui pourrait être mis en place à cet effet. Je suis prête à apporter ma contribution.
As a chair of AWEB chapter of Gabon, I'm ready to bring my contribution through a task force that would be put in place to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will conclude this panel. I'm really sorry. I'll be here at the reception if you want to say specific things to me. Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're Vanessa.
Yes. I'm the one who wanted to
Okay,
show
let me
PowerPoint after all the other people said, no, we don't want to do it.
How are you?
And then
by force. Okay. I do want to have.
Thank you. Okay, guys. Do you want to be here? No.
Just tell them if we're getting started.
Use your mic.
Hey, does this work? Is this on?
Hello. Hello.
Everyone, we're going to start, so please take a seat.
It's fantastic to see you all running out of the room to meet with the women in the hallway. But maybe we'll have the answers to all your questions here. All right. You ready? Okay, this is my proposal. It's the end of the day, so let's do this whole session standing up. Come on. Standing up. All right. This is the session on youth. So we have energy. We're not tired. Right? Woo! Are you ready now? Okay, let's go. I think we have a moderator, but I haven't seen her. So I'm moderating myself. So watch out. All right, have a seat. We'll be done in 40 minutes, and we can all argue in the hallway when we're done. I have 3 messages. One is I'm no longer 35. But I still remember when I was 15 and I knew everything. Didn't you know everything when you were 15, 18, 21? But you know, when we get to be over the hill, so to speak, we say we know everything and we don't listen to the youth anymore, right? We forget to listen. We don't let them take over. We don't let them run businesses which they're able to run. because we're talking about youth in Africa. And there's a strong culture of respecting the elders, which is wonderful. But what about respecting the youth? So this is the revolutionary panel. Get ready. We're going to top down, bottom up, flip it on its head, and look at things from the other perspective. So what do we know? We all know that the majority of Africa is under 30, right? Good. And that I think practically everybody in this room has somebody in that category in their family. It may not be you. It may be you. It might be your kids or your grandkids. But this is a question. If we continue doing things the same way, will we end up in a different place in the future? Is it possible? No. If we do things the same, we'll be in the same place in the next 50 years. There's no government in the world that's going to change that. It's going to come from innovation, new ideas, entrepreneurs, new money, new technologies. Mesdames, vous préférez que je parle en français? Je peux, il n'y a aucun problème. Si ça ira plus vite, on le fera en français, n'est-ce pas? Ou bien le portugais, parce que je ne peux pas parler français, portugais. Ou bien, en vez de va mener qu'un faux, follow. En vez d'amener, va mener là. Aha, okay? OK. Bon, maintenant qu'on a conclu sur les langues, on va continuer en anglais. So what I'm saying is that there's a technology revolution. There's a flow of financing revolution. There's an information asymmetry. That's the famous word that we have. So in the last 14 years, when I became African, you can see that I'm African, right? Scratch a little bit. See what color comes out. Okay? I'm not as African as Tony. He's twice as African as me, but we'll talk about that at the reception. But since I became African 14 years ago, I've been looking at business, because I did business in the US. I've been looking at business in Africa the same way I looked at business in the US for the 10 years before I came into African businesses. What is the conclusion? Business is hard. It doesn't matter which continent you're on. If you're a small business in the US, like my sister, who do you borrow money from? Your older sister. What do you think? No interest? No, I charge interest, baby. She's got to get, you bet. I know, but why not? You got to get ready to compete. Competition is brutal. You're meeting standards, you're delivering to markets which have absolutely all the choices in the world. The US is the most competitive, low cost, low price, and aggressive market anywhere. People try and defend intellectual property. Tony and I like to argue about this one as well. What is intellectual property? If you're so busy defending what you had yesterday, you have nothing to sell anyway because someone else already started making what's going to be sold tomorrow. So it's competition, it's fierce. You've got to keep moving and moving fast and delivering quality. So if one of you doesn't have enough volume, like we were saying earlier, you add with the second one and the third one and the fourth one, maybe you have enough volume to deliver to one client or half a client. You got to have large volumes, low margins to be competitive. People don't want to hear that. They want to make whatever they want to make and sell it at any price and wait for a customer to come and find them. It doesn't work that way, right? So we're talking about moving fast, doing things differently, and listening to those who perhaps weren't there 40 years ago doing that same thing. They're doing things differently, and that's why they're called youth and innovative. So how do you give a voice for that? You have incubators, you have mentorship programs, you have people today with private equity ready to invest in entrepreneurs, looking for good business models, good business plans. There's more investments going into Africa today by percentage growth than most other parts of the world. N'est-ce pas, madame? Y compris le Gabon. Oui. Tout à fait. So I think that Most of us are here hoping that someone else will bring the answers. My hope is that we turn it upside down. We generate the answers. Monday morning, you have the opportunity to sit, perhaps most of you, I don't know who's going, with the AGOA representatives of how many countries today? 30-something AGOA countries. The ministers will be there, and all the US government officials will be there, and there will be some presentation on the recommendations of the session today, as is the tradition of the last over 10 years of AGOA. What is the recommendation from our youth today? That's what our panel is about. I have three suggestions coming from what my experience has been, which is that the biggest gap in generating new technologies and new businesses and growing fast is investment. And anything that we can do collectively to drive investment into young entrepreneurs in Africa is the number one most helpful thing, which will increase trade. Then the second piece, in my opinion, which I'm putting on the table for these three fantastic youth, entrepreneurs, leaders in their own rights, to debate, argue with, and also give you the reasons for what they think should be in the presentation on Monday, which is what is going to drive increasing trade. Second question is platforms, alliances. What are we talking about? AGOA is not a person. I love that Flory said that this morning. People do say, can you introduce me to AGOA? I've heard that many, many times. You saw AGOA this morning. She's not a person. It's a platform. It's a policy. So what is the platform? What is the alliance? What is the association? AWEP also has no legal structure, except with a few countries which registered it in their own country, like some of you mentioned. But otherwise, it's an idea, it's a brand, it's a hope. It's not a structure. Structures take a lot of investment, professional staffing, you know that. It's just like starting a business. I got here last night from Guinea-Bissau. Is anybody here from Guinea-Bissau? Where? She's outside? Ah. I flew in from Guinea-Bissau. It's not easy to do in a day, let me tell you. All right, I'll shut up. What I want to say about Guinea-Bissau is we celebrated 10 years of the African Cashew Alliance in Guinea-Bissau this week. 10 years. It's one of the very first alliances. We mentioned alliances earlier, and why am I bringing it up? It's a case study for you all to decide, is AWEP going to become a platform which you own and cultivate and fund and maintain and communicate? Or is it a great idea that should actually end and turn into something which you can actually use to leverage investment and increase trade? That's my question to you. And you, Sir Fred, the boss of the civil society here. So this is the second question. What support? It's just like YALI. YALI is an initiative. Now, the third point is that YALI has started to create centers and training programs, and these wonderful youth here are part of fellowship programs. They competed, they were selected amongst hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of applicants from each of their countries to be fellows, and they're here to tell their stories. But I agree with someone on the panel previously who said each person in this room represents a constituency, and it's our jobs as representatives of those constituencies to find a way to share, leverage, and be mentors. And then we've done some research on that. If you're interested, the team here will provide some of the data about the strength and importance of mentorship. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Okay, good afternoon. I just want to start by thanking our very, very energetic moderator. I think the most energetic of the day. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello? Can you hear me now? Okay. So I just wanted to start by thanking Vanessa, the most energetic moderator of the day. We're very lucky to have her on our panel. And then to thank all of you for giving me the chance to speak on behalf of youth today on this panel. I understand that the AGOA platform has been getting a lot of heat today from almost everyone in the room. So I'm hoping this will be a more solution-oriented and very positive discussion that we will bring at this point. But before we go on to do that, I have a couple of comments actually that I'd like to make. So the first thing is, are youth really in this civil society network? As you can see from this room, half the room is AWEP members, and it's just the three of us representing youth here today. So the first question that I want to pose is there room for youth engagement in AGOA? Now, the second thing I want to do is give you a very brief introduction of the YALI initiative, and then that would give background to the recommendations that I would pose before my other panelists also pose their recommendations. So YALI is a massive youth network. It's an initiative started by the Obama administration. It's essentially a youth leadership empowerment platform. There are three mechanisms through which this initiative works. The first one is the YALI online network, which hosts over 220,000 youth all over Africa. So you already have a very organized means of distributing knowledge, means of communicating with a lot of business owners, as 1/3 of these YALI network members are business owners. The second mechanism that YALI works through is the Mandela Washington Fellowship. All three of us on the panel today are actually Mandela Washington Fellows. This is a flagship program that brings 1,000 fellows every year to the US for academic training, 6 weeks of academic training at a US university, followed by a presidential summit, allowing us to network with major business leaders, major US organizations, and then a third internship possibility to work in different organizations all over the US. Now, this obviously provides massive potential for youth from Africa to network with businesses and major organizations here in the US. The third thing that, the third mechanism that YALI works through is the regional leadership centers. So there are 4 regional leadership centers for youth in East Africa, in South Africa, in West and Central Africa. And again, here, there are a lot of entrepreneurship support services that are provided, mentorship, access to technology, access to capital. These are basically incubation centers for not just business leaders, but leaders in public administration and civil society as well. So you have these 3 mechanisms bringing together a massive youth network in Africa. So how does this relate with AGOA? Now, when we were invited here today, we were asked, or we were posed with the question, how can YALI strengthen AGOA? And we had our own discussions amongst the 3 of us, and one of the first things we said was, how can AGOA strengthen YALI? How can this platform strengthen the members of this huge network to be able to benefit from this protocol and from this agreement? So we would like to flip this question before we go on to our recommendations. How AGOA can do that, we have some ideas. How AGOA and YALI can work together. Number 1 would be crafting a solid engagement plan, which is non-existent at the moment. As wonderful as it is to be coming here every year and speaking on behalf of thousands of youth, we do not feel this is not real engagement. We need to be able to have consistent platforms where we can actually have our voice heard throughout the year. We need to be able to engage with the regional AGOA centers or these trade and investment hubs that we just heard about today, actually. So we are saying, number 1, we need a very clear engagement plan. Once that engagement plan is established, then we can see many ways in which YALI can be supportive of the AGOA mission. Number 1, AGOA awareness and education extension. Like I said, the YALI network, the online network, could be a wonderful tool through which to educate youth on AGOA preparedness, export preparedness. The fellowship could be an amazing tool through which, if the fellows are given information about AGOA, they could engage with investors with that knowledge in mind. And of course, the regional leadership centers should, I believe, must have AGOA preparedness programs for people who go through that leadership program, because a lot of young business owners are going there for incubation. They should be exposed to some of these AGOA preparedness and skills training that is absent. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I would like to propose is better collaboration between the U.S. Department State programs. For instance, I had never heard of AWEP, and I'm sure most of the members of AWEP have never heard of the YALI program. I was sitting next to a lady, I don't know if she's still here, Ida, from Senegal. She's under 35. YALI applications for 2017 are open, but she has not heard about this opportunity. There is a business and entrepreneurship track that women in the AWEP network can apply to, can come to the US and get training on leadership, on business, on entrepreneurship. But you are not aware of this because there is no coordination between the AWEP program and the Young African Leadership Initiative. I think this is critical moving forward because as a woman, I would also like access to the AWEP program, and I believe women in the AWEP program need access to YALI initiative. Then the final point I would like to make is, even beyond the US Department of State programs, I think the programs between the various agencies in the US government, for instance, like I said earlier, the regional leadership centers need to be working very, very closely with the trade and investment hubs because they exist in the same regions. You have the East Africa Trade and Investment Hub, and then you have the East. They're both in Nairobi. There is essentially no reason why they should not be collaborating, why fellows going to this leadership centers should not be getting information and support from the trade and investment hubs. So I believe these are the most critical first steps that are needed. These are my recommendations for the AGOA session. Thank you.
Have you all been to Ethiopia? If you haven't, huh? I'm sure Salamnet will organize our next trip.
Use this. This okay. Appreciation to the African Women Entrepreneurship Program. I'm a woman entrepreneur, and I'm from Liberia, the first African country with a female president. So I'm passionate about women involvement in business and excelling. So I provide microloans to women to start and expand their businesses. So I'm passionate to see our mothers excel in businesses because we know from Africa the burdens that our mothers have in terms of raising a family and other stuff. And when I believe that when a woman is empowered, she brings along with her family, the community, and at large the country. So my appreciation to our first of all, 60% of the African population are under the age of 35, and one out of every 3 African is a youth. So I believe that we as young African leaders, we have a whole lot to do in terms of strengthening the YALI relationship with AGOA. And it is my understanding that not many, if there exists any youth run business have ever benefited from AGOA. So I think this is alarming, and the youth should have a participation. They should be given those opportunities. They should be given those platforms that will enable them to be a part of this unique platform. Because in the next 15 to 30 years, the population of youth in Africa is going to be very, very large, and we are the next generation that are going to move and shake the world. So I think we should be given those platforms that will enable us to be a part of this network and see how best we as young African leaders can come together, bring our resources and trade into America and use the duty-free privileges that are there. So one of my recommendation is I was with a group of 25 fellows from 18 African countries, and when I was informed about this AGOA platform, I contacted them. I said, "Can you guys recommend anything that I can carry to this platform?" And none of my colleagues from those 18 other African countries, they had no idea about this platform. It was like, what is AGOA? So I think the Yali organizers, they need to put a portion of the agro, at least to create some awareness that we can have access to learning about the network while we're doing our leadership and academic training, so that some of the fellows that I had in my group, some of them, like a guy from Kenya, he's into animal feeds. He produced animal feeds. So he was like, I have no idea about this platform. I produce animal feed in Kenya. If there are opportunities, I can also and ship my animal feed to America, but they have no idea that there exists this platform. So one of my recommendations is that the organizers of Yali, they have some awareness that we, the youth, we can have an idea as to what AGWA is. So another recommendation that I have is there should be a collaboration between the AGWA and the Yali network. Like we we should be able to collaborate. We should be able to create that network where we can interact and we can come together and suggest and have that platform. So, and another recommendation that I have is that this mentorship program, we're young African leaders, and some of the members that trade in the Aqua platform, they're big businesses, they're corporations. They can mentor the youth in order to have the experience in order for us to have the know-how as to how this platform is being used. And my last recommendation is for big business owners, corporations, to also mentor the young African leaders. So
Thank you very much. It's very hard to speak last. Probably every point has been aired out, and to find out what you should speak, which is not yet spoken, is very hard. Since morning, I've been here listening to so many groups, and probably I might be the last speaker. Let me find my way out and to share what I think is probably most important in this platform. I think my names are displayed there, and I'm also a Yali Fellow, a beneficiary of the Mandela Washington Fellows for 2016. I work on workforce development, and I think AWEP must be one of my best clients because I train not only me, I know my fellow Yali, we were together in the institutes and in our workforce development. We have so many training groups of youth. For example, myself, I'm based on training on industrial operators, on textile. So I train industrial operators and I work with some companies, mostly Asians. In my country, I work with Chinese companies who are manufacturers on textile. I supply them with the professional industrial workers, of which our if you use our network, you do not need to be a trainer at the same time a business lady, which takes a lot of your time and waste of money. But if you engage with us, we are the workforce, we are the youth, we have the energy, we are innovative, I don't say everybody is not, but youth are so quick and they have the energy to do that. So with our organizations, being a trainer back home for the past 8 years, being a trainer on the workforce development, I have seen so much challenges, which I can share here. Probably they can be solutions to some of our businesses. I believe to work better on the AWEP, on the AGOA program, it doesn't start from the act which was extended. It starts from your personal commitment and the plan and the strategy back home. This is just the end. If we think from the top, we want to go where we want to go. The 15 years set or extended will be gone, and they will remain the same if you do not change our pathways to our success. I've been working with youth groups, women and men. The most challenging stuff, I call them unconscious drivers. They are unconscious drivers within the community that I work with, especially when you develop workforce to quality and quantity better production in the manufacturing. Those that are doing textile, they know what I'm speaking about. If you want to develop this, there are some unconscious drivers which hinders our productivity. There is one I will start mentioning quickly. I call them a cultural unconscious driver or blueprint. African context, they have a hindering culture to manufacturing, to perfectionist or quality control, especially when it comes to maybe a girl child. She is not free as a male child is culturally. Not only that, they are not like youth in Africa are not allowed to be dependent, like to be on themselves until either they are married or they have their own salary. Then they start going out of home and being, which is too late. They are 25, 30. So they start looking at what to do while they are 35. Instead of, here in the US, by 18, you are not supposed to be at home. Go and find your way out. Then from there, from the age of 18 until you are 35, there are about 12 years of being prepared. Do all the mistake you want because you have that time. But when you wait until you're 35, then you want to find your way out. You will find yourself on 50s, then you are not out yet. So this is one of the challenging cultural blueprint, which is unconscious. The second is gender, which is connected to that. I don't want to speak much about that. The third is geographical blueprint or unconscious. Just being positioned in Africa, if you are not aware enough, that geographical position is one of the limiting factor for your success. Because you will encounter lack of energy or disconnect, even if you have no infrastructure, proper infrastructure to assess and accelerate your businesses. You will find yourself, you do not have the qualified, trained, skilled workers you want. So all these, there must be an interaction. And I ask and request AWEP, and especially the AGOA organizers, the civil society network, they should focus more on doing mentorship for the African youth, empowering youth to be able to overcome all these things, like the skill part point of view. And Power Africa is there now. Probably we should engage more on that to help to electrify our countries. Then we probably will have solutions. Another blueprint, which I call economical blueprint, is the lack of financing, which everybody has said. But we have our own ways. I know groups of women coming together, collecting their funds and helping each other. That is one of the area we could help ourselves on the economic blueprint. We should know how we could interact technology with our production. if we do not want to use technology and the innovations into your productivity, if you are a textile producer or apparel or whatever, if you do not apply technology, your production cost margin, I've done that, will be very high. And your profit margin will be nothing into that. The last, if I go to, because of time, to enable mass production, as I've said, we need to have the right technology applied and the innovations. These youth groups should be used on this and should be unlocking all the challenges we are having. The last challenge that is facing the youth mostly is the differentiations between spiritual awareness and self-awareness. There is a huge gap into the youth of understanding their spiritual awareness and their own personal awareness. Regardless of denomination you are, whether you are a believer or non-believer, you have a spiritual awareness. Whether it is local, cultural, or Christian, or Islamic, or Hindu, whichever, it is a huge challenge to the youth. Very big, because they believe, some of the Christian and Islamics, that God will do it. Then they're just waiting. There is no hurry in Africa. Sitting that it will happen by its own, by magic. So if it has meant to happen, it will happen. God is the one who plans, not me. So none of our African youth has actually a life plan. It's because they do not differentiate between spiritual awareness and self-awareness. This is a huge problem I've been encountering on training youth. So what do I recommend mostly? I could cement mostly on two things. We should, if they want to liberate Africa, one of the key investment is energy. One. Second is workforce development. We should create workers. The third is programs of mentorship. We should import in Africa, because they want to import in the US. I think we should start importing in Africa skills from the US to Africa and technologies from US to Africa before we import to US our products. If that is done, all the solution will be solved. Thank you very much.
I told you they'd flip it all around. AGOA is technology imported from the US to Africa. And actually, Congress would agree with you. So I think there won't be an argument there. Do we have time for questions, Fred?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay, Fred gets first dibs because we're really in his event. But I didn't thank anybody, so I have to say at the end, all protocols observed. But I do really appreciate Fred, and I don't know if you all appreciate what he's done every year, which is deliver on the legislative mandate, which is to give a voice to civil society. It was mentioned earlier, but this is not an easy affair. So my hat's off to you, Fred.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, for all your support and assistance. And I think the Yali Fellows have asked very important questions, and I think we owe very serious answers to those questions. First, this panel was put in place simply to try to see how Yali Fellows individually could learn more about AGOA and be able to use that education in their own personal experience and to share it with other fellows. We've always had panels during the AGOA forum on Yali. This is not the first Yali panel that we've had. It's also very important to understand that one of the reasons why President Obama decided through advocacy to look at establishing the Yali program was because of the voice of civil society, who have been recommending since 2001, when we first met in Mauritius, that the youth must be included in AGOA, and that there must be a constructive way of encouraging leadership skills among our youth. In fact, there was a program that was done under another initiative that I'm part of, the Africando, where the whole theme was our youth, our future, and the future of US-Africa relationships. So these recommendations and others from other organizations were compelling reason why I'm sure the Obama administration decided to invest and to support the formation of YALI. So youth involvement in AGOA is embedded. And if we expect that this movement will move forward, that you are the future, but you should assume your responsibility in trying to use AGOA. We are sharing with everyone the booklet for this 15th AGOA Forum. And in it are very important messages, which I think you, the youth, should spend a lot of time looking into. The bill itself. We've heard a lot of concern. We don't know what this AGOA is. We don't understand what AGOA can do. It's my hope that you will spend some time and read through this booklet and be able to get the 101 training on AGOA. And that you could become, if we may, the agent within our community to be able to share this not only at home, not only at school, not only with your employees, but also with your colleagues around. So there's a relationship that exists. This morning, I'm sure some of us who were here during the opening ceremony heard Flory said the first A in AWEP was actually AGOA. In 2001, we had a summit. It was a summit in Abuja. It was civil society supported summit, and that was at the beginning of the African Union, when we came up with recommendation saying that the new African Union must have a 50-50 in terms of the secretariat, in terms of gender sensitivity. And that is part of the law of the African Union today. And the recommendation of the summit was adopted. President Obasanjo became the chairman of the African Union. And if you go into the constitution of the African Union today, there's that particular recommendation that came from civil society. So this relationship is not new. These efforts will continue to thrive and will continue to bring more encouragement from both sides. But everybody sitting here or standing up here was once here. And what we want to do is be able to transfer to you that opportunity. And I've often said it. I remember when we were at Wilson Center and we had the first YALI. I think that was the year YALI was created. That for so much is given, so much is expected. So you guys have benefited from the YALI Fellowship. You shouldn't ask, what will civil society do for you? You should ask, what can you do to ensure that civil society, everywhere you come from, continue to strive? That's the backbone of every society that has been underscored by almost all of the speakers here. That where in any nation where you do not have a very strong civil society, you end up with a system that is more of what the standard that we will expect than we have. So my hope is that your recommendation here would be to us on how you can take the AGOA platform and utilize it to develop your professional development and use it in your own free enterprise roles and be able to become on the foot soldiers in terms of educating other youths, our mothers, and others in terms of AGOA. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred. And thanks for reminding us of the long history and, like I like to say, sweat, blood, and tears that went into all of these initiatives. If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to give this young lady in the back a voice.
Good afternoon. My name is Ndombenhle and I'm from South Africa. I was waiting for this panel particularly. I have interacted with a few YALI fellows back in South Africa. I was going to ask a question, but I think I'll just make a comment directed to you first, Misana, to say that as much as you're requesting the AWEP women to go and mentor, I think that you are best positioned to mentor people of your own age or younger. They will best respond to you and be inspired to see themselves and think it's possible. They'll believe you, then they'll believe me. And then the second thing I wanted to say is to flip the script a bit. You said that it was going to be a revolutionary panel. I didn't hear anything revolutionary from these young people, and I'm disappointed. But what I was going to say to them is that one of the things that I do, and which I encourage young people that I encounter all the time, like recently I found out that the AU declared the decade 2010 to 2020, the year of the decade of the African woman. And I was like, damn, how come I didn't know this? It wasn't, why wasn't I told this? Information doesn't come at you. There's too much information. You have to go looking for information all the time. So I'm just saying that your approach shouldn't be, why weren't we let to know about this? It's about you being responsible and searching for information all of the time. And for instance, if there's a South African there, I would be very shocked to hear that there's a Yali fellow who doesn't know about AGOA, because AGOA is in the papers, you know, especially with the negotiations that were going on last year, people know about it. You know, if you are that kind of person whose ears open to that kind of a thing. So yeah, I had those two contributions, but also to say that, guys, come on, I wanted to hear something revolutionary and something really fresh.
What
I
is
didn't
more
hear
than that?
anything.
What is more than that?
Thank you very much.
I'm not a young leader anymore.
You're still young, madam. Yeah, you're still young.
You're
still young. We'll add you to the Yali, so we'll take it.
No, I'm not that young anymore.
You're still young enough. If I'm on here, you can do it. Okay, look at this young man who wants to talk.
Yes. Yes, young man. Professor Emeritus. I'm Professor Abe Emeritus. I was so excited when I saw this Yali program, and it was no disrespect. I just couldn't wait to hear from these young ladies and gentlemen. You know, what it was is that it came to me. I am a Rotarian. I belong to Rotary. Some of you know what Rotary is? Rotary International. Yeah. And Rotary has within its program a program called RILA. Mm-hmm. RILA is Rotary Youth Leadership Awards, or Rotary Youth Leadership Assembly. And these young Rotarians are interactors, Rotaractors. They form little community organizations among themselves from schools and so on. And I'm so happy that AGOA has brought these young people into the program. And I would like to suggest that could we model that Rotary RILA program into the AGOA program so that you can mentor these young people who in the long run, by the way, are going to be the ones running AGOA for us or running the production lines. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And in some of the research that we've been doing about leadership, awards and recognition is a huge piece of that. So I'm glad you brought that in. You guys want to comment on the comments? You still have to come back and defend yourselves about the revolution.
I am not sure if what revolution my fellow wants more than what I spoke, which is a reality and a fact on the ground, because I've been working on this for many years. I just want to correct things that from what she spoke. I did not request AWEP to be our mentor. I requested that if we want to take African business ahead, we need mentorship from the people who has done it. Because we have exporters already. We have people who are exporting to the US. But there is a huge disconnect between those who are already in the market and we who were trying to go into the market. So I want that mentorship to be not from AWEP. I know AWEP is also struggling to do the export. I want mentorship program is always successful. It's a pathway that has been proven by research that it helps. I have even a research report here which shows a youth generation taken before mentorship and after mentorship. You will see how far this group or a business will go if you go through a mentorship, regardless where the mentorship comes from. But my point was on mentorship. In terms of information about AWEP, we had some personal views here. But as far as I am concerned, I've been doing export through CBI program, export coaching programs, through BTC, if you know Belgium Technical Cooperation Export. I've been selling to Frankfurt, I've been selling to Italy, Milan. Last year I was in Milan. I've been to so many exhibitions and places. And I know exactly about AWEP, and I have been trying to go through AWEP. AGOA. AGOA, I knew it back many, many years, maybe 6 years ago when I graduated, when I went into production. Actually, I'm doing training on workforce, but I have an incubation center where I export textile products. And I sell to the European markets. I'm not selling in US. I was selling to 10,000 villages, some of my orders, but it was not through AGOA. It was just through my own initiative to 10,000 villages. So as far as information, probably it is for me. I could say probably I might be aware of it more than probably some of, not most, some of the members here of the AGOA. So those who do not know, they should know.
I can attest that Misana has been linked with 10,000 villages because I linked into him and he's linked to 10,000 villages and I know them well. So we should congratulate them. By the way, he's a lawyer. He hasn't said any of that either. So Professor, we'll discuss that after. Yeah, oh wait, Salam has to respond, sorry. We have the revolution issue still.
No, actually not on the revolution issue. Actually, I don't think we intended to have a revolutionary panel. We were just here to speak about our experience and tell you more about our program. But in response to what Fred said, again, we are not saying what can civil society network do for us. We are saying how can we help this YALI network to be a channel through which AGOA can reach youth, disseminate all the information they need so that you can have more youth coming on board. The youth want to use AGOA, those that know of it. Those that don't know of it, if they were informed, would love to have access to AGOA. They are hungry, they're young, and they will be critical of if we are going to work on this for the next 9 years. They will be some of the most critical players in this. So we're saying, actually today, if I can make it very practical, in this morning, we were sending emails and trying to meet people here from the trade and investment hubs, trying to see if they were interested in linking us with their country AGOA agents so that we can create platforms when we get back to our embassies so that all the other, for instance, in my case, Ethiopian fellows can have access to the AGOA representative in Ethiopia and can communicate their concerns, can gain more information. So we are very well aware of our responsibility in attending this forum. But what we would like to do is, again, have support so that we can understand clear channels. How can we engage better with the Trade and Investment Hub when we are trying to make use of this AGOA platform? Can that hub work with the regional leadership centers that are already set up under YALI so that they can disseminate the same information directly with the channels that have already been set up? So I think we all have the same goal. We all have the same intention here. I think we're just trying to understand how is this coordination going to happen so we can make the most of it in this very little time that is available. So that's why we were putting forward our recommendations. And thank you again for inviting us to this panel. We hope next year that the YALI logo will be part of the Thank you.
I had it in my presentation to add to that. I have this young, beautiful lady here.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Cassandra Ntoutumeman. I am a PhD student in economics in France, also a member of AWEB Gabon. And I'm really pleased to be here, and it's a very nice opportunity to meet everyone here. I am also very pleased to hear about the YALI. I think it's a very nice opportunity, and I haven't heard about it. So maybe I will check and see how we can apply.
Applications are open.
I am under 35,
yeah.
25 to be more precise. So my question was if I can have a little bit more details maybe about the YALI already now. Thank you.
You can see offline. I think we can meet
Okay,
online.
so I think for Samrawit's question about who to contact in Ethiopia, I've taken care of that. And for your question about how to apply, I think each of them can give you some coaching on how they won, because applying is the easy part, but being selected is even harder. So that's the question I would ask. I saw that the applications are still open. Yali actually has a website which is functioning better than some of the other initiative websites, which I've been testing. How much time do we have, Fred? We're out. So maybe the revolutionary in the panel was me. My apologies for saying it was them. And maybe I didn't forget what I started out to do, which is that to bring the same business expertise mindset into Africa that we have anywhere in the world, in the US, in Africa, in Europe, and level the playing field. And so my proposal remains to turn the thing upside down, but that's not their proposal. I hope that, Fred, in the recording of the session, you capture the right intent of the YALI participants. Thank you all for being here and engaging in this discussion. See you in the hallway.
Let's give the panelists and moderator another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will now move. We're now going to move to our last session today, which is one of the most important sessions. The two rapporteurs who have been recording all of our recommendations from the beginning, they will come here. They will present the recommendations to you. It will be open to questions and answer so that we will start the drafting process. The process for us to have our recommendation to the ministerial. We have been very fortunate to have two colleagues who are well experienced, and I'm sure by the time they make their presentations to you, you will be impressed with their ability to capture all of the suggestions and recommendations that have been made. So I'm going to bring forward Dr. Okpara, who is the director with Smithing Nigeria, and also Mr. Henry Kamara, who is the CEO of SLPMC in Sierra Leone. Ladies and gentlemen, these are two rapporteurs. They have been capturing all of our recommendations. They will present those recommendations for you, for your review. Excuse me. They will present those recommendations, and this is your chance to assist the Secretariat to make sure that whatever we present on Monday is what has been contributed yesterday and today. So I present our rapporteur, and I'll now hand that over to Mr. Henry Kamara.
Good evening, everyone. I know it has been a very long day, and my colleague and myself, we have been busy trying to put together some of the things that we've been discussing for the past 2 days. We are aware that the consolidation of your input will be reported on Monday. We also saw since yesterday and today the eminent speakers that we have. We saw speakers from the Congress. We also saw speakers from our respective governments. We saw speakers from the private sector. And we also saw contribution from the civil society. We were led to believe that there are some elements of disconnect between government and also the private sector. But what we are here to do this evening is to ask you to endorse what we have put together and see whether these recommendations are appropriate for us to present as a team. My colleague will be doing much of the presentation, and if there are any questions, we will jointly be in a position to answer those questions. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamara. What I will do here is to read out what we have put together. It's not the final say here. Your input will enhance it. If you require us to eliminate it, we eliminate it. If you require us to beautify it, we beautify it the more. But our own responsibility is to let you hear it so that you own it too. It will be our recommendation, not a recommendation from two of us, but our recommendation in line with the civil society network and our meeting in 2016. Here we have about 26 of them, but all of them might not sail through. So I will start with number one. African countries should be encouraged to develop their national strategy for effective and holistic buy-in by all stakeholders on AGOA. I should take it again. African countries should be encouraged to develop their national strategies for effective and holistic buy-in by all stakeholders on AGOA.
My thinking is, if you mention all stakeholders, I'm more concerned about private sector and civil society. My concern about my country is that each country, if you say each country should develop its implementation strategy, then I worry about Nigeria, where when I challenged you yesterday, you told me that our country had prepared an implementation strategy as far back as 2013.
2015.
Is it 2015?
Yeah.
Under another minister. Up till now, it's not been adopted by government, not to talk about being presented to the civil society. And when the civil society and the private sector does not know this, that is my main campaign during this conference. Okay. If we do not get it, if anything, AGOA, Civil Society Network, USAID, and all other bodies that are concerned with promoting AGOA and helping AGOA, if it doesn't come down to the private sector, who are the business people, to the aware people, to the private something, government will never get anything done. Thank you.
I think this is a private thing for a particular country. But I am privileged to be the chairman of the revalidation in Lagos as regards the Nigerian own strategy. But it happened during a different regime. Towards the end of it, Dr. Olusegun Aganga was the Minister of Trade and Investment then, and it happened that they lost election then. A new government came in, and about 2 months ago, I personally went to the Permanent Secretary, who is a friend too, to ask him what is the outcome. But to be fair to you, when we get back, I told you initially that I will send it to your email. I have a soft copy of it. I'll send to your email. And when we met in Lagos too, I told you in Lagos that I'm going to send to your email. But because of our engagement, so it's a personal thing for Nigeria alone. So we'll sort it out our own way.
I just want for us to put this matter of national strategy to rest, because I don't know how Nigerians are doing their strategies, but strategies are done based on consultations of all stakeholders, including the private sector. Government does not just sit behind and set up strategies. They consult the private sector, the civil society, and there is always a validation. It is very likely that there is an oversight from your own institution not to have got this better. But I don't think the Nigerian government may have done it in isolation of the private sector. But we don't want to open a debate here. I'm just telling you how it should have happened so that we can move the process forward.
I think, if I may, just on a point, or maybe just as an addition, that it's important for the stakeholders or for our ministry to hear the voices of actual civil society in the respective countries. Because as much as you're saying that government does not do it on its own, it's done in isolation or on its own, or in all parties are not involved, and it's not advocated as it's seemingly to be done. So if you could, maybe just in the strategy that you've put down, just please also just list it again and maybe mention all the countries and not necessarily pick on the specific one as he has said.
Yeah, thank you very much for the intervention. The purpose of this panel is well focused. What we are discussing here is recommendations that everyone in this room and in the room yesterday came up with. So it's important that we spend our time. This is the most important time that we have to discuss and for you to agree with what we agreed to yesterday, and today is included in this. I think the other discussions are very important, but I think we can have those discussions after we have this. We have to present this document tomorrow. And
Comments on, they asked for comments and we agreeing.
have you read all
He
of
started with the first one.
Please let us read all of the recommendations and then we'll ask for comments. One by one, that's the process we normally do. So please let us go one step at a time.
Okay. And that's what we have done, have we? So the first one is over now. I'll go to the second. African countries should be encouraged to develop their national strategies for effective and holistic buy-in by all stakeholders on AGOA.
That is our recommendation here, and we're going to read it to the ministerial. So if Nigeria hasn't done it, we've asked Nigeria to do it. So do we
Do
agree
it.
that is what we agreed yesterday and today, that we as a group are requesting the government that they have to take these recommendations from us? Is that what we agreed to? Because then we move forward. Now that Nigeria or Zambia or any of the country has not, that will be an issue we deal with later on. If we present this and it's been presented to them, we can go back and say we presented it to you, with the intention that you accepted it. But I don't think if we want to discuss each one of them, we would not be able to complete. So is this what we all discussed and we agreed to? Okay, can we go to the next one, please?
Okay, number 2. There should be a public-private dialogue on trade strategies that would dovetail into other national strategies to drive AGOA. Okay. 3. Okay. One more time. There should be public-private dialogue on trade strategy that will dovetail into other national strategies to drive AGOA. 3. There should be coordinated effort for collaboration and partnership within the ministries, departments and agencies, private sector, and civil society organizations to fast-track the awareness of AGOA. Is okay?
Is that agreed to?
4. There should be funding windows in form of grants and soft loans to AWEP to enhance women entrepreneurship in Africa. The young fund. Okay, 5. USAID, that USAID should strengthen the trade and investment hubs, especially the West Africa trade and investment hubs in Accra, Ghana, towards AGOA's specifications and standardizations. Specifications and standardization. Okay, we should generalize all, not only that of because you know other like that of Kenya, they say they are doing well, the East African hubs, but people talk more on the West African hubs.
And then the Southern Africa, I think there was an intervention
Okay.
from someone from Malawi that we should also address.
Okay.
So somebody's here.
Okay.
Fred?
I suggest that they create a hub for Central Africa too.
Hub to center now?
Yes, the Mrs. Wachak or something, you said woman said, and I repeated it here when Mr. Feleke was speaking, that there should be a thought of a hub in Nigeria as a country, okay, because of its size and its population.
Look, I'm not going to be speaking on behalf of USAID, but the hubs are regional programs. They're meant to be multi-country programs. They're supposed to be complemented by bilateral programs in these countries where USAID exists. So if you want to be consistent with the design of the hubs, then what you would do is strengthen the capacity within a national program to be able to benefit from some of the capacities that they don't have that exists in the hub. But by definition, the hub is a multi-country vehicle, regardless of the size of Nigeria. The issue should be that maybe if you're wanting to get more a hub only to serve one national country. So I'm sorry to thank you.
Yeah.
Correct you on the
Okay,
administrative stuff.
so you got it right.
Right?
No, we're just saying that. I mean, you brought it up. You got it right, sir.
Okay. 6. There should be a database for AWEP for women who are into export, specifying the product lines, locations, and so on. With 7. There should be a regulatory and legal framework for the development of women entrepreneurship within the national AGOA strategy of each country.
I think there was a mention about encouraging more tie-up between AGOA programs and AWEP in each country.
And let's continue now. If we didn't say it, then we can repeat it, okay? Number 8, beyond the national strategies, there should be a regional strategy that will enhance the continental AGOA strategy for African countries. Okay, is it inter-Africa?
Intra.
Okay. Okay, 9. Okay. With the AU, right? No. I said no, okay. 9. The US government and business persons should build the capacity and provide technical support to eligible AGOA African countries. The US government and business persons should build the capacity and provide technical support to eligible AGOA African countries. Hmm? You can amend that, right? 10. AGOA is not only about government, but about partnership, endeavors, and initiative to be driven by the private sector through public sector support and encouragement. 11. Government should encourage female entrepreneurship in Africa by developing a database highlighting the contribution of women to the success of AGOA, regional experimental framework to enable the women implement what they have learned and share experiences. I think there should be linkage between the other one and this one. We should link them up.
You merge, we can merge.
We can merge this, okay. Merge. 12. Youth should be encouraged to engage and participate effectively in enterprise and entrepreneurship development on both sides of the Atlantic. I should repeat it. Youths should be encouraged to engage and participate effectively in enterprise and entrepreneurship development on both sides of the Atlantic. Hmm? It's not strong. So make it strong, man. Hit it harder.
Just take that
And help us
and then
at
give
the
it
end.
back to us.
Okay.
Then give it back to us the way you would want to see it.
Okay. 13. Oil and gas should be removed in the list of eligible products within AGOA computation.
Is that
Eh?
is that the consensus? Nigeria.
Oil and gas should be removed in the list of eligible products within AGOA computation.
Let's hear from you.
You can amend it.
Let me intervene here briefly. I'm one of the designers of AGOA from the very beginning. Okay. The problem isn't that oil and gas are in AGOA. The problem is that the numbers in which they represent obscure, okay, the other products that are being shipped. If, first of all, we don't have the authority to remove oil and gas from the list of products. That would take legislative action. It would take an agreement among Congress and the administration. And then I'm not sure it would necessarily benefit Africa in the long run to take away those benefits that are oil and gas. The point that I think you're making, if I understand you, is more focus and credit should be given to those products that are not oil and gas. Okay, so that fuller consideration be given. So, I'm just trying to give you a, technical discussion. I don't disagree with you. I'm just telling you that that's how the law works. Okay. Is that all right, Fred?
Well, he has just told us that we don't have the authority.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Oil and gas was already a product being imported into the United States before AGOA. So we don't have to take it off the list, but we can make it less visible in the discussion. Yeah. Right.
Can we say we leave it or we rewrite it?
No, leave it. It's
Some language.
Language.
This is not final.
That's the best way to put it, yeah. More focus on non-oil and gas products.
Maybe we say the categorization of the products should be broken into oil and non-oil products in the statistics that are brought up.
That's what it has been all along. That's how it has been.
Okay.
No, that is why you're able to know the amount on oil and gas. All of them are not lumped up. The non-oil, then oil and gas.
Numbers are here.
Yes.
How much is oil? How much is
Yeah. So, but we'll use his language. Okay.
Utilization of non-oil and gas products.
Okay. So
Okay.
Good.
All right.
help us craft it, please.
Please help us.
Craft something so that we can use it. So it's okay by all. 14. African countries should be encouraged to evolve and develop African-led solution to create their own pathway to prosperity. Should I remove it? Okay, African countries should be encouraged to evolve and develop African-led solution to create their own pathway to prosperity. Remove it or we allow it to remain? Huh? Remove. Okay, it's political, eh? The women said it's political. Okay, remove it.
But do we all agree to remove it?
We all agree to remove it?
Do we all agree to remove it? We don't have a consensus. Do you want to help?
Let me try to get a point that I think you're trying to get at. Okay, and this is it. I think every solution to expand AGOA has to be driven from the people and the countries. Technical assistance should be complementary, but shouldn't lead the process. For the reason is my thinking over the many years is that if you don't lead it, you're not going to own it going forward. Am I correct? Correct. So if you have the buy-in and contributions from the beginning, and we shape technical assistance based on market knowledge and standards and all that, then at the end of the day, when the technical assistance goes away, which it will, or it will change to something else, then you'll have the capacity and the knowledge to take that process forward without technical assistance driving it. Does that make sense? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah. Also,
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, also, just to add with that, public participation in our own countries. Each country has its own cultural diversity and differences. So we cannot exclude our cultural experiences and ask another country to direct us.
Thank you. And we also know everybody's so happy with the MCC model, which is the country will write their own and then it will be approved. So I think that's a very important point we must include. Thank you.
Okay. 16 or 15 rather. I hope you are counting with me. People living with disabilities should be supported and provided with seed capital and connected to trade and investment centers for business startups and growth. People living with disabilities should be supported and provided with seed capital and connected to trade and investment centers for business startups and growth. Qualified how? Okay. So you correct it. 16. AGOA DEX should be established in the United States embassies. Okay, 17. Okay, 16. AGOA DEX should be established in the United States embassies. Say I should repeat. Are you okay? All over in Africa. African. In Gabon.
Mr. Chairman, my support for that is the experience in our country. Okay? We discovered trying to work on AGOA, that it is under USAID. USAID does not report to the mission head, to the ambassador or consulate in Nigeria. They are a different body. And so, because they are the ones responsible for AGOA, when you talk to the embassies, you discover that the commercial section in Abuja and the platform in Lagos, okay, their job is to promote the interest of American companies doing business in Nigeria. They are not particularly interested in AGOA because you want to do business that will go to America and create money. They will tell you their mandate is to promote the interest of American companies. So if you have an AGOA desk in the embassy and the consulates, then they will be able to work with civil society and do more for AGOA. Thank you.
So so U.S. trade policy, including AGOA, is led by the U.S. Trade Representative, and not USAID or Commerce. So that's where an AGOA desk will report to. They report to the USTR. And I thought that we said AGOA desk in African embassies in the United States.
What desk and what?
Uh-huh. I think we said it.
African countries.
Uh-huh.
There's none in our own.
At the farm. You want to go a desk at the U.S. Embassy? Okay.
Okay. AGOA desks should be established in United States embassies. Okay.
Let's move forward.
Number 17. We should invest in African women through AGOA, as they are the greatest potential to unlock Africa. As they are the greatest potential to unlock Africa's what? Africa's potentials again. No, there should be something. Africa what? We should remove it. The greatest as they are the greatest potential to unlock Africa's development. Huh? Okay, let me repeat. We should invest in African women through AGOA, as they are the greatest potential to unlock Africa's development. Okay, it's part of it. All of them are involved in the. I should remove it, right? Okay, we should leave it and asterisk it. Okay, 19 or 18. We should critically evaluate the role of the informal economy to identify their challenges and provide solutions, as they are key to a successful AGOA. We should critically evaluate the role of the informal economy to identify their challenges and provide solutions, as they are key for a successful AGOA. We should, as they are key to the global value chain. As they are what?
How are they key?
Because in our own setting, okay? In our own setting, without the informal sector, on a more serious note, a lot of African economies will have collapsed.
Yes, I understand that, but with direct...
They are like in our own case in Nigeria, the informal economy contributes over 90% in our GDP, in employment generation, but they are a bit weak in exports So we are saying if they are encouraged, they will do more and sustain our economy.
So they should be formalized, brought into the
Along
formal
line,
economy.
they should be formalized.
Okay. But my question was relating to what did we finalize on point 16 on the help desks, the AGOA desks? Sorry to take you back. We weren't clear. We didn't get the final resolution on that.
Okay, like 16, eh? They said we should leave it, okay? I should read it. AGOA desk should be established in the United States embassies. Are you okay? What of the informal? Okay. African. Is that what we agreed?
No, African embassy.
Say both
Your
for a compromise.
US.
No, what I mean. No, what I'm. Can we say both? We have decks here and also decks in Africa embassies. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, yes, exactly.
In the United States embassies and
United States embassies in Africa and African embassies in the United States.
what of the informal economy? You have to say something. The lady talking by the side. Speech. You have to say something, Abby. There's a place we mention value chain. No, we are yet to get there.
But okay, I thought 19 was the last one. I'm sorry.
On the informal sector, I think it was you. You raised a concern. It's okay now. Shall we move forward?
Yes, no, I was just saying how it was worded, it wasn't clear. So I came to understand that you mean that you want to bring the informal sector and formalize it so it can participate eventually in the AGOA value chain. I understand that.
Okay, so we'll continue. 19. U.S. agencies should strengthen African agencies engaged in AGOA activities to assist SMEs. To remove it. Should repeat it. United States agencies should strengthen African agencies engaged in AGOA activities to assist SMEs, small and medium enterprises. I think we mentioned that earlier, we mentioned that earlier, whereby we talked about the private sector.
What we are trying to emphasize here is trade support institutions. Somebody was saying that those institutions in Africa are weak, trade support institutions, and they need to be strengthened. Trade to be government agencies. Non-government.
Hello. We are just saying that those government agencies failed. So let us try private sector. Please.
Okay, we should mention US government.
Understand one thing. There is still a contribution from the government. Take a case like standards. Most African countries, the statutory bodies are national standard bodies. I have not seen any private sector entity that is promoting standardization. So if we don't strengthen the national standards body, we will compromise the specifications of the product we're exporting.
All the chambers of commerce, yes.
Fine, because I don't want them to mention Chamber of Commerce and then the country's Chamber of Commerce take the lead and forget about American Chamber of Commerce, which will facilitate trade between the country and America.
19 and 20 are related. 20, there should be deliberate efforts to enhance trade facilitations on both sides of the Atlantic. It's okay. Yeah, including chambers of commerce. We didn't mention Nigeria, American or American. Okay. 20. We should craft a way whereby AGOA should strengthen YALI and youth should be well engaged in the AGOA framework. 21. There should be a collaboration between AGOA and YALI network through mentorship and knowledge sharing. It's the same thing. We cancel it, right? It's the same. So we will merge it. Okay. 23. Stronger African countries should assist weaker African countries to benefit from the AGOA initiative. Hmm? Okay. Stronger African countries should assist weaker African countries to benefit from AGOA. Where do I put into Africa?
No, it's just the entire.
Okay, so I asterisk it. Is that okay?
Technical assistance,
Benefits. To enhance your AGOA outing, that's all. Okay. African countries should be encouraged to engage into manufacturing and not to export raw material, hence value addition. Okay? Good. This is plenty. 24. The transportation system or network within Africa should be enhanced for inter-African trade and investment. The last but not the least, on our part here, youth should be involved in AGOA activities for education, business management, and entrepreneurship skills for themselves and other youth through the YALI platform. As if there is another merger too. We merge this with the other one.
I will try to speak in English. I apologize, my English is not good. Okay. 16 years after the beginning of AGOA, we still don't have objective data of the women for the evaluation and the quantification of the actual impact of women under AGOA, in order to establish better prospects for AGOA. Does this activity can be involved in one of the points, maybe the 20 or the 19th? Or can it be a part of one of the points of the list? Do you
The
understand?
place we mention our database for Africa for women.
Database? Oh, you did it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see it. Database. Just a minute. Part 6. There should be a database for our web for women who are into exports, specifying the product line, locations, etc.
Can I? Could we also include a multi-sectoral and comprehensive government task team per country to be formed to assist AWIP and YALI?
Sectoral.
Multi-sectoral and comprehensive multi-sectoral task teams for governments to put task teams together.
Next what?
Comprehensive multi-sectoral task teams of different government departments to look at strategizing and to support AGOA strategies.
Comprehensive multi-sectoral task team to look at strategizing support for AGOA strategy.
Please, I want to add something there. I don't know if you mentioned it before. The fact that in that team, you have to incorporate a web and YALI person there to be a part of that ministerial team to bring out the voice of YALI and AWEP into that team. Thank you.
Interministerial Commission. I think you mentioned that.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, okay.
To bring out the voices of YALI and AWEP.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Just a suggestion on the database, if we could also possibly have a database of US businesses that we could potentially partner with, or retailers or distributors that are interested in African products, so that we can access the markets here and have a database of who to contact if we are interested in exporting.
Database of US companies.
I don't know, but I'm sure once we set up the DEX offices, that should be one of their major responsibilities to get this information. The embassies. But we can still include it.
Tout simplement sur le dernier point, quand vous organisez des assises.
Okay, go ahead.
Je disais tout simplement sur le dernier point, quand vous organisez des assises comme ça dans le cadre de AGOA, pourquoi ne pas inviter aussi les importateurs américains à assister? Comme ça allait permettre les unes et les autres, nous qui venons de l'Afrique, peut-être qu'il y en a qui vont s'intéresser à nos produits.
Regarding this last point, I think why not invite American importers who may be interested in our products. I think that way we can be in contact with them and they may be interested in what we have to offer.
Okay.
conferences like this one, forums, invite investors to forums like this one.
Okay, it's not even part of it.
Can I?
Please, just speak.
Can I?
It's like matchmaking.
Is it on the same point, sir?
Okay, let her make her point.
No, can I? I just want to add on what the madam said. Could we do something like B2B? Instead of investors, we have like something like B2B so that we can connect with US business owners to have like business matchmaking, something like that.
I think during the conversation, someone had presented and said that we should have trade fairs, our specific trade fairs. So I think that wasn't captured in your resolutions.
Annual AWEB trade fair.
Yes, talking about country specific AGOA implementation committees. I'm suggesting that instead of that, first of all, there must be AGOA implementation committees in every country. But I thought you mentioned ministerial, okay? But I think when we are talking about AGOA implementation committees in each country, we should make it plain that it should not be made up of just governments, that it should be all stakeholders, particularly private sector and civil society.
Make some clarification, sir. Like in our country, the private sector is being represented by the chambers. There is an AGOA Dex office at the chamber. So this commission that we talked about, AGOA is not just about Ministry of Trade. AGOA could be Ministry of Transportation, it could be Ministry of Labor. So there was a madam who made recommendation for the establishment of interministerial commission, which will comprise these ministries. It could also be representation from the private sector.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We have an AGOA desk at Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce Secretariat. We have an AGOA desk. But that is our own. We are talking about country implementation committees that will drive AGOA, which should involve all sectors of the country, which will include, but let it be specific in our recommendation. Thank you.
Which will include the private sector.
Yes, private sector.
Civil society.
Okay. If you leave it to government, government will set up interministerial committee made up of only government people.
All right, it's noted.
And you will not know anything about it.
It's noted.
Okay.
Sorry, I wanted to say that in Tanzania we have Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. Not only Chamber of Commerce, but we do have Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, which is dealing with business people, and is the one who takes the challenges to the Tanzania National Business Council, the board which is chaired by the president.
So what we are saying here is we extend the mandates to other private sector organizations. So along the recommendations,
to involve the private sector, civil society, organization, as well as the public sector.
we have just about 10 minutes more.
Okay,
We still have more hands.
I have the mic. I wanted to suggest that we also have an AWEB implementation of AGOA so that every year, AWEP is expected to give a report on how they promoted AGOA, how many members they were able to push into AGOA to go into trade, so that it's not just AGOA implementation plan, but it's also an AWEP, and we take accountability on what action we will do as AWEP members and AWEP chapters to push AGOA.
Members have AGOA desk. I think AWEB should have an
Which we
I think that's a very good suggestion that AWEB should have an AGOA desk in each of his national chapter. Yeah, yeah, but they do by AGOA, but that's true. But that there's somebody that provides the information in terms of what is current and be able to provide the training in terms of what are the benefits of AGOA.
Yes.
So somebody who is really could work with agencies that will bring, or the embassy to bring experts in that will provide those training and will do those workshops that would help the membership to become more knowledgeable. So even if we don't call it a desk, but that there's a framework of relationship to do that.
Yes, quickly, please.
Please, we should not forget when we are talking about AWEP, we should also emphasize the point that you said about accountability of AWEP, because some of the AWEP associations in our countries have becoming like a hindering block. Instead of developing us, they're hindering us to participate in AGOA. You get a chairperson who is a hindrance and not a help at all. So some of us have come here on our own initiative, not through our organizations back home. So we should have like an accountability process of
Okay,
making
we
our
will
organizations
note that.
accountable.
Yeah.
Our so women groups.
1 minute. Sorry, quickly, please.
That we might as well, as AWEP, looking at the concerns that are being raised concerning the transparency and follow up to know accountability of AWEP. Why don't we also put in something to compel chapters to come up with strategic plans as well, or plans of action or something, I don't know, as a region, as a countries, I don't know, but something that can guide the action so that nobody does things on their own.
I also want to add that we should put some figures to this thing we're doing. AGOA should have maybe a 60% reserve for women, and then the remaining 40% we can give it to men.
Can we just say something? We note that we are taking this recommendation to a different angle. The audience on Monday, there is a ministerial, and these are internal things that I believe you people should be able to handle. So let's focus on what we will want to tell our ministers.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, because the time is running out on us, there was a question I raised during my speech, which I was asked to delay. I raised the question that there are producers that will produce goods and will export them to the US, and by the time they get here, they get rejected and destroyed, and such exporters are ruined. I was then suggesting that there should be a system, and I think I discussed with some of you officials before that it's been raised before, about being able to station people, American government officials in export processing zones and facilities that can certify products as meeting the American the standards of everything before they leave the country of origin so that they don't get rejected and they will be able to help in developing capacity.
Our own setting, in the Nigerian setting, we were told too that some custom officers were trained by the US Customs for them to know how to look at those specifications and standards. But the problem is that some of us want to cut, how do they say it? Look for shortcuts and so on and so forth. They will not follow proper channels, and at the end of the day, they are caught up. But the custom officer who happened to be trained by the US Customs was equally in that discussion. So he said, in as much as they are concerned, there have not been anyone that was satisfied by the Nigerian Customs that were sent back. Most of those ones that were destroyed were those who just come, package themselves, and take off on their own. So for us to include it here, I don't know how it will be.
You see, I think we have to get this thing clear until the country that demands our product have confidence in our systems. If you export to Africa, we may not have the systems to verify whether this product is consistently meeting our requirement. For them, particularly for product that has to do with health and safety, they don't compromise with that. There is no point taking the whole of their inspectors in Africa. What we have to do is to ensure that we strengthen our internal systems, both the certification, accreditation, all the conformity assessment. We should have a system that they can rely on. Once they rely on that system, and there is a way of doing that, there is what they call the quality mark, which has to be reliable. Otherwise, I don't see the whole administration of taking the American administration to Africa just to certify those products. It's not going to work.
I think we can take, is there any more point?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on the point that this lady, my sister, raised earlier on, the accountability of our weapon also to keep it independent, because the very people that meant to help are not helping, which will block some of the processes. So we don't want to create a perception to government that we're saying that this is the only forum that could be followed, because if that was the case, none of us would have been here, or half of this room would have been full of people, because we came on our own with no knowledge of our web or any communications that has been formally set through.
To reach out to you. So if you're not a member of AWEB, I don't think you could demand from AWEB any responsibility. If you're a member of AWEB and they are not responsive, then I think administratively you can address those issues within the AWEB. But I don't think the points we want to present on Monday, our mandate to present our recommendations to the ministers on Monday and to the USTR is not about internal issues. I think we have to look at what the bill talks about. We should look at how we, as civil society, as members of chambers of commerce, what are those issues that are important to us that we want to communicate so that we can have the reforms we're looking for. But I think within AWEB, those issues can be addressed. Within YALI, those issues can be addressed. But where we're asking governments to support YALI, those are the kind of things I think we should include in this recommendation. If you take a look at the conference book, we had shared with you the recommendation from Gabon, just to give you an overview of what we'll be presenting. In fact, some of this, we have 35 or 34 recommendations. We will have to merge them so that they become comprehensive, and that is something that we can expect will pick the attention of the people we're sending this to. So if there is no any other question, I think
sponsoring the civil society for quite a long time, but this time we take it to ourselves and sponsor ourselves because of the importance of this meeting. So we are appealing to them to continue to support us in the future AGOA meetings. We are just appealing. This year we did support ourselves because it's worth it.
I think from
But
our side,
I will take the opportunity on behalf of the civil society to thank U.S. government for sponsoring us for these years. But this year we take it to ourselves and we see how important this meeting is. Sponsor ourselves from Africa to here to just attend this very important meeting. But we are appealing to them to continue to support us. Thank you very much.
uh,
that is an excellent point. That's a good point. Every support that we can get is every support that we can use. So if there are no other
just 1 minute,
questions,
sir. On our part, this is so far we have gone, but I just want to leave two important statements. One, to any government official that is here, we note from the recommendations that there is a disconnect, complete disconnect between the private sector and government. And there seems to be a loss in trust between the two, and that should not happen. Secondly, for the chambers, somebody mentioned here that if you don't get the information, go for it. If you are representing the private sector and the information does not come to you, go after where the information is. I thank you very much.
please let me thank our rapporteurs for the great job that they have done for us. And I want to also let you know if there are any points that you would want the Secretariat to consider, you can email it to us or write it and give it to us during the reception. All of this will be considered, and we will do our best to be able to have the document ready enough for tomorrow when we have to send it for the protocol of making sure that we have it in the hands of the ministers and read it on Monday to the ministerial. Some of us in this room have been invited to the ministerial. Please make sure you follow the instructions that are on the invitation. You have to arrive very early, and you have to be prepared to be part of the opening ceremony, because really that's the only place where we will be speaking most of the Monday session, presenting for 5 minutes. Is it 5 minutes, Tijen, or 4 minutes? 5. We will make our presentation within 5 minutes, and then the whole ministerial will continue.
Hi, everybody. This is Tijen Ibar with the State Department. I just wanted to thank everybody for their participation. This is really important, and for the organization and to IRI. But I wanted to also share one thing with everybody, that these proceedings are going to be available. There's an archived link. You can go back and you can watch it and you can share it with your networks. It will be available. Also, make sure that you go to the website, the AGOA Civil Society Network website. We can provide that link for you. You will see the readouts for today's meetings as well as the final recommendation list. Again, I really appreciated working with everybody. From my point, I'm a liaison, but I also have a passion for everything that you're doing. And I just wanted to again thank IRI, thank the panelists, the speakers, everybody that was part of this, and also just another round of applause for Fred and his organization.
For your support. Thank you, Christina, for ensuring that we have the AWEP well coordinated into the program. I think we are coming to the end of this 2016 AGOA Civil Society AWEP joint session. On behalf of myself and Ms. Rachel Ebenet, who hosted us in Gabon, I want to thank everybody for being here with us. We appreciate your contribution. This should be a continuous process. And I also want to inform you that what has been decided by the Secretariat is that for your registration that you have made to attend this event, that we're also extending a 1-year full membership to you. We know how difficult it is to put resources together to attend and to sponsor events like this. We thank you very much for your consideration of coming here. And we hope that as we move this process forward, that we'll be able to organize events like this on the ground, so that between the different forums, we'll have the opportunity to meet and for you to host not only the Secretariat, but also to host other network members, so that our intra-Africa connection will be very strong. There are 2 events I want to mention before we leave that could be a continuation of what we hope to do. There is going to be an event here in Washington on September 30th that is being organized by the chair of the workshop yesterday. And that is that's Dr. Frank, I'm going to remember his name now. Frank Fokker. They have an event that is taking place on Friday, September 30, 2016, at the Cherry Hill Conference Center. And their phone number is 202-704-0381. It would be discussing issues. It's 202-704 and 0381. There is also going to be in Abuja, in Nigeria, which is going to be October 5th to the 7th. And the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce is sponsoring that event. I'll give the chief 1 or 2 minutes for you to tell us more about that. And this could be areas where we could also meet beyond our Washington forum. I want to encourage us to do that. If you have events that you think is addressing AGOA or trade, please let us know so that we can share it collectively among ourselves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, the Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce started last year by hosting an SME conference, financing conference, small and medium enterprises financing conference. We held it 8th and 9th of September last year, and it was extremely successful. It is a joint venture between the Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce and the U.S. Embassy. And the U.S. Embassy procured for us Ambassador Charles Rifkin to be the keynote address speaker at that event. And the Vice President of the government of Nigeria, Professor Oshibanjo, declared the event open. This year, we are having a repeat of it from the 5th to the 7th of October. And we are expecting the head of state, the president of Nigeria, to actually declare this open. And the American embassy is also getting us a deputy secretary of state of the State Department to come and give a keynote address. We have invited this civil society network to participate, and I'm happy to announce that our chairman, Fred Oladende, is participating and is going to present a paper on AGOA during this particular event. It was absolutely so awesome last year. A lot of international financing agencies and bodies came to talk about what is available. We are amazed by the amount of opportunities that are available for financing from the international community. Apart from all the banks and financial institutions in Nigeria also came to present papers. So we expect we will be happy to welcome you to participate in this all enthralling event. And our experience last year confirms to us that we are on the right path, because if we even have just the level of participation last year, it will still be awesome. And we're expecting it to be bigger this year, because our former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, is the keynote address giver this year. Past President Obasanjo is the keynote address. So I'm going to send the invitation to all the people that have their cards during this conference. I have the cards. I'll send you invitations. And those of you who want to come and you get to us, we'll be very happy to welcome you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now the reception starts. And I want to, before we start the reception, let us thank Ambassador Mark Green. Let us thank IRI for their support and for providing us this incredible and very important center. I'm sure some of you have seen the picture of President Ronald Reagan here. He's an American hero, and he's one that fought very hard for the, if you may, exporting of the spirit of free enterprise across the globe. So it's a privilege to be here. And can we please give IRI a round of applause? So reception starts right now, and we have all of the food and drinks in there, and you could just please enjoy yourself. Reception ends at 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, I think all of the different transportation will be down waiting for you to please leave the premises at 7 o'clock. Thank you.